Hi everyone, I'm Ron. I'm a year 2 cybersecurity and digital forensics student. This is my co-host.
Jewel, I'm a year 2 financial informatics student, and
Hmm?
you never wear your
Oh, right. Oh, never mind. Can we redo? Huh? Cannot. Oh, great. Awesome. Sorry. Closing difficulties. So today, we'll we'll be sharing more about cybersecurity and also data science. Yeah, so, but before we get into that, I just want to know more about Joel's day-to-day life in NP.
my day-to-day life in MP is actually quite, it's like very simple.
Really? Can you take me through the day?
Sure. I mean, like now cause it's like during the COVID-19 period, right? So half of my lessons are in school and half are at home. So basically the days I come to school are on Wednesdays and Thursdays. And you come to school on when?
I come to school on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. So it's very half and half due to the pandemic right now. So yeah, you were saying?
Then it's quite simple. I will just wake up and then I go for
How
lesson.
like what's your earliest lesson?
8 o'clock. So but it's like HBL, so it's like quite okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yours also, right?
Yeah. My earliest class starts at like 9, and then
Not 8, man.
no,
Is
not.
there a whisk at 8?
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, but like yeah. So my earliest class is like 8 a.m. But usually it's all at the 9 a.m. classes. The latest I end for school is around 4. So yeah, you can try and gauge
Oh,
how
I end later at 6.
that would work.
Yeah, so it's just basically I just put it in. Like if it's at home, then I just turn on my laptop,
Yeah.
click on the Teams, enter the chat,
Yeah.
and I just listen. But if it's at school, then I just come to school.
Yeah, it's like a normal lesson with like mask on and like social distancing and stuff like that. So, Joe, do you want to ask me anything about my course, cybersecurity?
How's cybersecurity? Do you like it?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I have no regrets joining. I have no regrets joining cybersecurity because I really, I've always enjoyed being a practical, investigative person. So, like, my favorite modules so far have been like my digital forensics module. So if let's say I want to incriminate someone or I think someone is a criminal and I want to find evidence against them, then this module basically trains you to become a forensic investigator. So so like let's say I do want to find evidence, then I want to pass it on to court. So this kind of module will definitely like challenge you to find through different types of files and subsystems. So the process is basically like, let's say I want to take an image of like a laptop, for instance. Then I will use that image to look at the different files, subfolders, subsystems, and try to find something suspicious, maybe. Or it can also be used to make someone either guilty or innocent, from in court. So that's just kind of how it works, and it's really interesting because we have different tools. So like we have Encase, which again is like a tool actually used in the industry, in the professional industry. So yeah, it's used to like again look at different files, see deleted files in the. So the great thing about these tools is that you can, when someone actually deletes something, you can still find a way to recover it. So which is really really cool. Even if it's volatile data, it's still like recoverable in different types of ways and methods. So yeah, another module that really strikes to me is my secure software development module, and which coincides with my web application pen testing module. So these two modules kind of go hand in hand because they basically show you how vulnerable systems may be exploited. So in these modules, you actually have been taught, different types of attacks that are performed by hackers, cross-site scripting, cookie stealing, session, stuff like that. So it's been really, really cool being in the shoes of like a hacker. or like a manipulative person who wants to exploit like vulnerable systems. So it's been really interesting. So yeah, so
Is that why you joined CSF?
yeah, so I joined CSF mainly because again it's a very practical based module. Even a lot of the assignments are very practical based. So talking about assignments, the assignments are like very practical based. Most of them are very practical based. So like they'll give you like a certain scenario or they give you a certain like objective to do and you have to use the tools and uh other security measures and initiatives to actually you know achieve this assignment. So for instance, in my digital forensics module, we were told to, you know, analyze certain files and analyze certain images of computer systems and try to find something suspicious to, you know, incriminate or maybe not incriminate someone, and then present it to my tutor. That's kind of how the assignments will work. For my, again, my secure software development module and also my web application pen testing module, we were kind of told to make a website, and after that, we would try and pen test the website that we made to see if it's secure or not. So in a way, we are being our own developers and also being our own kind of security team. So it's been really interesting, challenging, trying to balance that dynamic. Yeah.
So what do you actually like learn like for year one?
Oh, year one. Okay, before we move on to that, I just wanna talk about how year one. So in year one, we actually learn every single course in ICT kind of learns the same thing. Like every single module is learned by the same courses, by the different courses. So we have things such as
Computing math,
computing math. We have programming one. We have
yes, fundamentals.
We have data science fundamentals, we have design principles, we have enterprise information systems, and we have cybersecurity fundamentals. So these modules are kind of made so that everyone has the chance to experience the different modules, so that everyone kind of knows what they're doing, sort of just the fundamentals and the principal stuff. So yeah, that's kind of done by every single course in ICT. And actually, I think it's quite beneficial. Why do you think it's beneficial?
Sorry, cause I guess everyone learns the same thing, and uh even if you like get into CSF first or like common ICT, you will learn the same thing, so you won't feel like left behind.
Yeah, it's. I think it's especially useful for people in the common ICT program to so that they won't feel left out and that they will be able to have the chance to see which course does what and which one interests me, because at the end of the day you should really pursue something by interest for the long run. Yeah. And in my CSF 1.2 semester, we learn programming 2, which is C sharp. We learn like the language C sharp, which is my favorite like language so far. We also learn cryptography, operating systems, and networking fundamentals. We also learn databases and front-end development. Like even the 1.2 semester, there is still some we still have similar modules to different courses. So you took databases, right? Yeah, I took databases as well, and she also took
Programming 1 and 2.
yeah, and she also took operating systems and networking fundamentals. So the only real difference in the 1.2 semester for a CSF student is cryptography. Yeah, this is where you definitely delve into, different public key infrastructures, different encryption and decryption algorithms, which is really interesting. Yeah. So once we go to year 2, it's definitely where we try and specialize. So in year 2, I don't see any kind of modules that are similar to my other, friends, other than certain elective modules. So the things that we do specialize in are secure software development, which I talked about earlier, and networking infrastructure. We also have malware analysis tools and techniques. We also have another elective module which I took, which was deep learning, and those are kind of like the main courses, the modules that you would take. So in my secure software development, again, it's all about like securing something and making something like secure. Networking infrastructure is just really all about the different kind of structures when you try to make in a network in certain infrastructures and subsystems. So yeah, it's like you learn about different architectures, you learn about different tools, learn about different appliances, and it was a really interesting module. Another one is my malware analysis tool. Another one is my Another one was my reverse engineering malware module, which was analyzing malware and uh trying to yeah, in a way, reverse engineer it. So we were trying to backtrack certain malwares to see which parts were actually executing the different malicious actors. So let's say I have a malware and I want to analyze it. We have different tools for that. So we have, for instance, OllyDBG. We also have IDA Pro. So we kind of see the different the codes behind these malware and see the different instructions that the malware actually takes. So like different jump instructions, for example, different comparisons instructions, for example. And an elective I took in my 2.1 semester was deep learning, which is like a subset of like AI and machine learning, which was again like one of the most interesting modules I actually took. I took it because I felt that it was relevant in the industry. Do you think so? Why?
I'm thinking.
Why do you think it's relevant in the industry?
Oh, because I guess deep learning is like
Hmm?
I had this elective talk like a few days ago. Then
Yeah.
they say like deep learning is like another pathway to continue for like EA
Predictive analysis.
predictive analysis. Like you predict like what kind of things that you want, right? Like
So like in my deep learning module, we have like different like problems. We have mainly regression problems and also classification problems. So if you look at regression, it's definitely trying to feed data into a model and see if it could predict like maybe different house prices in the stock market and stuff like that. So a lot of numerical issues can be solved with regression problems. For classification problems, it's like self-explanatory. So like you feed certain data to a module and see if it classify different things. So if I feed a model different pictures of cats and dogs, I want to see if the model could predict that this is a dog and this is a cat. So a lot of classification like issues and problems can be solved with classification models. So yeah, it was definitely quite interesting, very enriching. I would do it again. So yeah. Then in our 2.2 semester, we have server and cloud security. We have digital forensics, which we talked about earlier. We have malware analysis tools and techniques, and we also have web application pen testing and fundamentals for IT professionals. So, what are fundamentals for IT professionals? What's that module?
like a module to start your career. You build up your portfolio, like your LinkedIn and everything. You help yourself to like be known lah. Basically, you just I say like
It's definitely just trying to kickstart your career in a way. So like trying to dip yourself into different types of fields and activities. So yeah, that's how the fundamentals stuff actually work. Again, I talked about web application pen testing just now. I also talked about malware analysis tools and techniques. So and digital forensics. So okay, we have a question from Jim JJ. He asked, are all male students enrolled in cybersecurity automatically qualified for the cybersecurity NSF track? Well, personally, I know that all the pre-enlistees are eligible to apply, and the applicants are expected to possess baseline knowledge and skills in cybersecurity. So NP cybersecurity course will definitely guide you and give you the kind of baseline knowledge for the skills, which I think will be really helpful. I know this cyber NSF scheme is actually quite competitive, so And even in the cybersecurity like course, it also is quite competitive. So practice does make a good student. So yeah, that's it, Jim JJ. So yeah, in my 2.2 semester, 3.2 semester, I'm actually quite excited because, in my 3.1 semester, I'm quite excited because there's modules such as ethical hacking, network security, and a bunch of elective modules, and also another fundamentals for IT professionals module. So the thing that really strikes me the most is ethical hacking because the name itself is really cool, and I've also seen the different types of things that we will try and the different types of objectives for the module, which is really really interesting for me. So it's definitely something I'm looking forward to in the next semester. And in our 3.2 semester, we actually go for our internship. So yeah, so talking about so since we've talked about a lot about CSF, I actually want to introduce you to our CSF course chair, Mr. Divian, and there's an interview coming up in a bit. So yeah, Mr. Divian has actually taught me two different modules. So he's taught me secure software development and also web application pen testing, and it's really really cool. So the interview will be coming up in like a second. So enjoy. guys, we're back. Again, I'm Ron, and she is.
Jewel.
Yeah, so Jill, do you have anything interesting to ask me about cybersecurity?
After seeing the video, can you tell me more about the career prospects?
Right. So I think different modules in the different semesters of cybersecurity definitely try and train you for different types of careers and jobs. So for instance, my web application pen testing module definitely try and trains you to be a penetration tester for different types of clients and businesses. For my digital forensics module, it definitely trains you to be a forensic investigator for maybe the police force or the different types of government agencies. And then for uh yeah, so like these courses definitely try and train you for different types of uh careers. Another different types of careers that you do encounter is like maybe being a network security analyst, being a security analyst. So a lot of analyzing different types of securities for different systems. So we have modules such as server cloud security and also network security modules for that. Yeah.
I heard like NP has a few labs specialized for CSF.
Yeah, so actually in our level 5 in the building we have something called the bytes. So we have like different different like facilities for specifically made for like cybersecurity students and tools for cybersecurity students. So we have something called the White Hat Zone and also the Cybersecurity Operations Center and also the e-garage. So the first two are basically, to cultivate and encourage cybersecurity students to increase their ethical hacking skills and also their penetration skills, penetration testing skills. So yeah, these are the different zones that are, especially made for cybersecurity students and to enrich their learning. Yeah.
Oh, then what about like the teachers? How do they like teach you in like during this period of like the COVID?
Right. Okay. So in Teams, it's done all virtually. So the teacher will probably share their screen through Microsoft Teams, and then we just follow along the lesson. In like the physical face-to-face lessons are no different. The teachers definitely guide you. They don't hold your hand or anything, but they do guide you. And if you have any like problems along the way, they're definitely always there to help. Especially with a course that's so practical based. It's definitely like your teachers definitely need to be there to guide you if an issue does arise, and they're always there and willing to help. So yeah, practical.
Is it very more difficult to do like your practicals at home?
Is it more difficult? I don't think so. I definitely with being an ICT student, they definitely try to encourage you to be a self learner. So, if anything, right, there's definitely people out there to help you. Also, there's the internet. So, like, if anything, that you do not understand, there's like a YouTube video for it, there's a link somewhere for it, there's a tutorial somewhere for it. So definitely definitely being in this course encourages you to be a self-learner, because not everything's going to be handed to you on a silver platter. So yeah, which is really, really cool, and I like that aspect of it, being like an independent kind of learner. So
Then what about like the modules? Is it hard if I don't know anything about like programming or whatever?
Programming. Well, all the courses kind of learn programming 1, programming 2. So C++, C# and also Python, which are the kind of like the basic things that you're supposed to learn as an ICT student. For me, I've always loved the programming modules personally, because I felt like they came more naturally to me than certain modules. Again, there's a lot of practical like based stuff, so a lot of typing and also coding, obviously. And with the programming modules, you definitely also have to be an independent learner, because not everything's given to you in the lecture slides. So definitely go out there and also look at different tutorials and stuff like that. So yeah, but programming is not really the biggest part of being a cybersecurity student. Again, the core fundamental like value of being a cybersecurity student is definitely security. Uh, so yeah, just trying to secure different types of systems, different infrastructures and businesses for different clients. So yeah, that's kind of the basis of being a cybersecurity student. Now we actually have an SIG that's very heavily related to uh an SIG is a special interest group. A special interest group in ICT. We have a bunch of different types of special interest groups. But specifically for NOSEC, it's very heavily related to cybersecurity. So actually, we have a video coming up for our for the NOSEC SIG. It'll be coming up in a few seconds, and just enjoy. Hi everyone. So, fundamentals of digital art and design, an e-taster class where the DOTS special interest group has started. A link is down below, and it's basically a talk on design basics, followed by applying the techniques taught to design a logo digitally. So it's really quite interesting. You can follow that e-taster class if you're like a creative person by clicking the link below, or there's a QR code right beside me. You can do that too.
Click the link.
And the QR code. So now actually we're gonna talk about
Data science.
So Jewel, tell me all about data science. But actually before that, Jewel, what is the main difference between data science and also financial informatics, which is the course you're currently in?
Financial informatics has now been revamped to data science. And for financial informatics, it's basically learning like the technology behind the business. So you actually learn more about like the business aspect, like your buying and selling of product, and like about like the financial institutions, financial market, this kind of thing. But for DS, you learn like more about the analytical side. So you learn data visual, and we basically learn like data and data visualization, data engineering, and like machine learning. So you learn more like about the technological side. And for DS, it's a new course right now, but you have electives that are similar to financial informatics, and some of the electives are like customer experience management, enterprise resource planning, accounting, and business applications and products. So for myself, the elective that I'm taking is customer experience management. It's my like favorite module. So basically for customer experience management, you learn like to understand the customer and how their experience
really?
is. We use this software called Salesforce.
So the customer exchange management module. You make me know the customer exchange management. Sorry. One.
We basically use this software called Salesforce. It's a cloud computing like software where it has this customer relationship management service that allow you to collect data.
This sounds really familiar. CRM, right?
Yeah, CRM.
Where did we learn that? Yeah, yeah.
No, we didn't learn CRM one.
It sounds so familiar though.
But I don't know, they changed it already. And Salesforce is really popular right now.
What's Salesforce for
It's
the
a
people behind?
Cloud computing company that specializes in the customer relationship management service. So you collect data, then you can put all this into like graphs, trends, and stuff like that to help like the business strategize to improve their business, basically. Yeah, okay. You ask me some more questions.
Jewel, what strikes like very interesting to you for being a DS student?
I am not a DS student. I'm
No,
an FI student.
if you were a DS student, what modules do you think would be really, really interesting?
I'm guessing machine learning, because I don't think any of us took machine learning at this point. But machine learning is like very it's like growing in the market in the technology area right now.
It is very, very relevant. I definitely encourage people to learn machine learning or deep learning or AI in general. So yeah, because it's really, really
I think it's very important.
I think it's very important in this climate. Yeah. So
And-
speaking about that, are there any like facilities?
Not that I know of, but the classrooms are like very ICT based. So basically you have classrooms to serve your needs in ICT. And I believe like the software is for like it's like free for all students to install, and then you do your own like practical like data visualizations. You get to create your own graphs and stuff like that.
Right. Actually, we have a facility tour coming up later around 11, so you can actually see the different types of facilities. So we have like interactive like projectors and whiteboards and stuff like that. We have like really cool chairs. We also have this thing called the grass patch in like level 5, where you can do like your work or you can just rest and chill with your friends. So yeah, these are kind of the main facilities for every other student in ICT.
Yeah.
Joel, how have your teachers been during this time as an FI student?
My teachers have been okay. They have been prompt in replying like my messages and stuff like that. And I think for FI like it's like more theory based. So it's mostly doing research on my own lah. So you Google and whatever. But if like it's practical like data visualization, portfolio tool on like programming, stuff like that. So some of the time I'll ask my teacher, and they are quite prompt in replying.
So we actually have a question by Jonah JJ. They asked, do we need programming or coding skills before enrolling in ICT courses? Any other skills or knowledge we need to learn before enrolling? Joel, you want to answer this?
There's actually no prior coding skills needed. If you are proficient and good in math, English, and mostly your willingness to learn is like the optimal kind of. It's the best lah, basically. So you.
Yeah, actually, me and Joe came in ICT with like nothing in our bag, so we are like no background for IT and stuff like that. But you know, with like hard work and really like a lot of dedication and interest, you can really like flourish in this course. So, for instance, we had no like coding knowledge or anything, just blank. We started from zero, but your teachers are definitely always there to like build you up, and help you along the way. So, for instance, we had the same like programming teacher, Miss Karis, in semester two and semester 1.2. So she was really, really good, and she was really, really kind, and always being very supportive. And on top of that, if you have friends who you do know are better at certain coding languages, you can definitely always ask them for help. Yeah.
And you have to like own self study also.
Yeah. So.
It's not.
Yeah, you
Your
can't always
teachers will-
rely on you can't always rely on your teachers or your friends. So always be an independent learner and always be willing to learn. So Joel.
Let me take you through the modules that will be taken in data science.
Right.
So for SEM 1.1, it's like for SEM 1.1, you'll be learning the same for modules for all the 4 different courses: Common ICT, CSF, DS, and IM. So basically, you'll be learning data science fundamentals, programming 1, computing math, CSF fundamentals, design principles, fundamentals for IT, and like your IS module, which is like sports and wellness program. And for 1.2, you'll be learning like data visualization, mathematics or data science, programming 2, databases, and like an IS module, as he mentioned earlier. And you also will be learning intelligent enterprise system, data exploration and analysis, data wrangling, and you also get to choose like your elective.
Data wrangling seems really interesting. What is that? You just wrangle data.
Yeah, probably.
What's another module that you think is interesting in the semester?
I think it will be Agile Data Ops.
Is it something you've learned? Agile sounds familiar.
Yeah, Agile is like a framework that we use for my module Enterprise System Design and Development, where you learn like the difference between an Agile framework and a waterfall framework. So for Agile framework, once you have done this, you can, or like you haven't
I still don't know what that means.
Go and watch a video.
What's agile? I don't get it.
It's like a framework. Like, okay, you start a
Can you
project.
give me like a project? What's the project? What would the project look like? Huh? But you said you've learned it.
No, but it's very vague for my one.
So what is it? How have you used it?
How have I used it? So basically like use for my project, right, we have to create like a website for this canteen or what, for like MP canteen, like to improve like how probably like make like a Grab food on the go. So you click, then after that like you get the delivery to the store owner, and then you come back. But if I haven't done that, right, I can go back and I can like do it again. As in like, okay, so like you have to code, right? You know, I have like 4 sprints. So basically for each sprint, you can like...
What is a sprint?
Sprint is like you create all your features, right? Then you select a few features and then you put into one sprint. So one sprint you have to
It's a compilation.
complete like these 3 features. But even if you haven't completed this one, you can go back to complete it.
Okay.
And then for Agile, right, you have to like create this rate thing where like you create how fast or how slow you have done, and then Agile is a framework which is better in some situations compared to waterfall. Agile is used to allow teams to work together effectively and produce working demos that can share to shareholders and get feedback on This allows client and developer to communicate during development and figure out errors and clear misconceptions. Compared to waterfall, where developer develops a project for 2 years and the client says there was a mistake. Okay, Netflix, you're watching. No, it's like basically, you know, waterfall cannot go back one. Waterfall, you do already, then you cannot go back. Like you go back, then they change like the rest of the
genuinely
game.
because you've been talking about it for the past like few days and I literally don't know what you're talking about. Because I don't. Okay, anyway, like you were talking
Agile
about.
is adaptive, can adapt on the spot.
That's really really cool, Juma. So moving on to the year 2.1 semester.
You can learn intelligent enterprise system, data wrangling, and data exploration and analysis. You can also like choose your elective in that STEM also. Same as you. But we for DES you can only choose like one elective. There are multiple electives like accounting, like what I'm doing. Accounting,
Yeah, can you give them like
cloud
a list
architecture, technology, deep learning, like what you're doing. Enterprise business process, enterprise resource planning, or like customer experience management.
Right.
And for 2.2, you actually learn the agile data ops, machine learning, dashboard data, distributed data pipelines, and your elective as well. For 3.1, you actually can choose like 4 electives that you want to do, and you also have your intern in 3.2. And now, after I have said all this about DS, we have a video upcoming from a senior lecturer, Mr. Liaosen Liu, who actually taught me data visualization.
And taught me deep learning. So he's like the senior lecturer for data science this year. So the interview will be coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So Jewel, for the Sec 4 students or Sec 5 or PFP students out there, Jewel, how would you want to tell them, if you are this or that, you should join data science? So what kind of student do I have to be in a data science course?
I think if you're more into like the analytics kind, like you wanna like analyze a large number of data and then like put it into like patterns or trends, I think that would be suitable for you. Or like you wanna do like machine learning, like more about the technological side, or like you basically want to analyze like a huge amount of data.
Yes, then you want to take this numerical raw data, right, and trying to make it meaningful and insightful for your clients or businesses.
For DS, right, you can also like intern in well-known companies like SAP, which is a multinational corporation company. It's like highly used in the market.
Right.
Where for the elective enterprise resource planning, we actually use that. So you basically like create like the document or like the financial document, like the PO documents and stuff like that. And then you actually plan on like how much stocks you want to give to which warehouse and stuff like that. Yeah, so it's actually a company that has been used for a really long time. I think like for the older people also will know. I don't know lah, maybe your parents will know. Not sure. But I heard that it has been in the market for quite a while.
Right, so for being a DS student, in what like semester do we like go for internship?
3.2.
Right, and segueing to that, we actually have an internship interview for our year 3 FI intern, Amelia, which is coming up in 5,
4,
3,
2,
1.
Roll the clip.
Hi, I'm Amelia, and I just graduated from Diploma of Financial Informatics, majoring in Banking and Finance. I intern at Salesforce. So Salesforce is a cloud computing software company that specializes in customer relationship management. They also sell services that allow companies to use cloud technology to better connect with their customers and partners. I was an operation intern in the Trailhead Academy team. So Trailhead is a learning experience platform that allows users to be more aware and integrate with the system. My task is mainly split into 3 categories, which is pre-class, during class, and post-class. So for pre-class, I'm in charge of confirming the number of customers that are coming to class and also the training materials required. During class, I'm in charge of the hardware such as laptop and the network required for the trainings. For post-class, I'm in charge of sending them a course completion cert and also preparing invoices. One of the skills is task management. Time sensitivity is a very crucial factor in the workforce, so proper task management is required to ensure that the most important things get done first. On top of that is confidence. I feel that self-confidence is important when you're entering the workforce because it helps to portray yourself as a person and it creates an impression to other people as well. I first came across Salesforce in a module which I picked up in year 2. This module is called Customer Experience Management. This module has prepared me well for the internship because it gives me the experience on the Salesforce platform itself. So when I enter Salesforce as an intern, I'm not foreign to the platform that I'll be using on a daily basis. One of the advice I would give the student going into internship would be being proactive and take initiative, because when you have initiative while you're doing things, you will be able to learn even more from your normal job scope. Another advice would be to keep an open mind, because in the workforce you face people that have different capabilities and different working style. So keeping an open mind will allow you to empathize with them and work together better.
And we're back. Jewel, how was the interview for Amelia for you?
It was okay. I heard she like did during her interview she did some invoicing and stuff like that.
Alright, I also did invoicing. I constantly.
Yeah, and that's like a part of like the enterprise resource planning kind of thing. It goes all the way until like accounting, that portion. Yeah, and
Speaking about accounting, how was accounting for you?
accounting was okay. It's not much like mathematics. It's more like
I was actually quite surprised you said there's a lot of mathematics.
because it's quite straightforward, as in like where you should place the like, okay, there's like
Place the data.
the not really data, it's like the numbers. It's
Allocate them, is it?
yeah. Because it's like they have assets and stuff, like assets, liabilities, equity and all those, right? So you basically have to like choose which category it's under. Not really choose but like put under which category. So then after that it's quite straightforward on like the calculation part,
Then are you excited for your intern in 3.2?
I guess.
Yes, you are.
Oh yeah, I am. I'm so excited. Like,
What do
can't
you
wait.
have your teachers talked to you about it?
Not yet.
Not at the moment.
Not at the moment.
But what do you know about internship at the
But
moment?
for internship, you can like self-source. So you find your own internship and basically tell the teacher lah. Then you basically, that's it basically.
But I've heard from some of my friends who are going through the internship process right now, it's really hard to find a position. Some won't reply until very late, so it's very unsure and unstable. I guess that's how kind of the world works also. In the industry, you don't know if you're gonna get a job or whatnot, because there's a lot of competition everywhere. So yeah, that's been really interesting to see.
Oh, this one.
No, Jewel, what is our Instagram for our ICT school?
It's called Make It MP. MAKEITNP.
And moving on to that, if you've been following our social media sites at Make It MP, you will know that we have been on Oh my gosh.
You will know that we have been on the hunt for the culprit that have stolen our ICT trophy. Have you figured out who it was responsible?
We have been eliminating suspects on a weekly basis based on your feedback, and we are down to the final 2. So Joe, who really did it? You are the jury and you decide. Watch the suspects defend themselves and tell us who is guilty. PM us your answer at our Instagram, which is at MakeItMP, again at MakeItNP, by Saturday, 9th January, which is today. Identify the culprit and you might just win one of the rewards and claim your reward. So dudes, there's a video playing and there's like the culprits and like the final 2 coming in like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Roll the clip.
Went home after my class, and so I did not stay back. Also, I am innocent as I had eyewitnesses for everywhere I had went to.
It's like sus.
I think it's Alex.
Yeah, I actually also think it's Alex. These past 3 days have just been Alex because I don't know who the other person is. Now actually we have in 2 minutes time we actually have a facility tour coming later. So the facility tour is just talking to us about the different facilities and stuff like that. So Joe, what's your favorite facility in ICT?
I believe it's like the grass patch. It's like where our friends always hang out at, and like a nice place to sleep.
Yeah, it's very comfortable. There's aircon. There's aircon everywhere. We are always freezing in ICT, so everyone's always wearing a jacket here and there. Now where would you want to? Now where is like a place to study in ICT?
I would say the e-garage.
Yeah, the e-garage is really cool because we have a up and down table, so it like goes up and down. So it's really cool. Like honestly, if you wanna use a standing table, it's also really cool as well. Because like I know people have been, I think it's been trending right lately, like using a standing table.
Get more energy.
Yeah, because apparently it's unhealthy for you to be always sitting down. I don't know, long life and stuff like that. So yeah, really really cool. Joel, what's the most interesting thing about ICT? I'll tell you. FC is so close, which is the food club, and we'll be talking about that later. And in a minute's time, again, we have a facility tour coming up. And Joel, how has your facilities in IET been?
It has been.
Do you think they're really cool? I think they're really cool.
Yeah,
genuinely.
I think they're really cool.
Yeah. Which kind of which facility is your favorite? Like maybe at level 5, not grass patch, not e-garage.
I guess the chairs.
Yeah, the chair.
Like the chairs, you have like rolling chairs. You can put your laptop on the.
Yeah. I
table.
think they're called like cubicle chairs or something. So now it's 11 o'clock. So we have a pre-recorded facility tour coming right up, and the video is gonna play in 3, 2, 1. Roll the clip.
Hi, my name is Tanya.
Hi, my name is Gwen.
Hi, my name is Astra. Hi, my name is Vinny.
Welcome to ICT! So unfortunately, you guys can't come to campus physically. So I hope this virtual tour that we prepared for you gives you some insight into what you can expect as a student of the School of Infocom Technology in Ngee Ann Polytechnic. So without further ado, come along. Hey there, here we are at the 5th floor of ICT, and this was known as the Bite, so come on in. So the aim of this floor is to provide students with a next-gen learning experience, a positive and joyful environment to give students that buzz of learning. Over to you, Tanya.
Hey, Win, so I'll take it from here. This is the Grass Patch, an open learning space to encourage collaboration and innovation between students. Our technology-enhanced classrooms are equipped with state-of-the-art equipment to maximize student learning experiences. Conventional whiteboards are replaced by interactive canvases, and our classrooms can be instantaneously turned into a collaborative space because of the pod chairs that are available for us.
There are also projectors that students can connect to remotely to share their work. This facilitates an engaging learning environment. Other than that, we also have our Microsoft Surface Hub for bigger displays.
As you can see behind me, this is a partition that you can actually use to take these two classrooms together, merge them, expand the classroom size. Apart from that, we also have these pod chairs that can be rolled around, and students can benefit from the flexible arrangement, collaborate and discuss with their teammates. And apart from that, the pod chairs themselves, they have an area where you can put your bag, and also, for those who need it, a cup holder. Now, these are the sort of next-gen facilities that students get to use here in ICT.
Continuing on the bike, we have an open learning space with walls that you can write on. Our students use this board when they are working on the agile methodology to be able to track the progress of their projects. This place is also equipped for students to be able to collaborate and work together when they are developing their projects.
This is our Cybersecurity Operations Center, or CSOC for short. This is meant to simulate real cybersecurity operations centers used in the industry to monitor unusual activity, detect cyber attacks. With this, our cybersecurity and digital forensics students can get more exposure to environments such as these.
Next, we have the White Hat Zone. Follow me. So welcome to the White Hat Zone. So one thing about this room is that it's on its own separate Wi-Fi network. The reason is we actually have a server room over here which acts as an attacker or hacker which then hacks his computer, which then infects his computer over here with viruses. We then use these viruses to train our students in defending against viruses by training them in cyber defense. The White Hat Zone also provides realistic and comprehensive cybersecurity training, pen testing and secure software development.
This is the e-garage where our students work with industry partners to provide next-generation innovation solutions to real-world problems through capstone projects in year 3.
The e-garage is a study area for students with adjustable tables and chairs. On a room on the side, it allows students to brainstorm their final year project. On their room, there's also a 3D printer and a laser cutter as well.
Let's move on to the dorm. Follow me. Welcome to the dorm. We are currently on the 4th floor of ICT block where the dorm is located.
The DOT is NP's simulated production environment for learning and teaching of creative media design courses to foster a culture of creativity through real-world industry projects and to better prepare our graduates for the industry.
The aim of the DOT is to create a holistic learning environment and encourage our students to better collaborative work processes and communication with industry partners and students.
This is the dailies room. It is meant to simulate a theatre environment with seats, curtains, a projector, and a stage. It is great for students studying cinematography to showcase and critique one another's work.
We're now at the dungeon, so this is where year 2 students form in small teams to work on industry-driven projects using industry-strength software such as Unity and Autodesk.
Industry partners co-mentor their student production teams and monitor the progress of the production in the dungeon.
The Art Studio is professionally designed for students to channel their artistic flares. It also plays host to the faculty, public, alumni, and students for weekly live drawing sessions and networking sessions.
And that's a wrap. Thank you for being with us on this virtual tour, and we hope to see you in ICT next year. Bye!
Hi, we're back.
Jewel, I wanna know about your day-to-day life again. Jewel, take me through your day-to-day life. What time you wake up? What's your favorite lesson? What
Like
would you like
every
to
day.
change? What would you like to change in your day-to-day life, if there is any?
Probably have breakfast.
Right, because
Yeah.
some lessons definitely do start very, very early on. So yeah, some lessons definitely do start very, very early on. So sometimes it's very, very tiring, but get enough sleep. I think you should be fine. So what's kind of your latest lessons?
11.
11. Then we had like an hour break or so, right? So for your break, Joel, you know what? Let's talk about food. What's your favorite food place?
Food club.
Food club. And as an ICT student, you definitely have to check your privilege. The food club is literally just underneath the building, so it's like a minute walk, maybe even less. So it's really, really great and convenient. Other food courts are
Makan place.
and Munch. So Munch is kind of near like the Block 72 BA buildings there, and then Makan Place is kind of near the,
FMS.
so it's like around the Block 50s. But the great thing about these food courts is that they're equidistant from each other, so they're accessible for every kind of student, and maybe like a few minutes walk you'll just get there because the campus is quite big. So yeah, after lunch maybe we do have a couple more lessons and stuff like that. But
I heard there's bubble tea in school also.
is
Right.
there is bubble tea in school. There's one at the
Makan place.
Makan Place, the library, and also
Just
in
below.
this building, right?
Beside Studio 27.
Yeah, there's bubble tea apparently in this school, which is really, really cool. Now talking about our day-to-day lives, we actually have a vlog coming up, which really showcases the ICT students' day-to-day life, and it's kind of how every single student works in this school. So the video will play in 3, 2, 1. Enjoy.
Hi everyone, I'm Samantha from the School of Infocom Technology. We heard that you guys are interested in finding out what a day in the life of an ICT student is like. Fret not, as today I will be sharing with you guys some snippets into the different modules that we offer, the learning and teaching pedagogies, and the overall ICT environment. We are super excited to share this journey with you guys, and we hope that you guys are ready. Here you can see some red chairs, and these are one of our favorite spots to hang out before class. Come have a seat with me. So as you can see, in the School of ICT, we have 3 lifts to add convenience to your walk to school. So let's stop talking and feed our hunger to learn. Let's go. Hi guys, so right now I'm in my Emerging Trends in IT class. As you can see, my lecturer is conducting class. It's very important that we keep our ears open as there could be a graded practical at the end of this week. So hi guys, this is my second lesson, Deep Learning. Today we'll be covering the topic of recurrent neural networks. It is a rather interesting field in artificial intelligence, and I'm excited to bring you guys along. Next, regarding assignment, how do you improve the validation accuracy of your results?
Improve the validation accuracy, you can actually fix it.
Validation speed 20%. Okay.
Hi everyone, I've just ended my deep learning class, so now I'll be heading to grass patch to meet my friends for lunch. Let's go. Okay, great. We have just arrived at Food Club behind me. As you can see, ICT students like me have the privilege of being so close to a food court. How great is that? Let's go for lunch. Oh, hi guys. So right now I'll be going on to my last class. As you can see, it's raining. It's a very cozy day. Right now we'll be moving on to our gamification class. So we hope that you guys are excited to come along with us. Let's go.
Right, next is
Hi guys. So right now I'm in my IO presentation class. As you can see in the front, we have another group of students. They are actually presenting a prototype of their card games. Okay, hi guys. I am now back at home finally. Yes, so now I will be calling my friend. We'll be working on our current project where we are building a website to help employees cope in this current pandemic. So we'll be meeting her on Microsoft Teams very soon, and I'm very excited to bring you guys along with me. Let's go. Oh, my buddy is here. Hi, Zihui.
Oh, hi, Samantha.
Yeah, so actually I want to ask you, how's your progress? Ah? So if you guys have followed along till this part of the video, thank you so much for following me in the day of the life of an ICT student. We certainly hope that you guys have gained some key takeaways and insights to what an ICT student would do, and we are certainly looking forward to seeing you guys in our ICT family as well. Goodbye!
Hi guys. So actually, we want to answer some frequently asked questions. So a frequently asked question that we get is, do any of the courses offer business related modules?
Yeah, they do actually.
Which is?
For like DS, I think for IT also they offer like business applications and products.
Yeah.
So you basically learn like the business, the marketing, I think the financial market. Then you
In
can
the financial ecosystem, which is Jewel's favorite buzzword. The financial ecosystem. FEC.
FES.
Oh yeah, sorry.
FEC. Yeah, FES.
Yeah, so there are some business modules that are offered in certain courses. Cybersecurity definitely not. IT there may be.
I did have it.
IT there is, and
And
DS,
for DS,
the
yeah.
data science is also like business modules.
Mm.
Can I rewatch this event after the live stream? Of course. Yes, you can rewatch our courses and career. Oh, wrong. Will there be any difficulties for students with no prior knowledge and experience in IT?
Sorry, what?
Will there be... Sorry, Joe, let me slow it down for you. What is the... Will there be any difficulties for students with no prior knowledge or experience in IT?
No, cause initially both of us didn't have any like prior knowledge to like programming or anything, but like the teachers will guide you
Yeah,
and you also
definitely.
have to self-study.
Yes, a lot of self-studying also. What is the breakdown between theory and practical classes?
Theory and practical.
Let me speak for that. For cybersecurity, most of the modules are split into different like 2 sessions. So there's like a lecture theory session and also a practical session. So for instance, my digital forensics module, on Monday we have a theory lesson and the day after we have a practical lesson in the lab. That's kind of how it works for us. What about you?
For FI or
Yeah.
DS.
For FI or DS?
For FI,
Yeah.
most of the time is theoretical. So we don't really get much practical lessons. Yeah.
Okay. Will there be any entrance exams for joining poly? Next question. Do you need prior knowledge for programming languages or ICT courses? No, you don't, but it does help. I know people have been helped by that.
Help.
Yeah, having prior knowledge.
Oh yeah.
Because you know, they are top scorers in certain schools.
Yeah, they learn it in
They
secondary
humbly
school.
announce that, you know. How many seats available for the common ICT program? I believe it's 100.
Yeah, I think it's.
I believe it's 100. So yeah. And Joe, do you want to talk about the common ICT program, which we were initially in?
For the common ICT program, we basically learn the same modules as like the rest of the other courses like CSM, IT
And
stuff like that.
DS. And IM.
Yeah. So it's basically like the same for like the year ones, and then for like towards the end of the semester, you get to rank your choices.
Yeah, so my rankings were cybersecurity, IT, and then FI. Yours was?
FI, IT, and CSF.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So I mean, if you work hard and get decent grades, they definitely let you get to your first choice of the rankings. What qualities do we need to excel in CSF? I think like a really tough mind. And it's a really competitive course. You see competition everywhere. It's sometimes quite stressful. Because you do see people who are much better than you and stuff like that. So it can be quite daunting, and you feel like the pressure to do much better than them, which is, it's healthy pressure at times, but also quite unhealthy because you might risk like compensating doing well for like your mental health and stuff like that. So definitely try and find a balance, and if anything, just focus on yourself. Yeah, just focus on yourself. You don't have to look at anyone for competition. Like other people's successes aren't your failures. Yeah. So like if someone's being a successful CSF student, that doesn't mean you're a failure at being a CSF student. If anything, just celebrate someone's successes. Yeah. Do we have to face the computer screen for long hours?
I don't think so. I mean, you could take a few minutes break. As in, I don't think the classes like really.
I think we do. I think we do. Every day we open our laptop. What?
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, it's quite a long hour, but it's not like straining to your eyes or anything. It's not like I'm getting like
I mean, if it is, just take a break.
yeah, if it is becoming like yes, there are long hours where you look at the screen because for instance assignment period and stuff like that, you're gonna have to look at the screen for long hours to like do your assignments. But on an everyday basis, maybe like just for classes here and there and practical lessons. It's not like it's not so long that you're gonna strain your eyes or anything. If anything, again, just take a break and like rest your eyes. How are classes conducted? For currently with this pandemic going on, for our last semester, the entire thing was home-based learning. So we're all at home, learning through like our laptops and the screen. So we used a platform called Microsoft Teams. So our teachers and like our friends and classmates like communicate through there. So we have lessons, virtual lessons. So yeah, it's been like that. For this semester, however, they've tried to increase the number of times we went to school. So I come to school 3 times a week. She comes to school like 2 days a week, and the rest are all virtual lessons. So yeah, that's how it's been. What's the maximum number of words for the essay?
For what essay?
I don't know. After joining a common ICT program, when can I join other ICT diplomas according to my interest?
What?
At the end of the semester, you were able to rank your choices. Is there a specific device needed for ICT? For example, do I need to have a laptop or an iPad? What are the specs? Yes, you definitely need to have a laptop. And for specifications wise, there's the website in MP which actually tells you that in which course, which kind of laptop is best suited for you. I actually use that to see which laptop is best suited for me. And if you're thinking about like financial stuff and how much a laptop costs, I mean, it really varies, 1,000 to 2,000 to 3,000. But there's laptop fairs in ICT and in NP in general.
NB, yeah.
So a lot of these things are like subsidized and much cheaper. So iPads, MacBooks, and other laptops are much cheaper, and there's like warranty and stuff like that. Financial assistance schemes are also pretty rampant here, so it's really good. If you ever need any financial assistance, there's a bunch of schemes for you, especially during the COVID-19 like pandemic. Will having dyslexia affect learning? Yes, I think so. What if the skills we learn now won't be applicable in the future? Because programming because it changes continuously.
I believe like programming can be used anywhere. Like you have the basics for programming like Python and stuff, then it will be easier if you do other languages.
I mean, it's true that the IT industry is ever changing, but I feel like being ICT, they definitely prepare you for different changes. And if there are changes, we've been taught to learn and just be willing to learn a lot. So yeah, and a lot of them are just very basic and fundamental, and a lot of them are also the very important concepts as well. So these concepts rarely ever change. So, for instance, analyzing malware, forensic evidence, and stuff like that, those things are like pretty consistent. The only things that will probably really change are like the tools. But the core concept that ICT teaches you is definitely will always be there, will always be pretty standard. Yeah. Is data science in Ngee Ann Poly the same as applied analytics in Ngee Ann Singapore Poly? I have no idea. Is there a lot of free time in Poly? Let's talk about year 1 free time.
Year one
Was there a lot of free time?
kind of we had like 3-hour breaks.
Yeah, and that only I still have 3-hour breaks here and there.
My God.
For instance, my Wednesday, my morning class will end at 11. Then I have another class at 2.
Oh,
So
actually
that's-
for me as well.
yeah, there's like a pretty long break. And I remember in my year one there were even longer breaks. So like even like those breaks you can either use to study, like a good student, or you can just hang out with your friends. So there is a lot of free time, but you know when assignment period comes in, you definitely have to drill down and focus on your assignments. Is there any other courses? What happened? Why is that kept? Will students in the Common ICT program join the same class as those who did not? No.
No.
But when you do specialize after the Common ICT program, you will probably be in different classes for like than your previous class. But after that is you follow the class that you specialized in after you graduate. If I don't have any knowledge in ICT, but if I'm interested, can I sustain? Yes. Is the career prospect for the diploma in data science business related?
The diploma in,
Is the career prospects for the diploma in DS business related?
I mean, you can, after
It's
you
definitely
learn,
applicable.
Like,
Like you can apply all the concepts that you learn in DS.
you could be a business analyst.
Yeah, and being in the IT course also will help. If I take the Common ICT program, will I lose out compared to other students who already chosen the diploma? No.
No.
Because again, in the first semester, you learn every single course learns the same thing. So no, you won't. Which course suits me if I want to develop mobile apps? IT. If I chose the IT diploma, no. What is the difference between this? Can I rely on my passion and interest to enter a course like cybersecurity, which requires a net of 6? Yes.
It's a net of 8.
Sorry, yeah, it's a net of 8 actually. Any skills, languages to know before entering ICT courses? No, not really, but just be always willing to learn. Don't give up. Honestly.
I mean, if you want to learn like languages, you can
try learn
start with
like Python
Yeah.
or like on YouTube and stuff like that. There's a million tutorials, so you can definitely use that. But other than that, definitely always be willing to learn, and don't, when you do fail at something, don't
Give up.
yeah, don't give up at all. It's you have to tell yourself that literally don't give up, because it's quite draining if it is quite draining because you will go through a lot of failures in your ICT. Because again, if you're someone who doesn't know anything, you will go through a lot of oh my god, I don't know this, I don't know that. Oh my god, I just failed this test. So you go.
Both of us.
Does she know it? So yeah, you definitely do go through a lot of failures and struggles if you came in with no prior experience. But again, just really, really work hard, and you will do really well at the end of the day. Like me. Maybe not her, but like me.
Why you laugh?
Will those who are familiar with coding have an advantage over students who don't know coding? Yes. That's the short answer. Do such a relevant industry require me to work in super fast-paced environments and adapt quickly? Yes. Why? I feel like this industry very competitive. How are classes conducted these days? Again, it's half virtual lessons and half physical lessons.
What is a typical day of students studying in IT course?
Let's roll that. I'm kidding. Can I pick more? No. Oh, ICT courses more project-based or exam-based? Jewel, would you like to answer the question?
Project based.
Yeah.
Short answer.
Definitely project-based. But there are tests and written tests as well. But
I think during the COVID, there is more project based assignments.
even now, a lot of the assignments
Yeah.
have been modified to be project-based and likely individual as well to provide contact and stuff like that. For cybersecurity and digital forensics, do they have capture the flag competitions? Yes, we do, but it's usually external. Is the assessment based on exams and assignments or project work?
Huh?
All of them. It's a pretty holistic way to assess someone's learning. So there are like tests, there are assignments, and there is project work. And your GPA will contribute a lot to that. If the programming language you learn in secondary school is not the same language in ICT, how are you able to catch up?
What?
The person said they learn programming in secondary school, but let's say they don't learn it.
Confirm can catch up one.
Yeah.
Got one student here in our ICT also learn Python in secondary school.
He did really well for the first semester.
He did really well, yeah.
And you know what? He didn't learn other languages, but he also did really well. So you can
Yeah.
obviously catch up and be humble along the way.
Be humble.
What is considered severe vision deficiency? Why do you think you need to have great vision to be an ICT student? I think it's just for color, I think. It's
Colour?
right? I think it's color. Yeah, I think it's color.
Hello.
Yeah, because
Of course, the programming there got.
yes, and also like for wires and stuff like that. Like we do have networking
Infrastructure.
like modules, and you do have to know certain wires and certain
Oh yeah, you have to use like the certain cables.
certain cables, and those have different colors as well. And other than that, I don't really see anything else. I remember one of my friends actually wanted to sign up to cybersecurity, but since he was colorblind, they didn't let him in.
Oh really?
Yeah, and Joel.
Joel?
Mm.
Don't do that.
Joel. Yeah, Joel.
Okay, I
Yeah,
know.
Joel. But it's not like
really?
it's not like his points were able to go into CSF lah.
Don't say you like
But
that.
But they didn't let him in. He was not eligible for the CSF course because of his color blindness. Yeah.
Next topic. Color blindness.
It's 11:30 now, and I know there's something on. Let's see. There's the courses and career talks happening right now. So if you click the link below, or
I am cosmic color.
yes, of course. I'm so sorry. Immersive
Immersive media.
immersive media, that course, definitely unique color. Thank you for the prompt. Anyway, there's a courses and career talks happening right now, and you can click the link below and or this QR code here to be redirected. Yeah. All right, you know what, Joel? Let's talk about all the SIGs. And for that, let's
What is
go-
an SIG?
An SIG is a special interest group in ICT. So we have special interest groups such as Overflow, Orion, Nullsec, SCS, Amphibie, the Dot, PV, SIG, Genesis, and also most importantly ICT Society. So moving on to that, we have all these videos ready for you. So we will play them one by one, all in a row right now.
No. society video. Let's talk more about society.
Yeah, Joe. So let's talk about society. You talk about society.
Oh, I have been in society since my year 1. What about
And I
you?
was in society around early this year. So I joined because I was in an SIG, and also they asked
He
me
went
to...
for an interview.
No, I
He
didn't.
got rejected.
No, I didn't. I said I didn't want to be inside. Oh shit, I'm so funny to say that. I had no, as I said in the previous days, I wanted to focus on my work in the first year. So yeah, so that's why I declined like a position here. But in my year 2, I felt like I should join something, so I joined society and also SU. But yeah, in ICT society, I joined because I had like a position up, and they also asked me to be a GL for like a
Bonding camp.
bonding camp. So that's when I joined. Speaking of camps, what are events here in ICT society?
We have CSOP. It's like an orientation camp for like the freshies. We have F camp Athens. It's like a bonding camp for like the people in society. So you actually get to play games and stuff like that. And we have also like voluntary events, I think, to volunteer at like.
Yeah, but right now due to the pandemic,
Yeah.
a lot of events have been cancelled and or moved virtually. So actually, I've seen some virtual camps being made in certain CCAs, which have been an interesting thing to see. Yeah, so I think my time in ICT society has been really, really great. Everyone's really nice. Everyone's always out to help each other. Right now we have a tech team behind us, and they're all really nice. Shout out to Jesslyn. And you, Winter, and the guy in red
The humble guy. So humble.
from Jurong West. So yeah, and the Sheeny and also Ray, and they all, and the rest of the tech team from the few days also. So yeah, being in IT society, you know, every other SIG is definitely like coordinating each other. So you know, the photography and video SIG, you know, it's always like taking videos and pictures for us, and edits a lot of the interviews that you've seen just now. So yeah, there's a lot of coordination within the SIG. So expect that if you do join a certain SIG in ICT society, you're gonna be talking to the rest and coordinating certain events for them. Speaking on that, we also have an SIG that is very much into programming. So if actually you love programming, and if you want to get started and learn different languages outside the course, there's an SIG called Overflow. So SIG is really cool, and the video for that SIG will be playing right now. 3, 2, 1.
Like,
Joe, let's talk about
Oh.
project mates because our dear tech team has given us that talking point. How have your project mates been?
it's been fine. For this sem, for like 2 of my modules, I think is. Oh wait, for 2 of my modules is like chosen by our own. But I really rather like do individually. Oh, it's like I love project works. Like
Yeah, because project one actually definitely encourages you to work with other people, especially in the industry when you go and work. Yeah, 'cause definitely there'll be a lot of projects when you're working out there in the real world. But I do know of people who would rather do individually. Did Wesley ask a question? Is CSOP compulsory for all students? Sorry, we have a question from Wesley Teo. He asked, is CSOP, the camp, the annual camp for the ICT students, compulsory for all students? No. Sorry.
yes. Yes, it is compulsory.
It is compulsory, but if you have a valid reason, you may choose not to go.
But it's better for you to go.
Yeah, it's definitely better for you to go
because
because
you can
meet your
meet new
your
friends.
So actually talking about that, how was your first day of orientation? Looking at me, looking at everyone.
I saw him. I was like, I recognize this person.
Yeah, yeah, and then I saw Joe, and I was like, yeah, no. Next, but I saw my friend Yuki, and I was like, I like her, and I didn't even talk to her. I was like, oh, I just want to be her friend, which we eventually did, and I looked at. Oh, CSOP, the C stands for compulsory. Oh, so is it compulsory student orientation program? I always thought the CS meant cybersecurity. No one said that. Okay, sorry. Yeah, moving on. Yeah, so I looked
Yes,
at
it is
yeah. So our compulsory student orientation program was definitely a fun one.
yeah, and you looked at who Yuki and
I looked at
then
Yuki. I looked at you. I looked at Tammy. Then I looked at different boys. And I was like, gosh. And then yeah, so I was definitely drawn towards certain people. People who shared my interests and people who
are pretty.
interesting to look at. Yeah, so and along the way you definitely make other friends who will help you for certain modules. And if you actually have trouble making friends in ICT, which I've heard some people have encountered, you can do 3 things that me and Joel have compiled over the first few days. Firstly, you can do the I'm dumb, I don't know what to do.
Oh my god, can you help me with this?
Yeah, so that tactic really helps. So it really opens a conversation for like not only your work, but after that you can probe for different types of questions. Another one is joining CCAs, especially those in ICT society, so the different SIGs. So it's something like ICT society will definitely be a really great choice to meet new people, because I know y'all had like a lot of camps like initially in year 1, right? What was it?
Yeah.
What y'all do?
It's just like born, I guess.
Yeah, they
Like,
bonded, they
yeah.
met, and honestly, the most important part of it is that you can meet different people from different courses. So yeah, definitely try and diversify, like meeting new people. Another one is the last one. If one's the great thing about being an NTB student is that you can join variety of CCAs. So Jewel, I know you joined like 3 CCAs, and how was that for you? How was that for you? How was that for you?
It was alright.
Yeah, so she joined volleyball, she joined society, and then now she's in rowing. I was in SU, and I was
Not rowing.
I was in
But okay, rowing.
rowing in the canoe somewhere, and then I was in student union, which was an interesting experience.
How was it?
It's alright.
Okay.
It's a great time.
Mm.
It's not for everyone. I just like to say that. Yeah. But society is definitely a safer option. A lot of people, everyone's like super nice, like genuinely very nice. I'm talking to all of you. So yeah.
Talking to all of you.
Yeah, so to the 5 people watching right now. We love you. Oh. I can't believe these videos will be here forever. Okay.
Let's dive right into
Another SIG.
yeah.
So I actually really want to watch the photography and video SIG video. I think they seem really cool.
Mm.
Rolling in 3, 2, 1 with my favorite person, Jesslyn. Go. The photography with yeah. So
Why?
so that was showing the photography video SIG president. Seems really cool. Joa, if you had to choose an SIG to choose, where would you go?
It would be the PVSIG
Or
or overflow
overflow, but can you choose another one?
or NPV.
Yeah, amphibia sounds really cool as well. That's why we're gonna roll the video too. Amphibia is like a I'm so tired.
Amphibious. That's all I can think about.
Hi, my name is Renfred. I'm the current president of Amphibia Studios. I'm a second year student taking the course of Immersive Media and Game Design. So for Amphibia Studios, usually the main event we have is a game night, where basically everybody will come together in Discord due to COVID-19, and we will play games together through Discord call. Other activities will be things like workshops. So because we are game design immersive media focused SIG, we, usually workshop will be something like on Unity or maybe immersive media like Photoshop. So for me personally, I chose Amphibia Studios because it's the only SIG in ICT that offers things related to games. Usually the members can come to inquire about previous members' experiences. For example, from your seniors, like if you have problems with your assignments and you're not sure what to do, you can come and ask for some advice. If you like hobby in a game or immersive media like digital arts, you can join the SIG to learn more about these specific topics. For me, the most memorable will be when I took the Unity workshop along with one of the SIG in the engineering school. So the seniors held a workshop and taught us about a simple way to make a game in Unity. For example, movement. It was pretty memorable to me because we had breaks and our senior offered snacks for us too. As there are many other ESCO members, Amphibi Studios ESCO treat each other as equals. So although we have individual roles, if we have issues, we can always seek help from the other members so that you will not feel any stress and have problems with coping both studies and ESCO roles. I would say that if you are interested in games or have a hobby, or maybe you just want to come to have some fun and relax so you can de-stress from the hectic life, maybe you can join Amphibi Studios where you can learn more about games if you are interested.
Hi, welcome back.
Welcome back, boys. So, right now, we're gonna talk about.
Oh my god, you look like motorcycle. the driver, Grab food.
Sorry, context. We have like a really handsome friend at the back. He looks like a motorcycle. He looks like a Grab driver.
Yeah.
Anyway, ICT. Yes. Beef, do you have any topics for us? The audience, anyone? Everything under the sun. These past 3 days.
Anything you want to know?
What did you and your friends enjoy about IT?
No, he's supposed to ask us.
Alright, can you ask me that? What is that? Assignments done, food done, study places done. But you know what? Let's revisit those places.
Let's revisit the study places.
Let's talk about
NP.
So in NP, there's a million study places. There's actually, my favorite has to be the one in FMS level 8. It's like a really open space with aircon and plugs and stuff like that. So it's been like one of my favorite study places. Another one is above Makam Place, which is
51.
Which is at 51, and yeah, it's like an open area, open outdoor area.
And mine would be the atrium. It's like an open space.
Yeah.
A lot of people like study. There plugs as well.
Yeah.
And other places to study would be like the library or like there's a hangout spot.
Yeah. There's a new hangout place, which is the UOB hangout place. It's really cool. There's like a gigantic mirror, and there's like study places as well. There's like study areas.
There's like a boxing.
Yeah, there's like a boxing one. There's like a thing, and it's like really really cool. The mirror is gigantic. It's my favorite thing. And then, but the place looks really organic, and it's really really new, and they just furnished it. So if you're enrolling this year, you should really check it out. I think
it's just beside ICT block.
It's just beside it. It's really really cool.
Or like
there's also our space in block 72 in the BA building, which is really cool as well. But that's usually packed with certain students, so if you
there's like the block 22 where you can book a room.
Yes,
and then
you can book a room like with your friends. You can connect your laptop to the projector or your phone to the projector, and they'll like project on the screen. So that's great. And then there's another. Oh, you know what? Let's talk about where you should take photographs in MP. So I think the most common one is definitely the tennis court, which is beside the ICT building as well.
Basically, it's his favorite spot.
Yeah, it's it's not my favorite spot. It's like
but it's just a spot.
it's just a spot that most people
most
will
of
go
the
to.
time.
Yeah, because it's like no one really uses it and it's a cute aesthetic. But I don't really take pictures there, nor do I post pictures there because everyone's taking pictures as well. So I take like around the perimeter.
Don't lie lah, you take the other time, then you change the background, the sky, right?
Oh my god. Oh yeah, I did. Oh no. But I've since archived that photo. So no one will know. Another place that I really like to take photographs at is where?
Staircase.
Yeah, staircases in MP are really cool. But also at Makan Place. Oh no, not Makan Place. Like the open space at near Makan Place is also really cool. The front entrance of NP is also really cool. Where else have I taken pictures? Or honestly,
when the sun sets.
yeah, when the sunset is really pretty in MP. So you can take pictures there too. So honestly, anywhere as well, because like there's a million white blank walls in NP, so you can take photos there as well. There's also, I know they have like a, in Atrium they have this, like not a podcast, like a room, like a studio room. Yeah, and it's like for NP radio, yeah, something like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know how that works, but that was really interesting to look at. Let me see. Joe, what's your favorite food in
It would be at the food club. Honestly, the typical like ICT student place. Like my favorite food, I think it would be the Korean stall one, the beef hot plate set. And what about you? You like the yogurt, right?
Yeah, the yogurt's really nice. Support your local yogurt businesses. And also mala is really cool as well. There's mala in every single food court in MP, so a lot of variety, and honestly they're all quite the same.
Oh, there's also Subway at the
There's Subway and Makan Place. And in Makan Place is like more like food stalls. So
yeah, and in NP we also use cashless payment.
yeah, cashless payment. So you don't have to bring cash around. So, if you have a bank account, a bank card, you can just use PayNow, PayLah to like scan a QR code and then send the money into the person. So yeah, we actually have a start programming in 30 minutes class. Starting in a bit. Someone send me the script.
No, there's no script.
There is.
The start programming is in the link, right? Oh, it's 12:30. Oh, psych. Just kidding.
Hey guys. You know what? Let's talk about mental health while being an ICT student. Joe, how has your mental health been since year one?
It's fine. What about you? I know you have a lot of mental.
Okay. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
There's definitely struggles you face being an ICT student because it is a pretty stressful competitive environment, but you do have a lot of supportive teachers and friends around you, so you'll do fine as long as you have those things with you. And if anything, there's also like, counseling and NP if you ever need kind of help for anything. So that's been really cool that they have that, that avenue of help if you ever need anything. So, and also like every other day, do you notice how like NP will email you that there's like a wellness thing, like a mental health thing?
Yeah.
There's like a mental health. There's like a lot of mental health like advocacy in NP. So like they give you like certain links, and there's also certain talks and workshops you can go to. Every other day I get an email about that, so that's really cool. Especially now with the pandemic and stuff, I think everyone's mental health has been like affected and stuff like that. So if you are an NP, you are a student who has a lot of avenues if you ever need help, because the school is definitely very helpful when it comes to that. So yeah.
Speaking of school, you know there's a Studio 27 beside our school.
Yeah, and
yeah.
you can study there too, and I think there's a studio, right?
Yeah, where you can play games with your friends.
Yeah, you can play. There's like literally like an area for you just to play games.
Yeah, there's like it's full of laptops.
Yeah.
I mean,
and
not
it
really
looks like it
computer.
looks like a game cafe. There's also like a studio, like you can sing there. Why haven't we used that? Like it's a real studio. Have you seen it?
I thought it was in the library.
No. It's Studio 27. There's like a
Oh,
like it looks like a recording studio.
okay, we should go there someday.
Yeah, it's really cool. So
Mm.
there's a lot of like interesting facilities in MP in general. Like they're all really new. There's like there's a black box. Oh, black box. You know, over there at 72. Black box.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I think it's like dancing and stuff like that. There's also theater stuff. And then there's also like there's also what other facilities are there? There's a swimming pool.
Oh yeah.
There's a swimming pool, there's a gym. There's
Field.
there's a field.
There's a volleyball court.
There's a gym that requires booking, but it is free. Yeah. I used to go to the gym a lot, but it was closed for a while due to the pandemic. Also, you know, the swimming pool is free too, but you do have to book it. Actually, do you? Can you like book with your friends?
I think you have to book it cause now COVID.
No, as in like, what if I want to swim with my friends?
I think can both of you book together.
No, as in like the 10 of us.
Then
Sorry, eight.
I think there's a limited number of people like in that timing.
Yes, booking starts in 3 weeks advance, I think. Yeah. Let me see.
Speaking of swimming, I'm in canoe polo.
Yeah, she's in canoe polo. Talk
It's
to me
really
about your
fun.
CCA, Jewel.
It's really fun. What am I supposed to tell you about canoe polo? Like we take the boat and then we sit in the pool and then we row. That's basically the gist of it.
Yeah.
And
Let's see. Let's talk about making friends.
sure. Let's talk about making friends. The 3
Let's see.
tips again.
I've seen some people have trouble making friends in ICT because everyone's kind of very reserved. I think that's just the nature of an ICT student, just a very reserved kind of nature. Not that they're shy, it's just they're quite reserved. So, you know, speaking to people might be a daunting task for most people. But just remember that a lot of people are actually really nice here, you know.
Yeah, all actually very nice.
Yeah, everyone's very nice. And yeah, if you do have trouble making friends, again, just join an SIG and CCA somewhere. Diversify the ways in which you make friends. And I'm sure you'll meet a lot of good ones along the way. I think I've been grateful enough to meet like a solid group of friends that I feel that satisfaction. What about you?
Same for me.
Yeah.
Like, I'm satisfied.
I'm satisfied also. So yeah, because you know your friends can be a really great support system if you ever need help, academically, mentally, stuff like that. So yeah, and yeah, Joe, thoughts? Do you wanna
We just wrote a clip of Jane.
No. Joel, can you summarize to me in 3 words your NP ICT experience?
Fantastic. Great, good.
Great and good. Mine would have to be challenging, but that's not a bad thing. I think being challenged is really good because you know it keeps life very interesting. I like to say grateful for my friends and my teachers who have all been very, very kind to me and have always supported me along the way, like genuinely. Another one would just have to be Kindness, because I feel like everyone's really kind here. Yeah. Yeah, that's my 3 words. What about your favorite moment while you were in NPICT?
Um,
Events, camps?
I guess it's the orientation camp. Like it's
You
the
as a
big
GL or you as a student?
student. I think it's like the beginning of like everything, and that's where like I met like a pretty good group of friends, and yeah, and now there's a question from Angel Lee, who asked, "How are assignments like?" Assignments. So for now, it's like mostly assignments. There's not much like tests. So assignments are like either group or individual. So now for assignments, yeah, it really ranges. Or like for some modules, some of them have like changed to like individual altogether. So that is like more, I guess, more convenient for like the people to do. Cause now it's like during the pandemic, right? It's really hard to like communicate and stuff like that. Yeah, your assignments?
My assignments for a CSF student again is very practical based. So a lot of tools and different like techniques and different types of software definitely used. Different types of systems are used like for your assignments, and then after every assignment you have to like present to your tutor that, hey, I used X, Y, and Z and this produced A, B, and C. Yeah, something like that. Assignments can usually last for like a month and stuff, but some assignments start really early on because it's rather heavy. So for instance, my DF assignment started off like maybe like around early December. So yeah, and some assignments right now are starting, but some haven't been announced yet. So for instance, my malware analysis tool and techniques module, the assignment hasn't been up yet. So yeah, some assignments are early, some late, but usually they last around a month. And a lot of the presentations are during late January and early February, before the school ends, but before the semester ends. Me and Jewel mentioned that we were in CITB. So I actually want to cue a video for the CITB course chair, Dr. Woon. And along with that, an interview with the year 1 CITB student, Jianing. The clips will be rolled one by one consecutively right now. Sorry, I have a question from Prithvi Roshan. He asked, I am from Jurong Secondary School. I taught my class in computing. Can you explain what modules and electives are? Jewel?
So modules are like subjects. Electives are also subjects that you can choose from. So every semester you have like core modules, and some semesters there are like electives that you can choose from.
Yeah, okay, we have a question from the audience. They were talking about the gender ratio in ICT. Jewel?
It's quite obvious that there are more guys.
Than girls. But there's nothing to be afraid of. All the guys in ICT are really nice. And yeah, they're all really nice. And like, you know, a lot of them have a very reserved nature, so they keep to themselves a lot. So, you know, not
Like very introverted.
very introverted, and they're all very shy and very nice. So it's all great.
They are really nice though. Even though they are introverted, they
Yeah.
are really nice.
Yeah, they're always there to help you if you're a girl and stuff like that. So if you're a guy and you know it's a school full of guys, I'm pretty sure it's great for you as well. Can have a lot of bros, you know? Good for you. My G. Oh.
iOS.
No.
Oh, scholarship.
Oh, right. Joel, what are the different scholarships in ICT or NP in general? Well, there's a bunch of scholarships every single semester, and they vary a lot. So, for instance, in my course, there's something called a Singtel Cadet Scholarship. It comes around every other semester, so you can apply for it and get like an internship and like at Singtel when you do go for your internship. Someone asked, ICT is very competitive. Joel? It's quite competitive.
I'm not sure about DS, but FI is quite competitive as well. But for DS, it's a new course, so it's really depending on the people that enter and like the people who really...
I think it depends on the environment. I feel like FI, IM people are pretty chill, and there's not a lot of competition out there. But in like CSF
No,
and
FI also have. Have.
it depends on the course. I can only speak from experience. For being a CSF student, there's a lot of pressure to do well. So yeah, but some people have been able to cope well, and some have not. But you know, there's a lot of avenues for you to get help if you need academic help and stuff like that. But I have seen some people.
Right?
No. I've seen some. Okay, you know what? Let's talk about choosing your course. So should you choose a practical route, or should you choose a more passionate route? Like, oh, this course seems really practical in the future. I think I'll get a lot of money. Or should I go the route of, I like this course, seems interesting, and I'm passionate in it.
I think you should go with your passion, because if you go to like a course where it's like, oh, next time can earn money, you might not really like the course.
Yeah.
Then you might lose interest, and I don't know, you might just don't
It might
care.
really affect your GPA and your work in the future. So even if you do lose interest, actually no, I feel like if you choose a course, it should really be based on your interest and according to the practicality of the interest. So I was always interested in cybersecurity. I always thought it was really interesting. And on top of that, there was like a lot of job prospects in the future. So I thought it was a win-win. But I know some people join certain courses because just practicality alone. But I don't think that will sustain you for like the 3 years. So I've seen some people in my course, lose interest and kind of just give up. So we don't want to be those. We shouldn't, strive for those, we shouldn't strive for that. But if you do end up not enjoying your course, you can definitely transfer. Right, Joe?
Yeah, you can appeal. Like, one of my classmates didn't really like FI, so he appealed to IT. And I believe it was better for him.
Yeah.
Because I think he did better.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because he like programming stuff, like practical.
Yeah,
stuff.
but the appealing process is it's still a process. So I think it takes into consideration a lot of factors. So like your GPA, and stuff like that. And just I think there's an interview process involved as well. So you really have to make your case and tell them why I am unhappy in this course. Oh, Jaslyn asked how much are the school fees? I think for Singaporeans it's around 1.5k.
Yeah, 1.5.
Then if you're a PR and if you go for a tuition grant it's around 3k. If you're an international student it's higher. I'm not sure of the actual number.
I'm not sure.
Can someone check? The foreign student.
But there are some schemes that NP have lah. Like you can apply for bursary as well.
Wesley Teo asked, any eye candies in school? In ICT?
For
No.
you? I thought you had.
Eye candy in school. Oh,
Or don't have.
right. I have to pretend like I'm normal, right?
Yeah.
She was in she was in my course. Yeah. I thought she was cute. What about you?
Yeah, he was in my class. I thought he was cute.
But yeah. In ICT there's like nice guys everywhere, so pick and choose whatever you like. Nice guys and girls everywhere. So pick and choose whatever you like. But if you feel like it doesn't satisfy you, you can go to other schools and look around. Yeah, like you go to Malcolm Place and like munch. There's a lot of things to see and sights to behold. And for school fees, right? There's like financial assistance schemes in MP, and they're pretty supportive of that. So because they believe every student matters and no student should be denied education because of their financial constraints. NP has offered a host of financial schemes to help the needy students for their educational needs and purposes and expenses. So we have things like financial aid for tuition fees. So we have the PSEA scheme, which is the post-secondary education account scheme. We have the CPF education loan scheme, Mendaki scheme, tuition fee loan, and government study loans. And for IT devices, since we are in an ICT school, we have something called the notebook loan. We have an iPad loan. We have opportunity fund subsidy for notebook purchases, opportunity fund subsidies for iPad purchases, and the IMDA NEU PC Plus program. For bursaries and grants, we have certain things such as
The overview of bursary and grants.
No.
You have the Higher Education Community Bursary, Higher Education Bursary, and like a Diploma Foundation Program, DFP Bursary. And for additional financial aid,
we all have like the foreign language grant. We have the overseas student program loan. We have the COVID-19 fund, which I personally applied for, and the emergency grant. So yeah, a lot of these additional ones are for like emergency purposes, especially during the pandemic. There are a lot of people hit financially, so these grants were really helpful, and MP has really helped a lot of students with their expenses. And we actually have a start programming in 30 minutes e-taster course starting in around 5 minutes at 12:30. So it's an e-taster course conducted by the SIG Overflow. And they'll be giving a 30-minute intro into programming using Python, which is the first programming language that you will learn in ICT in the first year. This is followed by a fun activity on how to do drawings with the use of code. So yeah, they'll be up in like 5 minutes. In the meantime, we actually have a video for Overflow. Yeah. So just to supplement your learning and see what kind of SIG Overflow actually is. So the video will be up in 3, 2, 1.
roll the clip.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Tabif. I'm currently a year 2 student who's currently taking a diploma in information technology.
I'm also a year 2 student taking information technology. My name's Lee.
Lee Sutter. So actually right now there's a programming e-taster course which is going on. It is by Overflow, which is a special interest group in the Ngee Ann Poly School of ICT. So in this start programming course, it's actually a 30-minute intro into Python, which is actually the programming language that the ICT students will learn in their first semester.
Yep.
So using this in this course, after like learning the basics, they'll actually be able to do how to draw with code. So it's a very interesting course, and I encourage all of you watching to actually sign up so you all can experience Python. And if for those who already know Python, you can still join to brush up on your skills. So to join this e-taster course, you can actually scan the QR code, or the link to the course is also in the chat, which can either be here or here depending on how big you want to see us. So talking about Python, it's actually, as I said, it's actually the first ever programming language we learned in Poly ICT, and it was a interesting module.
Yeah, did you know anything about Python before you came?
No, before actually coming to the school of ICT, I had no idea on what is programming. I had no experience and or anything, and it was completely new to me when I first came into the ICT, and it was hard at the start when Chio was showing how it's done, because there were like all the terms which was new to me, like how to, even as simple as you want to show a line of code, to put the string blah blah, blah if so it was new to me. I was taken aback at first, but slowly doing practicals, doing the going through tests, doing assignments, it slowly helped me, and actually by the end of it I was quite good at programming. And for you, how was Python?
Programming not really the best module for me, or like I'm not really the best at it. But I didn't let that stop me lah. I'm still in. I never dropped out or transfer course because I couldn't do programming, and I didn't have any experience either. I just came into IT knowing that there was such thing as programming, but not really knowing what different languages exist or anything like that. But learning Python, I think, is a good foundation as well. At first, you see it's like really complicated because you never seen something like this before. But once you start learning, actually, you start to pick up, and you look at other people's code and everything like that, and making friends, you start to get a hang of it. And I think towards the end, I was alright at it. I wouldn't say I was good, but I was alright at it. I knew how to code things.
I mean, during the assignments and everything, actually seeking help of friends was really helpful.
Yeah,
I remember helping you.
Yes, you did help me, and then not just you, but like
you actually
learning from other people. You start to see like how people do their code, and then
like the same question, right, can have like multiple different answers. So you can actually, like, when you ask help from anyone, you can actually see like maybe person A has done a simpler method for question, like part one of the question, and person B has done another even simpler method. So you can, it's like you learn from all your friends, and it helps your own programming as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Actually, we have a question by Pritif, and he's asked what course fits me if I'm interested in the course in financial technology. So to answer your question, Pritif, the course which you might be interested in is data science. Because if you're interested in financial technology, most like if you're going into the finance industry on the tech side, mostly it's like you're doing data analytics for the company and like machine learning. So the course on data science mainly is about machine learning and data analytics, and it's all about like data analytics.
But I would say you don't have to just close your options to data science. IT actually, or information technology, you can learn things about finance. And also like I took sales and marketing in IT, and we have internships available for like fintech.
Even though we're IT students, we also can take like fintech. And also fintech internship positions, and also we have those predictive analysis, data analysis, machine learning electives as well. And if you're unsure, like you're interested in financial technology but you're unsure whether you really want to take data science, we actually encourage you to come to the Common ICT program, because on the first semester you can actually experience the different
All of them.
yeah,
all
actually all the
different-
different courses, and
yeah.
after that you can you can choose what course to take for the next 5 semesters.
Yep.
And regarding common ICT program, actually later we'll be having a whole segment dedicated to it, so you can actually tune in to understand more about what's common ICT program. And we also have another question from Angel, who has asked how does the GPA work?
Well, GPA it's just a grading system that is, I mean, it's unlike secondary school or whatever. You don't really get a certain grade or anything. The GPA,
I
it's
mean,
out
like
of 4.
PSLE, which higher the better.
Yeah. So and then like it's out of 4, and just getting the highest GPA possible. It is also to do with your credit units.
Yeah.
Each module in a course actually has different amount of credit units. So certain,
depending how heavy it is.
yeah, certain modules have higher expectations than others, and doing well for like the higher weightages improves your GPA better.
So like the better you do, you get more credit units, and all these credit units come together and like average out, and then you get your GPA.
Mm-hmm.
And the another question, but this by an anonymous viewer. So he asked, what is the chance in getting data science with an N-level score of 8 points? So currently, data science does not have any cutoff point. That's because it's actually a new course. It used to be called financial informatics. Now it's been revamped into data science, because it is from fully focusing more on the data business side of the course. It actually shifted a bit more to like more of data analytics and machine learning. So it's been a revamped course, and there's no cutoff points. So you can still try applying, because it will be the new cutoff points will be based upon this year's intake. So only like next year's batch will be able to know what is the cutoff points. So you can also get kind of an idea on how much is likely to be comparing it to the other courses in Ngee Ann Polytechnic's ICT courses. But you can still try applying with whatever score you have, because you never know, maybe this year might have a higher intake or a higher cutoff score. So just try lah.
So back to programming. What was your favorite programming language?
Actually, during the first year, because first year we actually learned, first semester, the only programming language we initially learned was Python, and it was like kind of like introducing us to programming. And because it was very new to me, but eventually I got hold of it, I started to love it a lot, and actually I was craving for more questions. And actually, our practicals, it was tested by this system called like a website called Cosmology, where the teacher will assign the practical questions in the cosmology. But the difference is that, unlike like your normal practicals where you just do for a teacher to mark, in this one there's actually like points you can attain, points you can get according to how fast you do it, and also if you do it you get points lah. So what you do with the points is that there's actually a leaderboard system across the batch. So the faster you do, the more you do, you actually can see your name pop up, and like the top 3, obviously your name will be the biggest. So it's kind of like there's no prize from doing it first. I mean, apart from your practical marks, but there's like doing it first, there's not actually like marks. There's not prize lah, but it's just more of like your pride lah, because you can get to see your name. Like when any of your cohort mates go into the cosmology, they'll be able to see your name first.
You can use that competitive spirit to like try and do better than someone else, or do faster than someone else. Then that encourages you to do that.
I mean, like once you can see your name in the leaderboard, you'll actually be encouraged to continue performing well. And even for me, actually, at the start when I was struggling with Python, I had to ask my friends for what to do. So I wasn't actually in the leaderboard at all lah. But closer to the end, or like maybe across the term break, I started to doing more like doing the assignment, doing all these extra like practicals, and also because I went in to like find online resources on how to do it, I started to enjoy it. So like after that, it's like I turned over a new leaf, and I was actually waiting for cosmology new practicals to come out. Like 3 of them, I'll be waiting there. When did they come out? And then literally like at the side of my bed, I'll just hold. Then once it comes out, I'll quickly and send it, because actually like got people from my class will also be doing that, who because all want to try and get the additional points to be on the leaderboard. And I mean, it was a good thing because the fact that actually I think one of the reason even got me started to made me want to like do my practicals as early as possible was the leaderboard system. So like I was competing with my friends, so I started to do very quickly, and I mean it's good like cause in that way you're not gonna submit your practicals late, and yeah.
I think actually it was the opposite for me. I was like earlier on, then I like was faster and stuff. But once it got more and more complicated, and there were like so many ways to do certain things, I was like, not really good at this.
Yeah, at the start it was kind of more guided by the teacher, but eventually once the teacher expect us to know the basics.
Yeah, and then I try to come up with your own methods and stuff. I was like, not so good at this. But nonetheless, I still did my work. I never stopped doing my work. But then it moved on to C#, right?
Yeah, I mean
C#.
I want to talk more about the programming, how Python, how it's the marks are given. So actually like apart from your practical tests, the marks are also given from like exams, your assignment, also class participation. So for the exams it's like 2 hours and your Wi-Fi is locked, and they'll just give you a few questions, and you have to do them. This is quite good because it ensures that it's like your previous like your exams you've done, like your PSLE or your O level, N level, where you are it's just you and your laptop, and you're gonna code for 1-2 hours. You can't ask for help. So this tests you on whether you actually know your coding or not, because like if practicals you can actually, or even assignments you can actually be asking your friends or asking online resources, and by the end of it maybe you could have gotten a great mark, but you're not really actually strong in that, because mainly you've programmed based on help. So these kind of practicals, these kind of practical exams, you are really testing it, and
there's also written test.
Yeah, the written test.
Yeah, like
how's the written test?
Pen and paper. I'm not so good at that, because in coding, I think a lot of people expect to be able to code and test and then see whether it works, because a lot of the actual programming is done on a application that can show you what's your mistakes or show what's going on with your code, and without being able to test or seeing whether your syntax is wrong, it makes it quite difficult when you have to do a written test all by yourself. And then there's also the pseudocode, which I think that part I'm okay with, because in my mind I can. Okay, so pseudocode is like, instead of writing the raw code itself, it's writing a step by step what your code is going to do, and then
But I have to write it down in code.
No. You don't have to. You can write it down words in just simple words. In English. Step by step. What's my code gonna do in this step, step, and that part I was okay with, because I could actually I knew what my code was going to do, and I knew what I was going to say, or what the output was going to be. But when it came to actually writing the code raw, I was not so good at that, because I rely on the program to tell me, you didn't type this, you didn't type that.
I mean, let's say the code is like, if y, in code you have to put if y if bigger is a sign, bigger than x, do. But in pseudocode you literally write if y is bigger than x, then do. So it's kind of like, can also be used for like planning of your code before you.
It's encouraged to do that also, because I think there was like certain tutorials or assignments that we were asked to write the pseudocode before we start coding, so that we could understand what our code was gonna do as well.
Actually, even when I was signing up for my EAE the course of IT, I had actually gone to like school of signed up for EAE, school of SP, IT, school of NP, school of IT, course of IT. And all the tests they do, they give the option of, if you know how to code, they actually give a test lah, so they give you a question, and it was quite difficult actually. Like, maybe now I might be able to do that, but back then I look at it, I was completely lost, because I've never coded in my life prior to that. So that 1 hour, 1.5 hour test of either you write code or pseudocode, it just went by with me like, interesting question. I can't go on.
I don't know what pseudocode means.
So obviously I never get into the EAE, but eventually through the like normal process of JE, is it called? For us we were O-level students, so from JE then I ended up in the IT course anyway, so it's meant to be.
I think actually uh nowadays the importance of coding is like rising.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people are learning to code even before they get
I
into
mean, aren't they introducing it to secondary
and primary school.
Primary school, so,
primary 6. I think after their PSLE, they're encouraged to like learn how to code or something in classrooms, and I think that's good. I mean, I think every course, my friends from other courses, they are starting to learn how to code.
Yeah.
Even if they are business or whatever, you think business, when are they going to code?
I always hear complaints from the business people. I'm learning business, why am I learning coding? But I feel that coding is going to be a crucial in the future.
Yeah.
Because
everything transitioning to
the whole world is like technologically advanced, and coding might become like one of your core skills, like your English and maths. Also, everybody's expected to know coding.
Yeah. And it's good like if the people now if like the batches, the new batches come in and they know how to, they have the basics of coding and stuff like that. I think it's good. They can like you say EAE, you didn't know anything, right?
Yeah.
Maybe nowadays they would know.
Maybe
you know,
students who because I mean there's also like my school didn't offer, but there's like in secondary school also there's computing, right?
My school didn't offer, but I've heard friends that have. Yeah.
And I mean if you have those type of EAE to like coming to Ngee Ann Poly might be easier lah. But of course right now it's too late for EAE and it's all going to be direct admission.
Yes.
And I mean that was semester 1 Python, but there's more to coding than that lah. So in actually semester 2 we learned C#, which is another programming language, which there is a bit of familiarity to Python, but it was also different lah. So like Python, we only had like one single page, and there were like classes and everything, but we did everything in one page. Whereas C# was object-oriented programming, so there's like abstract classes. There's like it's just like a lot of like codes which were in different files and everything. So it all has to come together and work. And initially I was super lost because actually by the time I ended the Python course, Python module, I thought actually programming is so easy. I can do this for the next 3 years or even like my life lah. And when I came to C#, I was completely lost again. As you know, like I had to again rewire my brain on how C# works because of it's more spread out. And again, I had to start from the beginning of asking my friends for help, finding online resources, asking my teachers for help. And of course, actually doing programming, don't be afraid to ask for help. You can ask your teachers. Some of the teachers will give you their contact number, so you can like in WhatsApp or Telegram. If you're unsure, you can contact them, but don't contact them at like midnight lah. Contact them during like work hours.
I mean, some of them do reply at midnight. I mean, it depends but I think
your teachers.
I think a lot of people find programming the most difficult part because of like lack of experience and like it's a challenging process to learn how to code, but there's a lot of help for it because a lot of people, they know that that's probably going to be the most challenging part of coming to an ICT course. So
I mean there might be some of your classmates who have prior experience in programming, so you can actually ask them for help. And also now online you can actually find so many online resources, like the Stack Overflow. There's a lot of YouTube videos. The W3S schools, is it? Used for HTML mainly.
So there's all I know what you mean, but I can't remember the name.
With all these resources, you can just Google, and sometimes like the direct answer or answer which can be paraphrased to fit your work is there. So it's actually like, and also like quite self-directed learning like in poly compared to secondary school where you having a teacher who's like kind of guiding you through the years. In this case, you want help, you seek help.
You gotta seek it yourself. But there is always going to be help if you choose to find some. But it is based on how much effort you put in. If for example I wasn't very good at programming, but doesn't mean that I like just stop there, give up. I wanted to continue with my course, meaning I still had to do well, I still had to learn. So I seeked help. I looked for my teachers, my friends, many classmates, and yeah, you get to learn a lot, and I'm sure you learned a lot from teaching me as well, right?
I mean, yeah, because when during our Python assignment,
Yeah.
I quite did it quite fast before most of my classmates. So during Python lessons, I was quite free, and I was actually going about helping whoever needed help. And I realized that actually, like, I taught them the method to do it, and they actually did it more
Like in a simpler
more
way.
simpler, with more like it was much more simpler than mine, and they also did the exact same thing lah. So actually, by teaching them, right, I also found like it also taught I also taught myself that actually, you know what, maybe what I did wasn't the best method, and then I actually made some edits to my code based on what I've seen from them. And even right now, like last semester, I learned Android development, and like maybe over the holidays I slightly forgot a bit. And recently, like my friends from they're actually doing like entrepreneurial courses, and they are actually learning. They are currently learning Android development, and knowing that I've done it before, they actually came to ask for my help, and by helping them, I also actually like kind of recall everything, and it helped me a lot lah.
Okay.
Actually, we got another question. So it's by Chunwei, who has asked, what do you think about cybersecurity? So actually, cybersecurity, we have the cybersecurity course, and initially, me and Lee also actually wanted to go into the cybersecurity
That was my
course.
first choice.
Yeah, because we were initially both from Common ICT program, and we when we actually came into poly, the first week, I was talking to Lee lah, and he also said that he actually wants to go to the cybersecurity course. But when there's in the year one, all the students will be going through the cybersecurity fundamentals module, where we learned about offensive hacking, defensive hacking, about all the DDoS and like ethical hacking and encryption.
Yeah,
encrypting and everything. And over that when I went through that module, module, I felt that it's not for me lah. I mean, I could do it lah, but I felt that, you know what, maybe, I mean, I've heard from my friends, my family, oh, cybersecurity is a good job prospect.
Yeah.
It's a high paying job. But when I went through the module myself, I felt that
you prefer to do
I
something
actually
else.
prefer like the programming side. So that's why I actually went to IT and not cybersecurity. But actually, there were also people who maybe
Really
have
enjoyed it.
come into IT, or they were intending to go CSF, and they actually really enjoyed the CSF module, and they are now currently taking the cybersecurity course for the next 3 years lah.
Yeah.
And I mean, cybersecurity is quite a good future career prospects, because it's one of the world is moving towards technology, and with a rise in technology, there's also like more cybercrime, more like data is very data valuable now, so there's a lot of hackings happening as well. So cybersecurity they are like the future police force, because everything is data now, and it's the most valuable thing it's gonna be the most valuable thing lah. So you can become like the ethical hackers, or you can even become like a security analyst for a company, and it's quite good job prospects. And if you enjoy it, go for it.
Yeah.
And don't just think of onward cybersecurity because everybody has been saying, just so you can either come into the common ICT program to experience it if you're unsure, or if you really are sure that you want to go for cybersecurity, you can just apply for the cybersecurity course.
Yes. Yep. So back to programming.
Apart from C# in year one, we also learned HTML.
Yeah, and basically HTML is the front end of a website. So what you would see when you jump into a website or something like that.
We like Python and C#. I guess it's more like back end, because is all the brains of the product lah.
And it's basically taught first, so that you understand what you're trying to do in HTML as well. Because if you want to create a website and make it all look nice, you need to know what it's for.
Yeah.
So we learn the back end first, and then we learn how these things function, and then combine it with our front end to make a website that looks nice and functions well.
I mean, because when we learned Python and C#, when you actually you do the program and you run it, all you see is a command prompt or command control box where it's just lines of code, and if they ask for input, you type it in. And I guess you can is not as like visually lah. visual, whereas HTML is more because it's mainly about website. It's about visual, how it looks, how fluid it is, how everything works, and even animating the website. So it's very different because now there is because in coding when you're doing the C# and Python, you're just gonna code only. But this way, you can't like unlike Wix where you can just drag and drop how you want the website to be. You can't really imagine it. You have to be able to know that, oh, if I code this way, this is how it will end up looking. I mean, you can obviously run to test it out lah, but it's very different compared to C# and Python.
Yeah, and I think that's why I found it difficult because I had to really like know what I'm doing when I type certain things out because it's, as you said, it's not drag and drop. But later on, full stack development combined everything together, and web development. Like we have to do, how do you say, like you have to know the front end, the back end already. Then now you combine it and do projects to make a whole entire website. And what website did we do?
I mean, during the web module, we did the airlines website, which combined the C# and HTML. So the HTML was the front end, and then the C# was the back end. So it's like in year one we learned like the foundation, the two different ones, and in the year two we put them together. To create a fully functioning product. Before, I mean, sorry to cut you, but actually we have another event which is going to happen right now, which is e-taster class called Stay Vigilant and Expect the Unexpected, which is by NowSec, another special interest group in the Ngee Ann Polytechnic School of ICT. So in this course, it's all about how individuals can protect themselves from common cybersecurity attacks, such as malicious emails, calls, as well as understanding the danger from connecting to free public Wi-Fi. So if you want like e-taster, it's mainly about the cybersecurity. So if this e-taster will help you understand more about what the cybersecurity is about. So for just now, Chinwei who asked about cybersecurity, this might be a good event for you to attend. So to join this, you can simply scan the QR code, which is on this here, and there's also the link to the course in the chat, which is either here or below, depending on the size of how big the screen is. Yes.
And talking about how big a screen is, actually, isn't that like something we had to do in HTML? Need to adapt the.
Yeah. Because apart, the difference is that as you know, when like even like those who are watching, when you're looking at websites, you're looking at your phone, you're looking at your laptop, you're looking at your iPad, they all, even though it's the same website, they might have a different layout. So we learn how to make responsive websites such that when you go visit the website in your laptop, let's say like there's the navigation bar. But then when you go into your phone, it's actually like a menu, which like a side menu or a hamburger menu where you click there only like a list of the navigation comes up. So this is all responsiveness. And it's good to be strong in that as well, because like right now we're doing this portfolio module where they just give us the problems. It's a quite a broad problem statement, and you can use whatever skills you've learned over the years.
You can use new skills as well if you also choose to. Like I'm programming a Discord bot or coding a Discord bot, and doing that we never learned that in school, but you just using the basics that they have taught you, you can pick up new skills along the way yourself.
And for me, I'm actually making a website right now, which is mainly because we are both doing the same problem statement of learning is the new normal, which is helping students in developing countries to learn from home because of the ongoing pandemic. So my group solution was about creating a portal where students can communicate with teachers. They can ask any questions and any teacher can answer them and anything. So in that website, initially we presented the website only, and the teacher said, oh, you should actually make it more responsive. So over the weekend, actually this past weekend, the weekend just started. I mean, like since yesterday, I've been making the website more responsive such that I've been testing it out on the laptop, on my phone, on my iPad. I mean, I don't have one. Actually, on your laptop, if you want to see what is it about, you actually press Ctrl Shift I on any website, and you can actually select you can actually see the coding of the website, which is quite cool, and also you can set different device to see how a website will look like in the different devices. So unfortunately, we've come to the end of
The
the programming language, and we're actually now going to be sharing about the common ICT program. So what is the common ICT program about, Lee?
Well, it stands for a Common Infocom Technology Program, and it's actually a 1 semester program. And people who choose to go for that program, they get to experience every sort of like a taste of every course in ICT, and that will later on affect their choice. What course they want to do in the future.
So like the modules they can take, the modules you will be taking will be the computing max, fundamentals for IT professionals, programming 1, which is the Python, and then there will be cybersecurity fundamentals, data science fundamentals, and design principles. So from the name itself, you can see that cybersecurity fundamentals is for the course of CSF, data science fundamentals is for the course of data science, and for the course of IM, there's the design principles. And I guess you can count the programming as something related to the course of IT, because IT has a more focus on the programming side. And regarding the common ICT program, is only 6 months. So after that, after you completed it, you actually have at the end of the course, you have a preference ranking on what course you want to take for the next for the remaining 5 semesters. So you rank it, and you actually be depending on how well you perform for the electives, the modules,
and your overall
GPA. So like, let's say you've both you and your friend have the same GPA, but your friend has a higher score in the CSF module and you have a high score in the data science module. Your friend might be more likely to get into the cybersecurity course than you, and you might be more likely to get into the data science course than your friend.
And this course or this program is definitely for people who want to do something IT related, ICT related, but don't know where to go exactly. Because, I mean, I said I wanted to go cybersecurity first, but in the end, I chose to go information technology just because after experiencing it, I got to know myself a bit better whether what I would actually like to do in the future. And because of that, I would say I do encourage most people, if they don't know what to do, go
to avoid any regrets in the future as well. So you can, even if you're just choosing between, I don't know whether I want to do immersive media or infocom technology, you can still come to common ICT program, experience the different modules, and then you choose the course you want to take for the next few semesters.
And it's quite good for them because now they get to choose IM or immersive media. We didn't have that option when we joined common ICT. So now you can really get every experience every course. So you don't need to be afraid that you go to cyber like common ICT, you don't know whether you can join like a design or something like that. If you have the creativity and you think that you maybe want to do IM, you can join common ICT now.
I mean, right now, even I'm in the IT course, I really enjoy doing like UI UX and like prototyping, designing. So you never know. Actually, maybe if I was common ICT student this year, I might have gone to the IM course, mainly because of my love for UI and user experience and designing and everything. So if you're unsure, do come. Actually, we have a question from Chunwei again, who has asked if should we go to common IST if we don't know what we want lah. So yeah, that's what we have been saying, that if you're unfamiliar, a bit of hesitance, just come to the common IST program to experience the more, and also has a higher intake. So it's I guess like higher chance of getting in also, and then you can just experience the module and choose the course for the next 3 years.
And you won't be like behind your other peers because everybody, including the people who went for cybersecurity since the first semester, they are learning the same things as you. You're taking the exact same module, so you wouldn't be
falling behind.
Yeah, you
anybody.
wouldn't have to be afraid that you're falling
Yeah.
behind or anything.
Across
You're
the
gonna
board
start
lah.
the same. Yeah.
So even like your IM students who actually in the first semester will be taking the same course, same modules as you. So when you go into semester 1.2, you actually all of you will be at the exact same like stage of knowledge lah. You won't be falling behind your peers. And let's say you're a cybersecurity student and now you'll be asking, then why am I learning design principles? I want to do cybersecurity. This is because actually in IT, in the ICT like market, like in the future workforce, you might be expected to maybe even though you're cybersecurity, might be expected to do like some like user experience or UI. So these are all just basic skills to have.
Yeah, or you have to communicate with another department, and another department may speak in a different language than you. You know what I mean? They might have different terms that they use, and you will need to really know what you're dealing with. So, I would say Common ICT is definitely a good choice for anybody.
I mean, when both you and me, when we come to the Common ICT program, we both wanted CSF.
A lot of our friends wanted CSF. Most of the people who came to Common ICT wanted to go to CSF.
Majority of the batch. Even when coming to poly, my rankings, CSF was first. Then it was FI, IT, and then finally a Common ICT program. But I ended up getting a Common ICT program. So like some of you might be wondering, if you had initially had the interest to go to cybersecurity, why am I now in IT after my Common ICT program? And that's because of me experiencing the different modules.
Yeah.
And doing the cybersecurity module compared to my programming module, I felt that I was enjoying my programming module more. And then when I look at, you can actually go to our Ngee Ann website and you can see beyond like SEM 1.1, like your remaining SEMs and remaining electives that you have.
Yeah.
You can see what is upcoming. And I realized that maybe I might enjoy doing more programming related in the school of IT. I mean the course of IT, then I might be doing more the security and more cybersecurity modules in CSF. That's why I went to IT.
Yep. For me, when I went through the CICTP, I actually I had the idea of going CSF first, and then I transitioned into wanting to go to FI.
Yeah.
And then in the end, I still chose IT because as you experience different parts of the module, you start to see your interest level rise and drop in different things. And towards the end, when we have briefings showing us what exactly we'll be learning for the next semesters in the different modules or the different courses, I saw that actually IT, though it is the programming side and I'm not the best at programming, I saw the electives that we could take, and there are a lot more electives to take in the IT side than the other two modules, or now the other three modules. But it let me have like a broader experience in IT. I could do things that I wanted, like sales and marketing, which is something you wouldn't expect an IT student to learn. Like it sounds more of an FI thing to do, but yeah, I still got the chance to do those kinds of modules, and I think going through the CICTP left me with no regrets. I didn't come and like, oh, if I really did get the CSF, I might have started to like, oh, I don't really like doing my course, I don't really like doing my modules. So yeah, I think CICTP.
I mean, even if you do come to the course of IT, you're not just going to be programming for the next year. There are actually electives which can pick, which can be completely different from programming.
All the electives that I've taken have basically no programming to it. Okay, there's one, but
what electives did you take?
So I've taken 4 electives because I went through 2 semesters in semester year 2, sorry. And I've taken sales and marketing, data visualization. Now I'm taking predictive analytics and customer decision making and negotiation.
It all seems kind of like business.
Yeah, exactly. It's data and business oriented. So it's like not exactly, you have to do programming all the time. And that's where I found my interest lies in more on data stuff. So if data science was a module that was or course that was available to me, maybe I would have gone for that instead. When we went through the financial informatics, which was EIS module in which means enterprise information systems,
which is all about how like a company functions.
how a
and
company functions and their business models and stuff. I wasn't so interested in that. I just wanted to do data stuff, which wasn't as important in the FI course at that time. But now that it's revamped to data science, now it's a
You
lot
might
more
have gone
data.
there,
Yeah, I might have gone there instead. But still no regrets. IT, I've learned a lot in programming, and also that's obviously a very valuable skill to have. Combine that with my electives that I've taken, I have a lot of skills to offer in the future, and that's also something that you should look to have. Combine your like passion with things that you're good at, and also what you can do in the future. So now that I've gone through data visualization, I can cleanse data, I can analyze data, and then I take another module, predictive analytics. I can use that data and then predict it.
It's kind of like broadening your skills.
Yeah, exactly.
So even though you're just the course of IT, you also can like go for like data analytics. Or you can become like a user experience job. You can do a software developer job. You can do a data analyst job. So it's quite broadening all your skills lah.
And sales and marketing and CDN kind of work hand in hand because of like sales, and no programming whatsoever, right? And I think it's still valuable skills to have in a company. So yeah.
I mean, like, let's say you wanted the CSF in elective preferences ranking in the common ICT, but you actually got you got IT instead. What happened?
I accidentally pressed it.
So let's say you wanted the CSF after the common ICT program, but you go into IT instead. Actually, don't worry, because there's even electives such as digital forensics, which is kind of touching on the cybersecurity side, where you will learn about the computer-related crimes and everything. So, like there are electives even in IT which actually touch on CSF, design. So so like even if you go to many of like enrichment courses, there's still like basic skills which you can learn across, become a jack of all trades lah. So actually, before we talk about our experiences in each module
that we had
CICTP, we actually have an interview from a student. An interview from year 1 CICTP student called Channing, who is currently in the who was in the CICTP program last semester, and now actually you can hear from her yourself on what is she doing right now. So we're actually going to be playing the video of the interview right now. So the video for the interview of Channing is going to be playing right now. 3, 2, 1. Ta-da!
Are they playing?
The interview of the year 1 CICTP student, Channing. Hi again. I hope you all have learned about what is the Common ICT program about through the interview.
Yes.
And actually now me and Lee will be sharing about our experience in the first semester, the different modules.
Yeah.
And actually because this is got across all ICT courses for year one students, semester one, they're going to be learning the exact same modules. So actually, even if you're watching and you're actually not interested in the Common ICT program, you can still continue listening because we'll be sharing about what you'll be learning in the first semester of your poly in Ngee Ann ICT. So actually, the modules offered will be programming one, computing mechs, fundamentals for IT professionals. Then there is the data science fundamentals, cybersecurity fundamentals, and design principles. For me and Lee, when we were in year one, we didn't have the data science fundamentals and the design principles as these are new revamped courses.
Yeah.
So we can't really share our experiences on those, but we'll be talking about the other four. So firstly, let's start with computing mechs.
So it was the most comfortable module to be in, because if you transition from secondary school, which I did, it's most similar to what we learn in school, right? So you come into ICT and then you have all this programming language and whatever, but computing math was the most similar to what I've learned before. So I did the best in it as well because it was quite easy to understand, right? And that was also my favorite module at the time because I could do it. I could do it without any difficulty.
This is like because it's the only, because when it comes to ICT, everything is new.
Yeah.
Except maths.
Yeah.
So I really enjoyed it at first, and I was doing so well in all my tests. I was so happy to do maths again.
Yeah, exactly. Because you come into a new school expecting, oh no, you're gonna learn all these new things and it's gonna be scary, right? But learning computing math was the simplest to learn.
And actually, you even went on to take advanced computing maths called CACM. So you want to share about it?
So CACM is what they call a advanced diploma. So an advanced diploma is not included in your GPA, or it's not included like as a graduate diploma or anything. But it is something that if you graduate from that program, you attain this advanced diploma that allows you to have the chance, depending on what course you go to in university, to actually skip modules taken. So you can effectively like either skip years that you might not need to take,
So
or,
there's like a
or
math
semesters that you might not need to take, or certain modules you can have a free time during that module instead. So it's very similar to what you would learn in secondary school. So algebra and all
personally, what the teacher told us was that, let's say maybe JC students who are also in the computing degree in uni, they might be skipping like max modules because they already have the JC mathematics. And for poly students, you might be falling out. So actually, this advanced diploma helps you catch up again, and you also can. It's actually been approved by universities lah. So if you have this advanced diploma, you also can skip some of the max modules because you already have the knowledge.
And it's also a good thing to have on your resume or CV in the future. Stating that you have done this program and it's advanced is something that you've taken extra, and it just adds to your knowledge and your background. So we actually have a question. Can we still stay with our friends after we go into our diploma?
If you're asking about Common ICT program, of course. You can still see them during lunch and
even if you're not in the same class technically. But
me and Lee were in the same clique in our Common ICT program. It's quite a big clique. There was 10 people, and actually after the Common ICT program, we all split up. Some went to FI, some went to cybersecurity, some went to IT. We both went to IT, but we actually in different classes. But we still very tight. We still see each other a lot during. We always eat all our lunch breaks. Sometimes when they at the same time, we always eat together. Also go out together. So it's friendships. You can have it last a lifetime.
And also modules. Some of the modules you'll be taking different classes as well. So I'm actually with some electives. I'm in the same class as Beef. So it doesn't really.
You can see your friends again.
So it doesn't really depend on just your diploma that you're taking, but also what modules you take.
And also regarding making friends in poly, don't worry, because actually during the first few weeks of the school, they actually the orientation programs, and through that you actually be bonding with your classmates, and you can form friendships.
Yeah.
And once you form these friendships, because when going through the courses, they're gonna be asking each other for help, and actually through doing work together, you can actually become closer and bond. Like, because actually, one of my closest group of friends initially, even during orientation, we weren't that close.
Mhm.
But then we did one of the a module together, and actually through that module, all the presenting and doing work together, we became closer.
Yeah.
And now that group, everybody's in a different course.
Yeah.
And also different classes, but you're still close together. So actually, don't worry about I'll suddenly if I go to a new class or new friends, or will I ever get to say, yo, you still we're all still in Ngee Ann Polytechnic. They're not going like changing to another school or changing country. Yeah, you're still gonna see their faces.
Yeah.
So there's no nothing to worry lah.
Yeah. But back to the modules that we learn in CICTP.
So after computing max, another one we can talk about is programming. So programming in the first year across all courses, we'll be taking programming 1.
Yeah.
Which you'll be learning about Python. And it's kind of like your introduction into programming, and you can learn the basics. So like how the program functions, like all the terms used, all you can pick up from that. And that course, that module really gets your interest into programming. So even if you're new, it's cause it's quite, I would say it's a bit simpler than maybe like other programming languages.
Yeah.
So it's your first step into programming, and eventually you can get the interest for programming just from doing Python.
Was that your favorite module?
During semester 1, it was my best performing module. I enjoyed it so much. I was doing all my practicals, doing all my assignments, even my written test also. I did quite well, and I did get very good marks at the end. So for me, it was my favorite module. But for some, they might not be as strong as programming even at the end. But not to worry lah, because you still have like 2.5 years left.
That some is me.
No, you're doing like your own. You're making all the Discord bots and.
Yeah, I mean, okay, yeah, you start to pick up your own skills in programming itself, but definitely it was hard for me to learn or pick it up initially. So programming 1, we learn Python, and
don't be afraid to ask for help like when you're learning Python, because there might be friends who have prior experience, or maybe during during the holidays they went to pick up programming themselves, or you might have there's online materials, there's teachers you can ask for help. Don't be afraid to ask for help. Programming it's not something easy for you to pick up just by yourself, so you obviously need all these materials and friends. So and it's quite self-directed. You have to go and reach out, you have to go find all these materials to improve your programming. So don't be afraid to ask for help during this programming module.
Yeah.
And never know, maybe you can become strong and maybe like working for big companies or as a programmer. So the next elective we can talk about is
FPU.
Yes, I mean we can talk about cybersecurity fundamentals first.
Yeah,
so cybersecurity fundamentals is kind of like the basics to the cybersecurity course. So in that course, we learned about all the offensive hacking, defensive hacking, and about like DDoS and everything. So actually, we were even given software which can be used to hack into a computer, but to protect ourselves and our own computer, we actually have virtual machines, which is like emulating a Windows laptop on our Windows.
So we could use Trojans and malware and put it on our own laptop.
It was very interesting to it was very interesting to do it, like, because you're experiencing how to hack, but obviously it's ethical hacking lah. So you should not, even with the software and whatever you have, it's expected that you don't.
Yeah, to fight against these things, you need to know how it works first. So that's
the reason why we have to learn lah. And also we learn how to defend ourselves against being hacked. So it can even can be a life skills like they teach you on like protect your passwords and everything. Don't fall for victims of this. And also we learn about all these DDoS and like real world attacks which have happened and how we can learn from them. So actually, even for me, our final assignment for the cybersecurity fundamentals, we were actually presenting on cyber attacks. So I was actually presenting on like cyber attacks during like I was presenting on like cybersecurity attacks which happened in Hong Kong per se. So it's you're learning about the security aspect, learning about how to protect yourself, and also learning about things out in the world which has happened and why cybersecurity is important.
Yeah. And this will basically give you a taste on whether or not you want to or feel like joining the cybersecurity
I mean, this for
course.
common ICT program students, but for other those who are already in the courses like cybersecurity or IT, it's just a good skill to pick up.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the final one we can talk about.
The final one that we have experience with is FP,
FP
or fundamentals for IT professionals. And basically it is to teach you how to sell yourself or market yourself. Because you might pick up all these skills and all these modules and stuff, but you need to know how to present yourself and actually show that you've learned these skills and be confident in the way you speak and allow basically the workforce to know your presence. And
I mean, is the module where we set up our portfolios, our LinkedIn, and because this is crucial when you enter the workforce. Now, LinkedIn is like your social media for employers and employees. So this is where you learn to set it up, and across your 3 years in poly, do make sure to update it with whatever you've done.
Yeah.
Because your future employer might actually can just see your LinkedIn or your ICTE portfolio and see what are the projects you've done. So this can be like form of credibility and because it's very competitive now, the market, where like across all the polys, let's say like thousands of students are graduating with a similar diploma and all are fighting for the same jobs. So to sell yourself, you need to have experience and also relevant skills. So you can actually, if you by uploading them and keeping it updated, your LinkedIn and portfolio, you actually, it's a good way to sell yourself.
Yeah, and also I would say this module stays for all the courses throughout the entire ICT, like your ICT journey, basically. So it
they taught us how to present, like so there were presentations on like ourselves and also presentation on what our career choices, what about figuring out ourselves, doing personality tests and presenting them. So because your years in poly, right, all your assignment you'll be presenting them. And at first maybe you might be scared. So actually when the fundamentals for IT professional, you're actually presenting about yourself, you might feel more comfortable and you might start to become more comfortable presenting, as you're gonna have to do it for the next 3 years of your life in poly.
Yeah, and the first few things about like fundamentals of IT professionals is that you will learn to like learn what your personality traits are and stuff like this. And then as we transition into the further the FP2, FP3 modules, we learn more and more on how to sell yourself. So now we're learning about how we would write emails to companies, or how you would how would you present yourself in a interview. And so it's good to know that this kind of module exists to teach us how to, not only all the modules to teach us all the skills, but the poly is also in enriching you in how you would find a job in the future. So don't need to be afraid that you won't be able to.
But unfortunately, we've come to the end of the sharing on CICTP, and now we are going to be moving on to the Q&A section. So in this, we'll actually be answering all your questions. So don't be afraid to ask any questions. Don't think any question is a stupid question.
It doesn't have to be related to ICT.
Yeah, you can ask us about Ngee Ann Poly or ask us about what we've gone through in Poly.
Anything.
So just drop your questions in the comments section, and we will answer them to the best of our abilities. Just don't be afraid to ask any questions. All those watching. So in the meantime, maybe you and I can have our own Q&A, but let's move away from just the scope of ICT. Maybe you want to talk about, let's say, as you mentioned, we can talk about CCAs.
So for CCAs, there's plenty to choose for. You can do pretty much anything you want. There's sports CCAs, there's club activities that don't involve sport if you're not really the sporty type. And it's not compulsory, you don't have to choose any. But I do encourage you to choose something, because you get to meet new people, you get to meet new friends, and you can also learn things from it. I was actually roped into the rugby CCA by a certain someone who left me after a few weeks. But he went for it, but then you decided to quit after
like 3 weeks.
Yeah. Why do you decide?
I mean,
to-
actually, initially I was like prior to poly already, I was like, oh my god, I want to do rugby. And those people tell me, oh, you look like you built for
built
rugby
different.
play. So I was like, okay, why not? I try do rugby, and during the CCA open house, I went to see, and I saw it seemed like I like the rugby, so I signed up.
Yeah.
And I even bought the gear, I bought the mouth guard and everything. Then like about like 2 weeks, 3 weeks into it, I see so many injuries happening, and also it also clash with like my work, because sometimes CCA can end like
Quite
8
late
o'clock,
lah, yeah.
9 o'clock, and I mean, I wanted to focus more on my work, I guess. So for me, I decided that I prioritize my GPA over my CCA, and that's why I decided to leave. And actually, I'll advise those who, if you find that over the years, you find that maybe the CCA you've chosen in poly is starting to take too much of your time.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid to drop it. GPA is more important.
Yes. And uh you can follow in the footsteps of Beef, where he chose a lot of CCAs then slowly drop them. I mean, it's not a bad thing to try and like see what you like to do as well. And right now you're only in ICT society,
Yeah.
right?
Initially, actually, I was in 4 CCAs last
Yeah.
year. I was in the rugby, I was in Orion, I was in Ngee Ann Ambassadors, and ICT Society. So rugby, as I mentioned, I dropped because it was clashing. But Orion is like it's about like marketing and outreach to like secondary school students for a school of ICT. And actually, I was in that for a month as well. Then I realized that maybe it's not for me, so I left that. Then Ngee Ann Ambassadors, I was there for 1 year actually, but it also eventually started to clash with my studies and work, and so I decided to leave it. And now I'm only in ICT Society, and this one has been fun. Where mainly it's about helping out like current ICT students who are in Ngee Ann Poly, and also like doing camps for them. And I mean, maybe this is also related to my society, so I'm hosting. So I'm really enjoying this one, and it's not, it doesn't clash as much.
Yeah.
So you can choose CCAs based on those kind of.
Yeah, and I think choosing CCAs also allow you to see how much you can really like handle at one go, and also you can learn how to manage your time better.
It also can give you like more credibility, because you can get leadership positions.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, for example, Lee is in
So yeah, as I've said, I've been in the rugby CCA and I've not left. I can't leave anymore because no, I can leave, but I am now in a leadership position and I really do enjoy playing rugby, though I am quite small. I'm actually the admin head of rugby, which actually so you get to experience leadership positions, and it shows your credibility to the workforce as well. Yeah, okay, sports CCA, but you have a leadership position. You're doing things that not just sports people do. I actually manage like the attendance, and I communicate with my teammates, and I communicate with my committee to set up any programs and stuff. So definitely joining CCA is an enriching program. Yeah. And as I said, I encourage people to join CCAs, and in the workforce in the future, they're not just looking for people who went through school very well. Like, of course, doing good in school is important, but if you have the same skills as everybody else, then what makes you different is what you pick during your like in CCAs and stuff like this. So yeah, helps you.
We have a
market yourself.
question from the Q&A section asked by Nihilti, who asked, was it difficult to choose your diploma? So regarding diploma, if you're like let's say when coming into poly itself, you're interested in ICT and you want to choose across a diploma, if you're asking that it's difficult to choose a diploma, then because you're unsure of what you want to do, then you come for the common ICT program. So in this one you can experience the electives and choose accordingly. And I would say this is better because actually by experiencing you get a feel for what the course might be for the next 3 years. So it really makes it much easier. It actually erases any confusion or hesitance you might have. So if you're wondering what to take, come to the common ICT program. But if you're very sure on what you want to do, which diploma you want to take, what career prospect you want, then just straight away go for that course in particular.
Yeah, I think it's also a lot to do with your own self. Like if you know exactly what you want to do in the future, then there's no difficulty in choosing your diploma. You can you can just check online and see or look at the MP website and see what they offer, and you know whether or not it will suit you. If you want to do certain things like data analytics or something, you have a course for that. But if you are those kind like me who aren't very sure what they want to do and stuff, there is the common programs that help you experience everything before you decide to choose something to do. And not to say I encourage it, but there's the chance that maybe you need to transfer if you really don't like a course, and there's still that option. I'm not saying that I got to do that for sure, but do it early on. When you know that you don't like it. If not, you're dragging yourself through a course that you don't enjoy, and the worst thing is to do something you regret, lah. And if you're gonna go through 6 semesters of a course that you do not like, then you're not gonna enjoy. You're not gonna do well either. So definitely choose something you like most.
So another question we have from Angel, who asked, what's the culture like in ICT?
Well,
it's chill.
It's relaxed.
fun.
There's a lot of nice people to meet. There are some more introverted, more extroverted, but you meet all sorts of people.
I don't think it's much different because every school has a mixture of characters. And in ICT it's the same. We have people who sometimes are more outgoing and more fun. It just depends on
who you meet,
who you're closest to, who you're so that will determine your experience in ICT.
And like if you want to find more extroverted people and stuff, there are
obviously there are camps
and there are also like voluntary experiences that you can go for. And if you go for these things that you're volunteering for, likely those people are volunteering as well, meaning they are more extroverted, they want to do these kind of activities. So you can find those that kind of people. You can find more introverted people who like to do their work by themselves and everything. They might be your classmates or anything like that.
But coming to the school of MPICT, you don't have to think that my whole years in poly will only be friends from ICT lah. Because actually there are events which like cross inter-school. There are inter-school games. Like for us, we participate in athletics where we can actually like make friends from other schools. There are camps which is across all schools.
And
there's CCAs.
CCA.
So you can actually make friends with people from across all the schools in Ngee Ann Polytechnic. I got friends from business, friends from health, humanities, health sciences, all these. You can just no need to worry that you might only, if you're coming to a school, you're gonna stick there lah. You can actually make friends, and it's a whole MP culture. You don't have to worry that it's just NP ICT culture.
And the most recent question by Wesley is the diploma difficult. That is really on your own.
It's based on your skill set actually, and how much effort you're willing to put in. Because if you are not, because like I said, ICT is a self-directed like courses. So if you're not willing to put in the effort and you're slacking off, and maybe like you start to rush everything, or you in a group work you're not putting in as much, it will be difficult because you're not learning. Like even in lesson, if you don't pay attention, you'll feel difficult because
you're not learning as well.
You're not learning as well. You don't have the skill sets to do well, and you might be struggling. But in the opposite end, if you're paying a lot of attention,
you're seeking help.
It might come naturally to you.
And I think it also, like, if you have the mindset that I'm gonna come here and then if I'm not good at it, I just give up, then it'll be more difficult for you, definitely.
It's all based on your mentality on how difficult the diploma seems lah.
But not to say that diploma isn't challenging. It definitely is challenging. It's not supposed to go through a diploma and not like learn anything in the end.
Next chapter in life. Just like how you went through your PSLE or your N level, O levels. It gets there more and more difficult.
The challenge is there because they're trying to you're learning what you're gonna do in the future, right? So certain modules might be more difficult to you than others, but other people might find it easy. And if you seek help, it will be easier for you as well. And the school encourages that. I remember when we first came into ICT, through the CICTP program, there was
the NPPI helper side.
And they also said something along the lines of make friends, Like, do make friends along here. Don't just do your work and
Yeah.
think that's all poly is. Go and make friends, join CCAs, because peers are who are gonna help you along the way as well.
So it can be valuable resources.
Yes.
Because you can actually seek help.
Yeah.
So like when doing a diploma, just seek help.
Yeah.
Just, if you have any hesitant or you're having a mind block or like, I don't know how to continue. Because most of us will be learning the same thing, like friends will be learning the same thing. So just you can just ask them for help.
Yeah,
There's
you're
no
going
need to-
through the same things. Yeah. Since there's no more new questions yet, let me ask you a question. How about the campus? How do you feel about the campus itself?
Oh, okay, I really love the Ngee Ann campus. Actually, I stay in Sengkang. For you, you stay in Khatib. So it's
Khatib,
actually a
yes.
very far distance.
Sometimes the journey to school is longer than how long I spend in school.
Yeah, it's like 1.5 hours to
Yeah.
come. Yeah. So, but when I'm coming the journey, I'm like, oh my god, so long. I could have slept more if I maybe gone to a polytechnic just near to my house.
Yeah.
Then when I step into Ngee Ann Poly, I'm like, I'm happy I came because it's a good environment.
Yeah,
That
it's a
like
very nice environment.
the whole building is integrated with nature. There's a lot of like walkways. There's a lot of plants. There's even a pond, and there's also many facilities. Which I'm happy to be like. There's the track for those who maybe you're a runner, maybe you're a jogger.
Yeah. You wanna keep fit, 2021. You wanna keep fit and stuff. There's a track for you to use. There's gym and
The pool.
Pool. It's all free to use. Just book with your student number, and you can spend a couple hours there. Go and, get a workout
I
in.
mean,
or
now that
something.
it is actually phase 3 of the pandemic, the facilities are opening up again.
Yeah.
But it's the slots, so you have to book, and it's max capacity lah. So don't worry that if how is it gonna now is it the pandemic, why would there be the gym open? There's like maximum capacity and book slots.
Yeah.
So you wanna keep fit, you can still go to the gym, go for the
And
swim.
if you're not such a sporty person, there are places like the Studio 27, which is actually a LAN.
Like gaming.
Yeah, so there's like computers and Xbox and PS4 right below us actually. So if you come to ICT, it's right below you. And I would say not encouraging you to game all the time, but
but if you have free time, if you you can bond with your friends. Like for me and Lee, during our first semester, we spent quite a lot of time in that room.
Spend a lot of free time that we've done work already. You know?
After work,
Yeah.
you wanna take a break, you wanna take a breather. You can go to Studio 27. So like, Lee with some of the classmates, they were playing LAN.
Yeah, we played Left 4 Dead 2 and PUBG and all this, and it's quite an enjoyable experience. It's booked by time slot, so within a week there's a maximum number of hours. So
I think 4 hours.
Yeah, something like that.
2 hours slot, I guess. Yeah.
So you don't get to spend your entire day.
It is to prevent you from spending a whole day and every
Yeah.
day in the Studio 27 lah. There's also like the PlayStation and Xbox. So if you are a console gamer, you wanna play like FIFA with your friends, then you can go there. It can be a bonding session. Like as I said, after the CICTP, like after our CSOP, which is the orientation program, we've made friends, but we are not like as bonded. So like through these facilities, like the Studio 27, when we are playing games together, obviously you become more comfortable with your friends. And being comfortable with your friends is important because like when it comes to work, you can ask help from your friends, and if you're comfortable, you'll be more willing to ask for more help, or you won't have the hesitant, am I asking a stupid question, because they are close friends lah. So and actually there's also like a Switch in the Nintendo in the Studio 27.
Mario Kart.
Yeah, so we play Mario Kart together. And then apart from games, there's also like green rooms.
Yeah.
So like if you want to experiment in videography, or maybe let's say you want to be a YouTuber, or maybe just for social media.
YouTube career starts in MP.
Why not? It can be a new career.
And jam rooms. So like
jam.
you can make if you're more musically inclined person. Not say like myself, I'm not very musically inclined.
Me and my entire family and music is 2 different worlds.
So if you want to play music, you can do that as well.
Yeah. And it's all free. You can just rent it with your student card, and you can just go there to explore or have fun.
How about the classrooms? Do you like the classrooms?
Yeah, the classrooms in the Ngee Ann ICT are great. I mean, there are smart classrooms. Like there's classroom where there's like this classroom with projector in like every wall, and these projectors you can draw on. So like when you trace the projector, actually like trace your finger and you can draw So whenever like waiting for teacher, most people will just turn to the wall and just be drawing stuff or just writing stuff. Maybe you can put your Instagram handle every time on the projector. Quite frequent.
And I think like transitioning from my secondary school where I didn't get to experience aircon in every classroom, having aircon in every classroom and comfortable chairs and everything, like most of the seats are similar to this, this cushion and everything. It feels more productive. I mean, some people might say it's comfortable and
then fall asleep. I mean,
like
there may have been instances where I felt sleepy in class.
really? You can't say that. You can't say that. But
Sorry,
yeah.
teacher.
So it is a comfortable learning experience, and it is productive as long as you stay awake.
Yeah.
But it is you won't have to worry about how it's too hot or I can't learn in this environment, And yeah, I thoroughly enjoy all the classrooms provided here and learning facilities in general.
Yeah.
Like there's outside the cybersecurity classrooms, there's like the tables that you can change.
Oh, it's called e-garage. Yeah, so maybe you've seen like online or YouTube where like the tables, because some people might say actually standing is better for you. Those tables, they actually have a switch.
Yeah.
So you can actually increase them to like eye level and just stand up and do.
Yeah.
If you feel like, oh, I'm sitting down for too long. So then like it's like this is like additional. Like I wouldn't expect a school to be doing this, but they actually give us these options, which it helps benefits us as well.
And on like the other side, if you find that aircon is too cold, there are places like the poolside to study at.
Yeah.
So like it's a
get
nice
the natural breeze.
it's a nice calm place to be at. It's right next to the pool as it's like poolside. And there are charging ports there.
Yeah.
There's charging ports everywhere around the school. So no matter where you want to study, you can find somewhere to keep your laptop charged up.
Maybe
like,
if you're like stressed or you have a long break, go for a swim, go to the gym.
Exactly.
Why not?
And like my laptop is on life support now, so I have to charge it all the time. So having
there's plugs all around everywhere.
having plugs
you know
everywhere is great for me. Yeah. So how about, do you have any other questions for me? Since you haven't no new questions yet.
I mean, actually, regarding the facilities, there's also the block 22, like the levels which are like the level 3, level 4, where the rooms you actually book them. You just book them and you can go. There's TVs with HDMI, so you can either go there. You want to practice for your presentations, you can just book a room and you can.
It's quite a private room as well, so you don't have to be afraid that people can hear you. And
it's closed, it's fully closed. I mean there's windows lah, but it's like there's sound room going through lah, so you can actually like you want to practice or presentations, you can book the room, or you just wanna find a place to relax.
You can watch a movie there.
Yeah, you can plug in your laptop and like maybe you and your friends can watch like Netflix together and stuff. But of course, do it during your breaks lah.
Of course.
During your lesson time, they expect you to go to your lectures and attend your lessons.
Yeah. Then how has HBL been for you?
So regarding the pandemic, school has moved to the whole of last sem was HBL, so home-based learning, and I think living far away is quite beneficial because you can sleep more and there's less traveling time, and also classes were conducted on Microsoft Teams, so all lessons is online with teachers and your classmates, but you only see them in like squares, boxes, and mainly you see the lessons. Actually, I wasn't affected by it like a lot, but there are some friends who really couldn't handle the home-based learning experience lah. But for me, it went well. I still did well my practicals and also got good grades. But it was completely different, where everything is online, and due to that, some modules had different like changes. Like there wasn't exams, instead there were more assignments. So it was a different experience. It was enriching, like it's different. But I would say for me, it didn't affect me as much.
Yeah, now that
but I can't speak for everyone.
Now we have like a half, right?
Yeah.
So like half of our lessons are HBL at home, and some
this is to actually like reduce the capacity in the school, so that it's not always full capacity. That's always like limited to like 50-60% of the school is only in campus.
I think one of the best things about that is how empty food club is most of the time.
Yeah.
So because of how like it's staggered timetables, now the
population in the school is lower,
Yeah, so
this means that
more space to eat.
there's more available locations, and also school. I mean, during all the food places, there's shorter queues, which I guess is beneficial.
Yeah.
And on the days of HBO, you can sleep more in because there's no need to travel.
Yeah, and it's discouraged to come to school during HBL.
Yeah.
But you can still come to school if you want to.
Yeah, and there are locations allocated for those who want to do HB. Let's say you don't have a good learning environment at home,
or you just cannot study at home. Like some people will always just fall asleep, you know. So yeah, you can always come to school and study as well.
There are dedicated locations for your according to the school.
Yeah. And speaking of food just now, how about the food courts? Which do you think is your favorite? Or let's
it's
talk
actually
about-
been like a year since I went to the other food courts, mainly because previous semester was the HBL, and this semester, because it's half, most of the time when I'm in school, I just go to the nearest one, which is food club, directly under the school of ICT. And I guess most ICT students frequent that one, and it's actually quite big, and there's a lot of food options. So there's like, it's actually like an L shape, and on one side there's mostly halal options, and on the other is the other like non-halal options lah. So on the halal options there is like Indonesian food, which has like ayam penyet and like ayam penyet with like black pepper, and it's all Indonesian food. Then there is Korean, which is like surprisingly it's halal, because most of the time in like outside hawker centers, Korean food doesn't it's not halal certified, and in Ngee Ann it's halal certified, and it's very nice as well. They even give you a side of kimchi every time, so it's very nice. But of course, unfortunately for me, 2021 New Year resolution, become slim, lose weight, as usual.
Healthy,
As usual, every year is on the list, but it's never completed. But you know what? This year, let's make it a reality. So there's actually even a salad bar, which is also halal certified, and we wish to eat more healthily.
Or you're vegetarian.
Or if you're vegetarian, you can go to the salad bar. And it surprisingly, I mean, it's so surprisingly. I mean, it is nice lah. I mean, I guess most people might not find like just a bowl of vegetarian food as appetizing. If you're like a non-vegetarian, but it's very nice. There was one week which I eat it every day because I loved it, and I even got some of my friends eat it, and they also say it's quite nice.
Yeah, if you want smaller portions, there's also smaller portions in that store. And the other two food centers that we have is Makan Place and Munch. So we don't frequent that place, those places too often because it's further away from us. For ICT, literally right next to us is food club, but those other two, Makan Place is right in the center, so it's mainly for the business students, the engineering students also to go there. But it's I think it's the biggest, right? If you go in there, it's actually the biggest. It has the largest capacity, mainly because it's in the center, and it has a lot of food choices, and Subway is there as well. So
student price.
Yeah, and the last one is Munch. That one is straight at the front gate, so it's quite far away from us. But
it's smaller, but all food in Indian I feel is nice.
Yeah,
Indian food at the Munch, which sometimes the uncles give me free stuff.
And we have a question.
We have one more question. So Danny has asked, is it confirmed that we will move to a diploma regardless of our GPA? So I'm assuming that you're asking about the common ICT program. So don't worry, no matter regardless of your GPA, the common ICT program, every student is expected to move on to a diploma in the other courses. So there's slots for everyone. So obviously performing well, you might secure the course that you want to go to, the course of your choice. But if you don't do well, there is a confirmed slot for you, but there might be a chance where you don't get your preferred choice. So slot is confirmed, but do well to get the slot that you want.
And definitely if you unfortunately if you fail any modules, you will have to retake them, four modules.
So even though you in the CICTV program, let's say you failed the module on programming, when semester 1.2, let's say you have moved on to like FI, means the course like you've gone to CSF or you've gone to like data science, you will still need to retake the programming module as because you failed it.
Yeah.
So even though you're in your new course, you still have to do your SEM 1.1 module, because only after you pass it can you move on to like programming 2 where you learn C#, and you have to pass all your electives lah. But so just make sure that you pay attention in class and do well and everything lah.
Yeah, and we have another question. What are internships? So actually internships, I think every course in MP will have some sort of internship.
Yeah.
And for ICT it's all in the year 3. For IT students it's in year 3.1 or first semester of year 3. And basically you'll be attached to a company that will it's relevant to your course. So I don't know about other schools specifically, but for us in the IT we were allowed to choose the kind of businesses that we would like to work with. So me being more interested in data and the financial side sometimes, I decided to go for something called Polyfintech 100, which actually listed companies that are interested in hiring interns from Ngee Ann Poly. And basically the school will source for us these companies that will provide us experience that is relevant to what we learn in school. So I went for Polyfintech, and actually I had an interview yesterday with Shopee. Yeah,
Wow.
so Shopee is actually a
Are you gonna
fintech
meet
company.
Portugal? Are you gonna meet Ronaldo?
I don't think so, but yeah, it's definitely a good thing that MP provides all these, because you can obviously do your self-sourcing yourself, but having this Poly fintech or whatever helps you find businesses that is related to what you learn. And
actually we have come to the end of the sharing for the Q&A, and we're actually going to be moving on to the IT sharing. But before we move on, we actually have a vlog from a day in the life of a student who's in ICT. So we're actually going to be playing that video, and actually we'll also be signing off lah. So it's bye-bye. And here's the video. Ta-da!
Hi everyone, I'm Samantha from the School of Infocom Technology. We heard that you guys are interested in finding out what a day in the life of an ICT student is like. Fret not, as today I will be sharing with you guys some snippets into the different modules that we offer, the learning and teaching pedagogies, and the overall ICT environment. We are super excited to share this journey with you guys, and we hope that you guys are ready.
Welcome to the School of Infocom Technology's lobby. Here you can see some red chairs, and these are one of our favorite spots to hang out before a class. Come have a seat with me. So as you can see, in the School of ICT, we have 3 lifts to add convenience to your walk to school. So let's stop talking and feed our hunger to learn. Let's go.
Hi guys, so right now I'm in my Emerging Trends in IT class. As you can see, my lecturer is conducting class. It's very important that we keep our ears open, as there could be a graded practical at the end of this week.
So hi guys, this is my second lesson, Deep Learning. Today we'll be covering the topic of recurrent neural networks. It is a rather interesting field in artificial intelligence, and I'm excited to bring you guys along. Next, regarding assignment, how
just ended my deep learning class, so now I'll be heading to grass patch to meet my friends for lunch. Let's go. Okay, great. We have just arrived at Food Club behind me. As you can see, ICT students like me have the privilege of being so close to a food court. How great is that? Let's go for lunch. Okay, hi guys, I am now back at home finally. Yes, so now I will be calling my friend. We'll be working on our current project where we are building a website to help employees cope in this current pandemic. So we'll be meeting her on Microsoft Teams very soon, and I'm very excited to bring you guys along with me. Let's go. Oh, my buddy is here. Hi, Zihui.
Oh, hi, Samantha.
Yeah, so actually I want to ask you, how's your progress? So if you guys have followed along till this part of the video, thank you so much for following me in the day of the life of an ICT student. We certainly hope that you guys have gained some key takeaways and insights to what an ICT student would do, and we are certainly looking forward to seeing you guys in our ICT family as well. Goodbye!
Hi guys, welcome back. We'll be new hosts right now. My name is Shane Riz. I'm a year 2 student in the information technology course. This is my co-host.
My name is Astra. I'm a year 2 student from financial informatics.
And before we start, I'm going to tell you guys about the conquering logic with game theory that starts right now by the Overflow Special Interest Group. So to join, just click in the QR code at the bottom left, or click on the link in the stream description or a pinned link in the stream. Participants will learn what game theory is, a problem-solving technique, and it helps us choose the most optimal choice and path of making decisions in the face of competition and others in many different situations. It's an interesting course, and I believe there are no capitals, so you can just join it right now. I believe you don't need any certain prerequisites for it, and it's a very fun course. But as of now, we'll be talking to you about the information technology course. So the information technology course, in a sense, is one of the school's broad-based information technology courses. It has sort of a learning by doing, sort of experiential learning pedagogy. So everything you do is just kind of practice-based. You try things out, you test it, and you figure out what works and doesn't. And I think that's the general way of learning anything in IT, any programming language or any system. And the school itself provides IT students with a self-directed approach in their learning and acquiring the real-world skills that they want, meeting industry needs. So in a sense, this can be seen from the way IT students' course is structured. We have a lot of electives that are available to us throughout your time in IT, and this allows you to be able to choose kind of what you want to, not in a sense specialize in, but what you want to gain more knowledge in. So For example, let's say last semester I was really interested in marketing as well as mobile application development. So, I had two electives to choose from, so I just chose Infocom sales and marketing, and Android development. And, through this, I'll be able to path my own, learning experience and, shape it on how I want it and how it will benefit me in the future. In IT as well, if you come to Ngee Ann, you have tons of chances for fun and exciting internships in the industry with big players in the industry such as Microsoft, IBM, Google. You could even go for like some tech, any tech companies available. But as a student in IT, you with the skills that you pick up, you can go anywhere you want. I've seen some students go to banking places, just to some places just to do marketing, and yeah, in a sense, it's whatever you want to do. You have the chances to develop some of your IT opportunities and projects for your portfolio. We have modules such as Portfolio 1 and 2, which any module that you do allows you to create normally a final assignment or project based on industry standards, which you can show off in the future when you're looking for jobs or internships in a sense. And you get to build your portfolio from 5 main areas of interest. So this would be cloud programming, data science and analytics, games programming, solutions architect, which involves things like mobile application development or data structures and algorithms, as well as enterprise solutions and marketing. So like I said, you can talk about that.
Yes, okay. So for enterprise solutioning and marketing, so there are things like customer decision and negotiation, customer experience marketing. So this is where you'll be taught about customer decisions and how to negotiate with them, how to get the things that you want, and how to maybe like predict or see the trend of their decisions. So maybe you can try to retain your customers before they make true decisions like dropping from you and not buying your products. And also like customer experience management, where you try to better the experience with you so that you'll be able to retain and maybe attract more customers. Yes.
Yeah, and there's also one more sort of general area of interest, which is things like tech entrepreneurship, a chance to take a capstone project, or emerging trends in IT, which is a course where it's sort of I think it's just more of an experience to see what's coming up in the IT industry. The course, this IT course, unlike most other courses in ICT, our internships are actually in our 3.1 semester. That is our 5th semester, and with this, that means in our final semester, the module that you'll be taking will be entirely up to you. You have the choice of, I believe, 5 electives you can take. 4 electives. 4 electives that you can take, or you can also choose to take 2 electives and 1 capstone project, as well as 1 final IS module. So it's a very broad-based and general course that you can, you can take if you're comfortable in exploring many different areas of IT. In and of itself, after this, you could get tons of jobs in the IT industry. You could be software developers, marketing individuals, gameplay programmers, anything under the sun of the IT industry. And what do you think of the IT course itself, especially being from another course?
So for IT itself, it's pretty much more for those who want a more broad-based experience and you do not have like a place that you want to go for. So it's just like you wanting to learn like technology as a whole. So there are things like giving you a strong IT foundation. There's also like a freedom to construct your own learning pathways. So for example, as I mentioned just now, on your final semester, you're able to choose between 4 different electives, or you can sub out 2 for a capstone project. Yes, so there are also things like you're able to build portfolio through your self-directed learning. There's also like real-world projects and competitions that you can go into and you can add to your portfolio too.
So it's an interesting course. Me, myself, I am actually from the IT course. I've been in it for the past 2 semesters. Despite it being HBL, it has been an interesting and eye-opening experience. There is a ton of project work and a ton of chances to work with teammates as well. It helps you to boost your social ability to work with others, and that's the thing about that's the thing about studying in poly. group work and being able to work as a team is very important, and it's a skill that you'll definitely have to adapt to or pick up here at a time in ICT. Besides that, my time in IT has been very fun as well. The teachers and the students are all very nice, and they're all very open to learning. And that's the thing in ICT is that there is a lot of self-learning involved, and there's a lot of self-discipline and responsibility that you have to take for yourself. Going to teachers yourself for consultations or to find out things that you want to do. So I think to better inform you or have a better inform you, we will be able to show you guys a interview by our course chair, Dr. Un. He'll be able to tell you more about the IT course as a whole, and we'll be able to play the video right now.
Hey guys,
Hey guys, welcome back.
Yeah.
Right now we have a special guest. You wanna introduce yourself?
Okay, so my name is Pratik Roshan. I'm a year 2 IT student, currently in IT. And yes, I'm a special guest here.
Okay, so we're talking about Mr. Pratik's
Yes.
experiences in the IT course. So we mentioned earlier that the IT course is very broad, so you get to sort of make your own path in what you want to study. So you want to tell us maybe about some of your electives and possibly you want to maybe take these electives towards.
Okay, so in an IT, right, it's a very broad and general how do I say this? It's a very broad and general course, right? So we can branch out into different pathways because they offer electives from like all of the different other courses that they have, right? So we actually have options to go into a different fields such as like fintech, machine learning, game development. Our options are we have a lot of options to choose from basically. So that's why I chose IT because I didn't really know what I wanted to do, and I thought, okay, if I go into IT, maybe from there on I can, after I try a few things, I can see what I want to take later on, and then like choose what I want to specialize in, right? So that's why I came into IT. So I did try out some of the electives. I tried out like mobile app development. I tried out cloud from the module cloud architecture technologies, and I also tried out predictive analysis where I do machine learning and also data structures and algorithms. And I got to try out a bit of everything. And now I kind of have an idea of like which direction I'll go in for my future in ICT.
So this future in ICT, are you trying to try to path your electives towards maybe the future that you want, or maybe even your internship? And like, if so, how would these courses benefit you later on?
Question again?
Like, let's say, do you try to path these electives and stuff based on what you like, or based on maybe a job you want to take in the future, or your internships?
Okay, so this right, the path that I take right is based on like what I like, because if this is something I want to do in the future, right, it should definitely be something that I like. I don't want to do something in the future that I do not like. If not, I'm just gonna hate every second of it, right? So I do take electives based on what I like. A lot of my classmates I see, they was whenever they get a list of electives, right, they'll say, okay, which one's the easiest I shall go and take that one, right? So when I see the electives, right, I choose to take which one's the one that I see like is something that's interesting for me to learn, even if it's hard or not, right? If it's something that's interesting for me to learn, I'm willing to learn it, So I take things based on what my own preference rather than hard or easy.
Yeah, I think that's a very good advice for many students out there, to just do kind of what you're interested in instead of what will probably benefit,
What's the most easiest for you?
easiest way, or the most that will benefit like your grades and whatever.
I think also, especially since we are in school right now, right, this is the time for you to like experiment and like try out different things. Because when you go in the industry, I would say it's quite risky to go and try out different things. If you want to go and learn something new, or like go into a totally new area of IT, right, IT, like if let's say you're doing machine learning and suddenly one day you're going to game development, right, it's a very big change, So while you're in school right now, right, take the risk to go and try out different things, because there's like minimal
Effect.
yeah, minimal effects.
How about you tell us about how classes are, as an IT student, maybe the amount of like work you have with your friends, or how your experiences are in class.
Okay, so in IT, right, in general, the whole ICT as a whole, right, is that we have very little lecture. We actually have like no lectures other than like one or two modules. We only have like one or two lessons where we have a math lecture. Other than that, we do not actually have lectures compared to like other poly courses, right? So it's all like classroom based lessons, right? So in a classroom based lesson, right, we get to bond with our friends. We get to have one-on-one sessions with our teachers. So like in class, when we have anything that we need help, right, we can just raise our hand and our teacher is just a few meters away from us and can come and help us easily, So I think that helped me learn a lot, because whenever I'm struggling in class, right, I can just ask my teacher, or I can ask some of my smart friends nearby, like, hey, can you tell me the answer, or can you teach me this answer? I think because of how, like classrooms are, I prefer classroom over lectures, because it just makes it easier to learn. Because I'm sure most of you in a lecture in a big hall where there's like hundreds of students and one teacher at the front, I'm sure you guys might be scared to raise your hand, ask a question, or even sometimes the teachers might say, like ask questions at the end of the lecture itself, right? So that it doesn't interrupt the lecture, and then at the end you see like there's a whole queue of students asking the lectures, and you might not be able to get your question answered, right? So that's why I say I think in ICT as a whole, the fact that we all have classroom lessons is quite I prefer that over lectures, and it's quite good.
So, here's the thing though, even though there are all these lectures in class, how do you think like HBL, like the students coming in, even if they come in, they'll still have a mix of HBL and physical lessons, right? So, do you have like what are you, like you say you like having these like classroom where you get to bond with all your friends and the teachers are so close. Like, does this change in HBL, or is it still the same where you can just switch to a different channel and call them very easily?
Okay, so HBL is definitely different than like being in person. So for me in general, because like I had a whole entire year where we spent with my classmates every single day. So me and my classmates are really quite bonded. So when we move over to HBL, right, we'll just spend every day on Discord, like every lesson we will just like get in a Discord call while the lessons going, and we'll like talk together. So like while the lessons going, let's say I have a question, right, I can just go and ask my friend, like, hey, can you explain this? No, I don't understand this. My friend will just explain it to me, or I can help to explain to my friends also, right? But I can see how for future students who are incoming, half HBL, half in class might affect them, right? But I think the fact that there's at least half in class, right, gives them at least the opportunity to like bond together with their classmates and their lecturers, and it might carry over to HBL where you can like, I think in HBL, like you are more confident to ask questions, right? Because you're like behind the screen, so you can easily like put a question in the chat, like, "Sure, can you explain this to me?" Or like, like rather than in person.
Yeah, that's a very important way to do things. I think if you have anything else to say to the audience, maybe tell them what your favorite course is or something like that.
I mean IT, so my favorite course is IT.
Actually, your favorite module.
Favorite module.
Okay.
Okay.
Your favorite module.
I've taken a lot of interesting modules. I would say some of my favorites are programming. Right? So we have had programming 1 and programming 2. I would say I really love programming, both of them, but I do love programming 2 a lot because we learn C#, which is an object-oriented programming language, and it's a really interesting programming language. So after the module, I went and explored C# on my own and see what else it can do, and it's actually a very interesting language and my favorite programming language so far. And yeah, so I would say my favorite module so far has been PLG2 or programming 2.
Cool. Yeah.
So do you have any like comments or advice to give to students, like our future students, on programming? Maybe like
is it hard, or like it's like something you need to practice a lot?
So for programming, I would say like, first of all, I would think of myself as a decent enough programmer, but I can tell you straight away that when it comes to programming, right, it's not going to be, sometimes it's going to be easy, sometimes you might have an error, you see, or just like one missing semicolon or something like that, and you can fix your program like that. Or sometimes it might take hours for you to fix a program. But I think that's the thing, is that even if you're the most experienced programmer, you are still going to face problems, right? But the thing about it is that programmers, we always find a way to get through, like sometimes we have been encountered by problems and we think, oh my god, how are we going to solve this? But I can speak for all of us here when we say that we have found a way to solve it, there's always a way to solve it. So I think that's the thing, like every time I face a problem, I'm not that scared right now because we have the entire internet, there are tons of other programmers out there who like face the same problem, and you can help check with them and find answers easily on the internet. So I would say if you are considering taking programming and you think that it's hard, right, do not be scared, because at the start it will be hard, but the more you practice and do it, right, it will come naturally for you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. I think to be honest, that's the end of it. Just to remind you guys, now there will be a courses and career talks in 5 minutes. You guys can sign in the QR code or the link in the description. You have to sign up for it. I believe there are limited spaces, so you can get it now. And thank you, Prithvish, for your time here.
Thank you for having me.
I think to wrap it up, we'll show you guys a interview from one of our year 3 IT interns, Ryan, and he'll be able to give you guys a better example of what an intern is in ICT. Thank you.
Hey guys, welcome back.
Yes. So right now, before we start, we would like to remind you guys about the courses and career talks.
Yes, it's starting now. So do remember to register for it. I believe that there are limited spaces available. Our lecturers will be there to help you and to answer more about your questions that you have for our courses and maybe like the careers that you can have. Yes.
Yeah, so you guys can sign up for it here, the QR code here, or the link in the description or the pinned message in the stream. I highly suggest you guys go for it, as the lecturers will be able to give you a deeper insight and deeper judgment on whether you would be able to suit the course to your needs or wants in the future. Well, right now we have an hour, so let's talk about courses and careers. Here at ICT, right, that you could go, your futures, or depending on your course, you could go to anything under the sun, right? If you wanna go for business, banking, that kind of thing, you could go to data science. You could take some electives such as accounting or some banking, financial spreadsheets and stuff that will benefit you in the future in the banking industry. Marketing, there's tons of marketing modules for us to take. Infocom sales marketing, customer decision skills. Do you take any customer marketing sort of modules?
Okay, so this 2 modules was actually given as a choice for me for my electives. So I ranked my first one as customer decision and negotiation. However, it was quite unfortunate that there wasn't enough students to open a class. So I ended up in my second choice, predictive analytics. So this is more towards the IT side, I believe. So it's more of predicting the outcomes and stuff, and you'll be able to deal with data sets, and you have to clean up the data, like how to handle the null values, the outliers, doing visualizations through Jupyter Notebook. Yes, sorry. So I believe it's in the language of Python. So you'll be creating pie charts and stuff, not from your very manual one that you have in PowerPoint or Excel. So it's more of you typing in the code, and yes, a graph will come out.
Actually, I think I did take a marketing module. It's called Infocom Sales and Marketing. It's sort of a basis on how to market and how to present your product and stuff. The course itself is very, it has much more, talking and writing skills than actual coding in IT. For me, I took it in HBL. So every week I had to post a summary. I just talk about a summary about the things we learned that week, and that was to boost our talking confidence and talking skills. And it was a really insightful course. It was also a lot of design based, so I had to design a ton of posters and stuff. And for all my even though I was at home HBL, I had to dress up, nice white button down shirt, to wear a blazer to present my presentations and my weekly presentations as well. And the course teaches you how to market, who to market to, and that kind of thing. And if you guys decide to take it and there isn't HBL anymore, since the school is very fortunate to have the ability to encourage us to have real world experiences and stuff. So the school does, for this specific course, for this specific module, I mean, from what I've heard, there are chances where for your final project, the lecturer may invite big industry leaders to come in and listen to your final assignment, to give you actual feedback and talk about your assignment and how you present your marketing structures to them. And this allows you to get a deeper sense of learning, and it really benefits people. From what I've heard. For me, however, with COVID and anything, I couldn't, especially due to HBL. But yeah, you could also go for many other areas of interest. Things like games programming, if you want to take you want to become a game designer in the future, as well as things like cloud computing. It's sort of a big industry, and it keeps growing nowadays in the industry. It's very important, and if you want to get a head start over others in the industry, you can take it right here in Poly. It may not be from IT, but knowing the different electives. Now, what do you think is the most fun one? If let's say you were in IT, which one would you take?
So for those who are very interested in like mobile applications, so I believe that we have electives such as mobile application development 1 and 2. So 1 is where you learn about Android programming, 2 is about where you learn iOS programming. So for those who are interested in making like mobile apps and stuff, you guys can give a go at these electives. I don't think you have to take 1 in order to take 2. So yeah, that sounds quite interesting to me, as personally I have tried making an app before, but it wasn't very like successful back in my portfolio 2, sorry.
Yeah, because
Was
is it because
portfolio
is it
one?
because
No, sorry, ESDD.
is
Yeah.
it because you didn't take the MED module?
It was quite difficult on us because they was just we were just told to make anything we want, like web applications. Stop giving that IAS. Web applications or like mobile apps. It's technically up to us. So we did this thing on carpooling. So we wanted to make an Android application. So we had to learn Android Studio by ourselves without any like lectures and anything about it. So we just went online and find about stuff, and I think we still did well. Yes.
Still well.
It was functional.
Yeah, so I mean, if you would like to take Android programming, like and you learn it thoroughly with the help and stuff, you can take the module. I personally took it.
It will be easier.
Yeah, it's way easier. It's way more fun. Teachers are able to help you whenever you want, and the teachers give you, many learning scenarios for you to learn more effectively. I think personally, what I want to take, right, would be software engineering. It's more something that really piques my interest, and it's something that I feel I enjoy. And like it's something that I believe I can also excel in.
Yes.
So yeah, it's really something that I have a lot of passion for. Besides that, though, I'm planning to also take games programming in my last semester. I think that's more of something that's fun and free, and it's the thing about studying in ICT is that if it's fun and you thoroughly really enjoy it, the module isn't going to be hard. It's gonna be fun and easy, right? If you like it. But yeah, there are tons of different modules that you can take. Of course, there are subject to availability. It depends on what lectures are available at the time, or how many students are actually interested.
And also your grades.
Your grades do play a factor in your first, second, third choices. So let's say there's a very popular elective that's coming out. They will rank it first, second, and third. But if there are a large amount of students, and they will make a new class for some students to take. In school itself, I think the only times that your grades do matter is, for example, if you're taking the common ICT program, the ability to get your first, second choices following that will depend on your grades. There is some weird algorithm for you to take. I believe, you get to factor your GPA, but also they will factor in what you do well in. So for example, you have an interest in IM, and sort of the IM course in Common ICT, design principles. If you get an A for that and you get everything else a B, even though your grade may not be as amazing as others, they will take note that you did well in this other module and you have an interest in this module and you have some sort of aptitude for this module. They will still put you in. And the schools like that, they want to give a lot of chances to students to be able to grow and excel, right? Yeah.
So for IT, there are also like some other electives such as maybe enterprise resource planning for those who are more interested on how supply chain works and how are resources planned in the enterprise. So it's really more on SAP, I believe. So this is where you get to see how much stuff you have in your inventory and notice the trends and everything so that you can plan your resources accordingly and not have a lack of resources when the demand is high. So for those who are interested in those kind of stuff, you guys can try out this elective too. Yes, there are quite a lot of electives that are under the enterprise solutions and marketing. So I believe this could be one of the factors that may attract you for an IT course.
Yeah, there are a ton of different things you can take, and if you come to Ngee Ann, the teachers will be able to better explain to you. And if you have certain interests, you can go down to the courses and career talk.
Yes.
The courses and career talk, where the teachers will be able to answer more in-depth questions about certain modules of certain courses, and you can get a better understanding of where you want to go in the future. Yeah. So I think as for career, you know, do you have any like maybe possible interest in the future as well that you can take to ICT?
So for this, I have some interest in analytics, although I'm not good in it. But yes, it does allow you to learn better. Like some electives in IT, it will teach you more about analytics. Like for example, data visualizations, predictive analytics. So you'll be learning about how do you actually analyze the data, find the trend, predict trends, or maybe like see how you're doing for your past few years and see how you can improve on your current sales.
That's cool.
Yes, so for data visualizations, you'll be doing things like graphs through Tableau, I believe, and also Jupyter Notebook on your second term. So you'll be having like things like dashboards, and it's quite interactive where you like press on one of the bar graphs, and then it will show you the respective information for that.
I mean, your talking about careers, right? The thing about it is that the school does heavily prepare you for the future you want through internships or modules or projects you can take. The school also provides some modules such as the fundamental modules, fundamentals for IT professionals 1 all the way to 3, that you will have to take all 3 of them before your internship. And these courses, I think starting from portfolio 1, it provides you with the chance to build some sort of portfolio and some sort of reputation online. This will be things like your LinkedIn and how to structure how you want to display yourself to future employers, as well as some writing and presentation skills. You talk about FP2? I think you're currently taking it right now, right?
Yes, so for FP2, we will be doing a little bit on community service. So this is where we will go out and okay, so for now it's pandemic, right? So we couldn't like really meet physically. So we'll be doing it through calls or like for example Zoom. So we will be teaching the elderly like in particular on how to use technology and stuff. Because for them it's quite difficult to get used to technology and it's not very easy for them to learn by themselves. So we'll be doing those kind of things as community service, and we are there's also some requirement for us to take webinars also. Yes.
Yeah. And then in your last fundamentals course, FP3, it's mainly about it is your last sort of FP class module before your internships, and this last one is mainly to be able to prepare for it. So you have to write letters and how to write applications towards companies for jobs in the case of FP3 to your internship company, and you have to prepare your presentation skills, how to present yourself quickly in things like an elevator pitch, and how to write formal emails and stuff, right? How to convey certain tones and stuff, and it prepares you for your internship at the end. That sort of time as well as for you to find internships and try to move on the way there. And the thing about it is that
we also have quite a lot of like CCAs, SIGs.
Your internships itself, that you could go to many different companies. You could self-source, you could do all that stuff. Besides that, in school, there are some other things, some other sort of ways that you can hone some other softer skills or harder skills. And this would be our special interest groups. So special interest groups are like sort of CCAs specific to ICT students. Only ICT students can take them.
It's exclusively for them.
Exclusive, right? And this ranges far and wide parts of the ICT industry. So it can be programming, outreach for the school for portfolio and things. You have the photo video club, the NULSEC, which is about cybersecurity. You have the DOT, which is about animation and drawing.
PVSIG.
The photo and video
Yes.
SIG. And I think to get and all of these skills help you in the future, possibly in the getting jobs and stuff. And I think to get a better understanding of SIGs in school, we'll be showing you a SIG from SIG video from the SIG Genesis.
Yes.
And I believe you have a better understanding of what SIGs are.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Ron. I'm a Year 2 CSF student and I represent Genesis. We focus on mainly two things, so innovation and entrepreneurship. So essentially challenging students to have creative ideas and hopefully making tangible business ventures. So we have something called Innovate Secure, which we have yearly. So recently students were showcasing their cybersecurity skills through different kind of mini lessons. For future plans, we also have different trainings and competitions, and also we're trying to expand on different proposals and startups by our members. Definitely encouragement from my teachers. They always saw my entrepreneurship side and my business side, so they saw that I could flourish in this kind of CCA. So if you're someone who's definitely a business-minded person and want to merge technology and business together, this would be a really great CCA. Sometimes we have alumni coming back to school, and these people are experienced professionals in their field, so these members can definitely learn something from these alumni. Another thing is you can definitely nurture your confidence and entrepreneurship skills, because in this CCA it's definitely about speaking confidently so that you can receive funding for your startups and projects. Students definitely need to have two things in mind, so time management and prioritization. So for the time management aspect, you definitely need to plan your time wisely. So exams are coming up, you definitely need to allocate certain times for certain things. So if you have a CCA coming up, then allocate the time for that. And prioritization in mind, I think above all, your studies should be the most important thing ever. I think students should definitely join an SIG because you can meet new people, especially your own peers in ICT. These people are often very, very nice. And another thing is you can learn new skills from these SIGs. So not just Genesis alone, other CCAs. You can learn new skills and every kind of CCA is different. So definitely can learn a lot of different things.
Hi guys, welcome back to the live stream. We have our special guest here. His name is Ray Yang. You wanna introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Ray Yang, and for the context of this, I'm actually the Vice President of Events and the ICT Society.
Yeah, so ICT Society is it's not really SIG, but it is sort of a CCA that's exclusive to ICT students, right? And as the events are you tell us more about ICT Society itself.
Alright, so ICT Society is actually the student body group under the School of Infocom Technology, and I guess we're like under the umbrella of societies that ultimately is connected to the Ngee Ann Poly Student Union, MPSU for short. So what we do is we provide manpower for events such as this one, like open house, Red Camp, and also our yearly compulsory student orientation programs, or CSOP for short.
Yeah. So how about you tell us more about your role in ICT Society? I heard you are a part of the EXCO.
Yes. So actually, as Vice President of Events, I work together with my partner Ian Han, who is also the co-VP of Events with me, and we plan and spearhead events for society. So we have, besides the three main events that I've mentioned earlier, we also have internal bonding and training events to help our members to develop leadership skills and also learn how to do camp planning and to prepare documents for these various camps. As you know, camp can be very complicated as there are many documents involved and a lot of people involved, and we have to make sure, especially in the COVID world, we have to make sure that everything goes on safely, and also to help to you know.
So even though you're an EXCO of all this kind of stuff, do you have any other external sort of commitments that you have, to let the audience know you better?
Currently, my main commitments are predominantly my schoolwork and my CCA. So I don't really have much external commitments, which I guess I'm somewhat thankful for because it allows me to focus on these two important things. I also coincide with each other quite a lot as is both involved with the school.
Yeah, that's pretty good. So do you need to, okay, so you do agree, right, that as like having an exco and all this stuff, you still have to be able to manage your time and your work on
sure.
your on your GPA first and that kind of stuff, right? Yeah. So yeah, you can just think how you manage your time involved with so many like responsibilities.
It's important to plan ahead. It's important to visualize what you have, like not just in the coming week, but maybe at least what you have in the coming month at least. Like at a view, you should be able to know, for example, what assignment due dates you have, any tests that are coming up, so you can properly have enough time to prepare for these important like milestones in the semester. And CCA wise, you need to know when are the key events. So let's run through the timeline. For us, let's say the semester starts in April, right? Our first event will be CSOP, right? And we move down slowly. There's probably gonna be a bunch of training and bonding events between this period and our next event, which is Red Camp, which happens towards the end of the year, right? And we also in between have events such as ICT Investiture, where we have a handover of leadership in our CCA as well, and the various SIGs. So this actually is planned together with all the other SIGs that we have in the School of ICT. And if the viewers don't know, SIG stands for Student Interest Groups. These are the sort of mini CCAs that we have here in the MPICT. So we have SIGs that cater to hacking, software development, entrepreneurship, and a vast variety of different interests in related to the infocom world. And moving along, we have this event in the annual open house. And yeah, then the cycle kind of repeats itself. Of course, I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of training and bonding that goes in between these events as well.
Before we continue, we have a question from Danny Chan. Can CSF help us get qualified for the CS NSF scheme? Yes, actually. For the CS NSF track, all the pre-enlistees are eligible for it. But you'll need to have some sort of absolute knowledge in and skills in cybersecurity, which the CSF course does give you. So the CSF course will help you get into the CS NSF course. So if you are interested in that kind of stuff, go for it. It will allow you to. It will assist you in. It will assist you in getting into the CSNF course. Even as students in ICT, even though we'll have to go for NS as well, right? Yeah. Cool stuff.
Can't wait.
As a student in poly as well, especially ICT, I believe you can get into some other. As a guy in ICT, you can get into some specific ICT stuff. I think in NS. Yeah, so it does help you in the future as well. So actually, me and Rhea, we're both from ICT Society. We're both part of the X.
Hey, don't exclude Esther. She's not part of ICT Society.
Executive committee, exclusive committee.
Yes.
Yeah. So, but actually, we're all part of the committee.
We're part of the committee.
And yeah, so Riz here is actually the vice president of the projects department, and Esther is head of administration under the operations department.
Yeah. So we do everything, and we do a lot of things, and we help maintain some stuff in the school as well. We help bring events that sort of bring some life to your student to being a student here in ICT.
Of course.
ICT. Okay, so I think right now we'll be able to show you guys a video from the Dot. It's one of our SIGs. And
what does the Dot do?
The Dot does the animation and drawing, that kind of stuff. Visual and digital art. And it's a very interesting SIG, and I from what I'm told by my friends in the SIG, it's fun, and from there they're able to express themselves through art, and it's very interesting for them. So we'll be able to show you the video right now. Hi guys, welcome back.
Yes.
Welcome
Okay,
back.
so
Right now, just to remind you guys, there is a courses and career talk. There's happening.
still half an hour.
Still half an hour left. You guys can sign in the QR code or the link in the description and the link pinned in the chat.
our lecturers will be able to help you better with your questions or with your questions about our courses or our careers. Yes.
So, I think I remember when I was coming into Ngee Ann Poly at the time. I also went to their open house and I did go for my courses and career talk. And
How was it?
through that, through that, I was able to actually decide on coming into ICT. Like at first, I wanted to do veterinary science or like nursing, that kind of jazz, right? That kind of like medical work, because it's something that's cool, and especially stuff like veterinary science is something I have a passion for. But through the courses and career talk, like they talked to me about it. I told them, oh, I have a fear of blood, I will faint and stuff like that. And they managed to direct me. The courses and career talk at the time, they managed to direct me to ICT. And at the time, again, I wasn't that sure which part of ICT that I wanted to get into and specialize into. So at that time, they were like, yo, there's a courses and there's a common ICT program. There's a common ICT program that you can enter to make a more informed decision about your choices here in ICT. And I went for that, and I through the career talk, they were able to very well advise me on what to do in my time in Poly, right here. Yeah, so I highly do recommend you go for it. Did you actually go for the open house at the time?
Yes, I went for the open house for I think for my year. I think 2018. Wait,
When
no,
was our
sorry.
year? 2019.
2019. Yes.
2019.
So for 2019, I went there and then I told them that I have an interest in ethical hacking. Back then, I thought like that was like quite cool and stuff. So I actually saw there were two courses that were suited for this. So one was the Network System and Security by School of Engineering, and also one for Cybersecurity and Digital Forensics by our very own ICT. So I actually went to them and asked them if they knew the difference between those two courses. So they were able to give me like good advices, and I was still not very sure of what I wanted to do. So I actually took the Common ICT program, the same as him. Yes, so I believe that through the one semester of learning all the like teaser modules, like it gives you an introduction of the whole course itself. You'll be able to make a more informed decision whether you really want that thing or not, or it's just an interest. Yeah.
So, yeah. Besides that, there are still some other courses that are coming up here at ICT. I believe later on there will be another courses and career talk at 5:30. In case you missed this one, there's also one more for discovering your hidden talent in hacking, sort of an e-taster course of what you learn in the CSF course. And we are chock full of some of the SIG programs as well. So this would be like game theory, like we said just now, that is ending, that you can actually still sign up for in 30 minutes. Fundamentals of interactive media, as well as creating your first Discord board with the Overflow SIG. Yeah, I think right now we still have another few minutes with us.
Yeah, I think it's like, yeah.
We have a while. So, we can talk about some of our experiences here in ICT. As a student coming into ICT, right, you will have to go through some sort of orientation camp. Here we call it CSOP. It is the compulsory student orientation camp, where the reason why it's compulsory is because the school has to brief you on some of the basics of being a poly student. So things like grades, general rules, and how to how your grades work, in a sense that, for example, they remind you that, if you fail a module and stuff, you have to retake it next year, and that may lead you to having extra years here at poly, or even
there's some percentage of attendance that you have to hit in order to pass a module. There's also things like if you fail a module, you have to retake the module, and if you fail too much, you may risk extending a extra semester of studies. So that means that you'll be graduating later. So it's a 3-day program, or it's a 3-day orientation program. So the first 2 days you'll be with your classmates and you'll be with your GLs, your group leaders. They are it's it's a
Yeah,
senior
teachers, yeah.
your senior classmates. Yeah. So they'll be taking you around the school, yes. So on the third day, it's mostly on talks by maybe director, course chairs, that they'll be telling you more about the experience that you'll be having in your your ICT
Journey?
journey.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I think CSOP for me was very fun. I got to make tons of new friends there, meet some of my new classmates as well. You get put into clans, like you see online. It's all these like cool poly camps where you go around with flags and chanting, camp chants and stuff. It's a really fun experience, and if you do come to ICT, I hope you do enjoy it. Our previous guest, Ray Yang, he's actually one of them who is planning the camp, and he's part of the planning team. And you get to see him,
So
and you'll be able to experience the
we
camp.
have a question from Nihility. So, will I see you all if I join ICT?
If you join ICT, if you do join ICT,
You may see us around.
you may see us
Yeah,
around.
you'll see him around in semester 2 cost of living.
Yeah.
Or internship.
So if you come into the Ngee Ann Poly next semester, you will definitely see Asha walking around. She's very loud and she's very prominent in ICT. But I'll be on my internship. And
You'll see him around in semester 2.
you will see me around in semester 2. You'll probably see me hanging around. If you are looking for me, you can see me hanging around some of the study areas. Some of the study areas and facilities here that we do have in ICT. One of them such as the e-garage, where I'll probably be doing my final year projects. Polishing them and making them pristine. I gotta get that 4.0 for my last semester.
Wow.
You'll also see me in some of the study areas here that we have in ICT, some of the ones that are nearby ICT, such as Block 22. I think by that time, if COVID and they release the restrictions of COVID, you will see me there a lot more, hanging around with friends, studying, sleeping, doing whatever. Or you may also catch me at
Studio 27.
Studio 27, yeah. As an avid gamer, I'll be with my friends and we'll be playing video games there. If you do have the audacity,
aptitude,
you do the audacity, you can come to Studio 27 and play some games with me even. If you think you can beat me, but that's what I'm saying. But yeah, you definitely see me around at events as well. Events that will pop around the school. If you do join some of the CCAs or the SIGs here at ICT, such as ICT Society, for example, if you do go for the bonding camps and the welfare camps, you'll definitely see me there.
If you join fencing, you'll see him too.
Yes, if you do join fencing, you will see me too. Again, I don't promise you that you will survive, but you can come here and have a good time. Ngee Ann Poly itself does offer a ton of CCAs, and it ranges from community service, sports, community service, sports. It also ranges to things like drama and English and
orchestra,
musical instruments and stuff. And you can choose whatever you have to intend. If you do not find something that, if you don't actually find something that you want to join that piques your interest,
you can make your own CCA.
Yes, you can make your own CCA. If you go down to the student development office, I believe you can, request and talk to some of the heads of the school on introducing a new CCA, and you will have the chance to make your own CCA with enough people and funding even, and you can go from there. Yeah, so the school is very open. The school is very the school does like to help students, discover themselves and discover what they're good at. The school even has facilities such as the sandbox, where students are able to, sort of create their own products with 3D printers, laser cutters. They have tons of raw material there that you guys can work with. You can learn some special skills like woodworking, leatherworking, anything that you like to do.
We also have this place where, students can bring up their own business ideas. Yes, and the school, I believe, provide funding of up to $2,000.
If the idea is good and it is promising, the school will provide you with money and funding to hit start your project. Yeah.
Yes. So for those who are interested in entrepreneurship and have a good idea, you can head down there and you'll be like, try your luck. Yeah.
But you know, if you don't have to go there to do it. Here, right in ICT,
Yes,
you
we
do
have
join
our
some
own
of the specific.
ICT hubs that will help you to mature your business
Right.
ideas.
Yeah, we also do have a module called Techno Entrepreneurship, and this is the module that allows you and teaches you to figure out how to make your own business and how to proceed with it. Some of the what you need, the standards, and the skills needed to create your own company. Yeah. So, do you think you have any interest in going for this kind of modules or starting your own business here in the end?
Okay, so for myself, I'm more of the kind of people that I I can't say I don't have my own ideas, but I don't really have like a very legit idea. I would really like to build on stuff instead of like starting my own stuff instead.
Hmm.
Yes, how about you?
Business ideas. Many people know I'm a wealth of bad business ideas. But you know, if you do have some business ideas that you want to have, the school is very supportive in this kind of thing, and you will use your skills to help yourself go on with this project, be it a business modules or some hard skill modules like programming that will help you in the future. So, for example, let's say I wanted to make a website where people can start a product. Let's say an e-commerce website, right? I could use the skills that I picked up in databases, the skills that I picked up in front-end development, back-end development, full-stack development, maybe some of the skills I picked up in the marketing modules that will allow me to market my product to the masses. And if and say in school and in any business idea, you will have to work with friends as well. So if you have friends who worked in the sort of the business modules, customer decision making, or enterprise resource planning, stuff what's that called? Supply chain and stuff. Yeah.
Supply chain.
Like all these ideas and all these skills that you learn at ICT, you can bring together and help you in the future. Even if you're going just for a normal job as well. Yeah.
Yeah, so for those, okay, so I think it's really a very broad-based course. So if you have anything, okay, so maybe like you aren't very sure of what you want to do, what you want to specialize in the future, you can try this course out and you can slowly path your own way down through your interests and stuff, and probably you will find, and hopefully you will find some benefits through this course.
Yeah, it's very interesting, and you could just go for it.
You will learn a lot of industry knowledge and how things are done in the industry. And we also have a lot of industry-driven projects, real-world projects that will emulate the industry world.
Yeah. So it's very important to pick up these skills right now, earlier on. It will definitely benefit you in the future. I think besides that, there isn't really anything else about the courses that we take. We can talk to you about some of the experiences in ICT. So let's say for some of the facilities here at ICT. Right.
So facilities-wise, we have technically two of the more popular places in ICT would be level 4 called the Dot and level 5 called the Byte. So the Dot is mostly for IM students, immersive media students. So there are like features that will how to say make, so there are features that are made for the immersive students like the art studio, delis, the dungeon. So art studio is where students get to channel their artistic flares. There'll be a lot of models, there'll be a lot of structures for the students to draw and stuff. It's also the place where you get where we host live networking sessions and live drawing sessions. While for the delis, there are things like stages, curtains, the seats, which gives students a cinematic experience and lets students to critique each other's work. While for the dungeon itself, there are places. So it's like an industry. It emulates an industrial experience.
Yeah.
So students get to work in teams, and then their industry partners will be tracking their progress.
Yeah. I think besides this, the school also provides the students with industry standard software and hardware and tools that will help you in the future. For example, in some of the immersive media courses, some students do need things like cameras or special computers with special software, such as Photoshop, anything under the Creative Cloud, to help them in their course. And the school does actually provide some of these materials, MacBooks as well, and DSLR cameras that help them in the photography and so on in the course, and it's very important. We do have a question from Ray Ng. What are the types of scholarships NP offers to ICT students? How do I apply for them? Talk about that?
So there are scholarships like MP Scholarship, MP Merit Award, Donor Scholarship, Polytechnic Foundation Program Study Award. So MP Scholarship is actually open to all-rounded students with outstanding academic results, strong core values, and leadership position. While for MP Merit Award is open to Year 1 students with good academic results and strong core values. This is a one-time award. You want to tell us more about the donor scholarships?
Okay, so the donor scholarships are open for students who have excelled in their work, such as me. Okay. They said their work, and they're donors by some people outside who are very generous to us and are very generous to some students. I want to encourage them to do better in their studies. And this is to support them in their passion in their respective fields. So certain people want to support people in the ICT school. They also support those in CCAs and in their preceding year of study. And finally, the Polytechnic Foundation Program. So this is for PFP students out there, and they do support the ones who have good academic results, strong leadership qualities, and potential to excel as well. So this how we apply for scholarships here in ICT is that there's a scholarship page on the student portal, and through this, the students can go there and apply, put in information, put in maybe the portfolio as well. And as for bursaries and other financial needs, this is at the same portal, and these are open concurrently for students to take. There are, I think, like ranks on how much financial aid you are given as well. Scholarship recipients for awards that cover the tuition fee, I think only, are allowed to hold a government-funded bursary as well, I believe, concurrently at the same time. And finally, some of these, apart from these scholarships and awards, others are offered by external organizations. From time to time, some of your lecturers will actually send you emails and provide you with some information of some of these scholarships as well that appear. So these could become from companies such as Singtel, IMDA, DSDA, government companies that are just out there. And if you actually come to Ngee Ann, down at the first floor, you can actually see the bunch of students, the pictures on the television, pictures of the students who have scholarships and getting the scholarship awards as well. I'm personally under the DSDA scholarship. I think for me, luckily, there isn't actually any bonds for it. I just have to go there for my internship, and it's something that when I see it, I really enjoy. I really have a passion for. I think some of the main things that can get you a scholarship would be, a good leadership potential, good leadership examples. And this will be taken from things like the CCA. Of course, good grades. I believe there is a cutoff point for student scholarships. However, that is dependent on the company or the school itself. And I believe for some of the other scholarships, in Ngee Ann especially, you have to go for something called the TCP program, the Christiana program, and it's this place which allows you to get a better scholarship opportunities in the future as well. I don't think I'm inside it, but from what I've heard, it's very insightful and helps you greatly in the future with some skills. Right now, I think it's time for us. We can take a small break and show you a SIG video by SCS by the SCS and the SIG, and we'll be able to show the video to you right now. welcome back.
Yeah.
So, just remind us, in the next, you guys have not a lot of time left, but you guys can still join the courses and career talk
Yes.
that's happening right now. You guys can join it in the link in the description or the stream, and you guys will be able to find out better information about the courses and the futures that you want. Well, let's go. Okay.
Yeah.
I think in the meantime, we can pick up some of the
Let's take a look.
general questions that a lot of people have here at ICT. Alright. I think some questions that we've been asked in the past few days have been things like, is Common ICT a diploma? No, actually, Common ICT is not a diploma. It's actually just a small program that allows students to get a better understanding of the courses around them, and it allows them to have a more learned knowledge and be able to decide after their first year. Yeah. You also have another question. Maybe you can answer that. What are the subjects that you must be strong in order to get into the IT course?
So technically, I don't think there are any subjects that you must be strong in. For example, if you're not good in programming or you don't have any knowledge in programming, you can still come to this course. So our courses will teach we will have modules that will be teaching you from scratch. So for example, you have your programming 1 module from your year in your year 1 semester 1. So there you'll be learning about Python all the way from the scratch, like what are values, how do you do function, how to actually code, and the logic that goes behind it. So it's not a must for you to know how to program. And also the same for immersive media courses, you don't have to know how to draw in order to get inside. I believe in immersive media courses, it will be I think it empowers you with the drawing skills slowly as you practice and stuff. You'll be sent for industry talks, master classes, and also like some lectures on how to improve your drawing and stuff. I believe that the school may also bring you to a museum to draw the structures over there too. Yes, that will serve as a practice for you on your drawing skills.
Yeah, okay. So we have another question. What is the sorry. I wanted to be a software engineer. What course is best for me? I think the best course for software engineers would be the IT course itself. Not only are you able to get a good understanding and different opportunities to learn our programming languages and stuff. There is also one elective called software engineering, where you get to learn the basics and the fundamentals, as well as excel and build upon your knowledge of software engineering. Through that, you could go for other internships as well about software engineering, and it helps you in the future. You answer one more question. What program languages will we be learning?
So for programming languages, I believe that we will so for now I finished learning on Python and C#. So I think depends on the electives that you take. For example, for mobile application development 1, you'll be learning more about Java, Kotlin, and stuff. Then for programming 2, there's also making a website out, so you'll be learning on CSS, like I think Java also, yes, HTML and stuff. Yes, and then for iOS, we'll be learning Swift, right?
Yeah, Swift.
Yes. You can
Swift
talk
is
more
sort of
about
like
it.
Swift is sort of like a Python hybrid. It's very intuitive and it's greatly supported. I think besides Swift, at most the program they use to make apps, Xcode is a bit wonky. I think.
Wonky.
As for my personal experiences during my latest test, the code wouldn't work at all, and like I searched online after I finished the test, and apparently the only way to fix that issue is to restart my computer. So it is a bit wonky, but it is still a great programming language that you can take.
Yes, just a reminder, courses and career talks will be ending in 5 minutes. So if you guys still have any burning questions on your mind, do remember to hit to head down on the link below or find the QR code. Yes, so if you miss this chance, I believe that there's still another window
to go for this Social Career Talk
at 5:30.
At 5:30, yes.
Yes.
So, let's answer some of the other questions here that we've been asked before. So some people may want to look at them one more time. Right. So there's one which is, are there any low demand for IT jobs?
I don't
No.
think.
Okay.
I don't think.
So, in terms of jobs in IT industry, as of now, I mean, the IT industry is booming and it is continuing to expand. The school, in a sense, also tries to prepare students for these kind of changes in industry. So, for example, that's why we have revamped courses. Courses like the IM course or the new data science course have been revamped from the previous courses that they were, and this is to better prepare some of the students into doing into working and getting prepared for the industry and the new needs that are always coming up. And I think that's something that the school is good at doing, which is, you know, having foresight in the future to be able to go for these to change sort of their change some of the some of the courses to fit industry needs. Yeah. You have any questions that you want to talk about?
Okay, some people has this. Okay, we can talk about misconceptions. So, some people think that poly is more relaxed than JC. Okay, that's not true, to be honest. For JC, from what I know, it may be quite stressful for you guys. However, poly is equally as stressful. So you may see us not doing stuff, and our timetable are quite lax. But all the other time that we will be busy with assignments, projects that will be given to us, and normally this kind of assignments and our lectures and tutorials actually go takes place together. So one hand we have to be dealing with our weekly tutorials and practicals. On the other hand, we have to work on our assignments. So it's really not that much less relaxed than JC is.
Before we continue, we have one more question by Ray Ng. He asked, will I be able to make my own products with things such as Raspberry Pi and Arduinos?
Yeah, so I believe that
you know? Yes,
yes,
you will be able to do this kind of things.
I believe that our e-garage has tons of hardware stuff, and I believe that you can go and borrow them if possible, and I think you can use it to do your own stuff. Yes.
With many of our modules such as Portfolio 1 and Portfolio 2, the school allows you to venture out and try out these new things. You can borrow Raspberry Pis from the school itself for your assignments. I'm currently borrowing one from the school for my Portfolio 2 assignment to finish it out and have a better product. But you will be able to use Raspberry Pis and Arduinos to sort of learn these kind of skills that you need, right? I think before we continue, and we continue to the next section, I'd like to remind you guys about the trivia quiz that we'll be having later on, and that you guys can join at 5 o'clock, as well as that. Yeah, I think that's about it for this segment. Before we continue on, we will show you guys a interview by Mr. Melvin. He is the new IM course chair, and he'll be able to tell you more about the IM course before we start talking about it.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll be able to play the video right now. Hi guys, welcome back.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So before we continue, before we continue with the I am sharing, we'd like to remind you guys that right now, the Fundamentals of Interactive Media by the Amphibi Studio SIG has just started. It is an e-taster class by the Amphibi Studio Social Interest Group. And to join, just scan the QR code or click on the link in the chat or the description and head over to the OH program and select join now. Right? It's recommended that you do have Unity installed. We will be introducing the basics of Maya, 3D software used in the IM course for animation and 3D modeling, with a tutorial in regards to Swakeya, which is for things like your Instagram filters and Snapchat filters and stuff. And it's followed by a simple tutorial with Unity. It's a game engine with regard to making of terrains and particle effects in games. Yeah, so all those like the Unity particle system and stuff, it's all pre-installed. So trust me, it's really easy, and you guys can get really insightful information into it with the Amphibi Studio SIG. Right now, I'll be talking to you about the IM course.
Yeah, so for IM itself, it's really more on focusing on designing immersive user experience. You'll be trained in user interface and user experience design. And I believe that immersive media, this course is mapped to the National Skills Framework for Infocom Technology and Media. And there are also a variety of electives offered by this course, which will allow you to graduate with an industry standard portfolio. So for IM course, you'll be extending or creating a new reality in the 360-degree space. So you'll be emulating and merging the physical world and the reality. And also, we aim to surround our audience so that they will feel completely involved and immersed in the experience itself. So, would you be interested in the immersive media course if you were
the IM course?
Yes.
Well, when we entered Ngee Ann, when me and Ashin entered Ngee Ann, the IM course was actually available to us, even through the Common ICT program. I mean, there were other courses before it was revamped, such as an animation and
immersive media game development.
yeah, immersive media and game design. Game design.
Sorry.
It was available to us. However, we could not get into it through the Common ICT program. But if you do decide to go into the Common ICT program right now, you will be fortunate enough to enter it through the Common ICT. Yeah. So I think if let's say I were to join this year and I go through the Common ICT program or the IM course, I would actually go into the IM course. Yeah. I may not be very artistically talented. However, that's the thing about coming here to ICT, is that you don't exactly need to have a ton of aptitude. You don't need to have a ton of talent and skill to start off learning here in ICT. The school prepares you and teaches you everything from the basics. So let's say for IM, will teach you everything from the basics from color design to UI and UX, the basic fundamentals of shapes and color design, 3D modeling as well.
Yes. So
I think I also joined the course because of all the facilities that we have, all the facilities that are available to IM students.
Yeah.
And the software that are also available to us, that we are all given for free here at ICT. Maya game engines, all for free.
Yeah. So for the immersive media course, it's recommended to have a MacBook, but
no, you don't. Just a normal Windows laptop should be fine. However, I do recommend you to get a relatively more powerful one, especially with a decent graphics card and RAM. This is because in IM, all the software that you'll be using, I believe, will be a bit more resource intensive, and it's I personally recommend that you get a stronger computer for the course. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah. So for immersive media, you'll be creative and technical designers, where you get to develop user-centric, interactive, immersive designs, and you'll also be a competent user interface, user experience designers who will be able to bridge between design and technology. So for immersive media itself, we adopted a project-based learning as our signature pedagogy. So this is where we will be featuring lesser tests. I'm not sure if it's a good thing to you, but yes, lesser tests, but more on assignments and projects. So that being said, it's very important for students here to be able to work as a team, and also not yes, and also doing work consistently is the key to success. Yes.
That's the thing about being in the IM course.
Yeah.
There is a lot of project work. Teamwork is also very crucial. Being able to work in teams is very crucial, and doing your work consistency is the key to success. And do know that this new IM course is it's a more general course with no specialization in your third year, or your second year, I mean. And last and not least, it's very important to maintain a very good portfolio, right? Being in the IM course, throughout your 3 years of study, you'll have the opportunity to develop projects, develop systems, animations, models that you can use in the future. And in the future, if you do decide to pursue these areas of immersive media, of course, the first thing they look at is your portfolio. And no matter what kind of animation or 3D modeling, they want to look at the work that you do, the style that you do things. And so it's very important to maintain a good portfolio and keep that portfolio for your work throughout the 3 years. It will get you a dream job, and you'll gain entry for your further studies as well in university, because they get to see your aptitude and your skill in immersive media as well. The course itself, the course itself does provide a lot of opportunities for internships, be it local or overseas, as well as master classes and industry visits that the students will be brought to better advance their skills in IM. Yeah.
So we have a question from Ray Ng. So it's, what software will I use in the IM course? So for this, you'll be using application like Adobe Photoshop, After Effects. For 3D modeling, you'll be also using the Maya Autodesk. There will be more applications for shading, lectures, and these are just for year one. It just applies to year one student. Year two and year three, you may be using other programs.
Yeah, you'll be using more I'd say advanced programs.
And also Unity Web Player as well.
Yeah. The
That
kind of stuff that you will learn in the future for your works. And these are all to prepare you for your internship. The school makes sure to prepare you with all these relevant skills in industry standard software. Yeah. And with that, I mean that kind of crosses for every other course here in ICT, here in Ngee Ann. You learn the basics before you go out to learn to improve your skills or learn new skills as well. Yeah.
So
here at IM, you also have a ton of here at IM, unlike many of the other schools where you learn some of the, like after your first year, you learn some other basics about IT, such as databases, operating systems, project development. Here at IM, you will move straight to more IM focused modules, and these are from four main areas of interest. So the first one would be things like it would be creative design and experiences. So you'll learn how to create great user experiences for your audiences, and these will be things like experimental design, spatial theory, and level design for games, and gamification concepts. You'll learn also creative graphics and 3D assets. So this is how to how to create and implement all the required 2D and 3D assets into applications from anywhere. So there'll be things like applied design and 3D fundamentals, 3D for real time, and 3D environment. There's two others.
Yes.
Technical and programming, I think, is one of them.
Yes, there's technical and programming, and also other general modules. So just to clear up the misconception just now, we have a question from Wesley Teo. Do I need MacBook for IM courses? So no, you don't need to have a MacBook. Both Windows and macOS notebooks are fine, but it is recommended that you have a dedicated GPU in your laptop. So moving on to our structures in our courses. So I've mentioned that there are technical and programming like areas. There are also like general modules. So for technical and programming, it's to create interactivity for immersive experience. So you will have courses, you have modules like immersive tech, interactive 3D experiences, and for other general modules, it's to actually complement your learning and give you a holistic learning experience. So for example, there are like project management, which is exclusive for this IM course. There are also like interdisciplinary modules, for example, like your innovation made possible,
Comms.
yes,
Everything.
communication is essentials. There are also the health and
wellness, yeah. Just general things that will help you have a more holistic education. I think a better way to explain the course would be a student from the IM course itself. We'll be showing an interview from one of our IM students, Wai Lun, and he'll be able to better show you what the IM course is like. We'll be able to play the video now. Hi guys, welcome back. Now we have a guest student. You want to introduce yourself?
So, I'm a year 1 student in the School of ICT. I'm called Tanya.
Hi, yeah. So you are a year 1 student. What course are you in?
I'm in immersive media.
Immersive media also.
Why is the voice shaking?
Did you enter IM?
Okay.
Did you enter immersive media through the Common ICT course, or did you enter through JE straight away?
I first joined CICTP through JE after O levels, and then after 1 semester, I. Are you okay? Yeah. So, sorry, give me a second.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
in the Common ICT program, there was a class called Digital Design.
principles.
Sorry. Design principles. Design principles. Did that course? Through that course, did you enjoy the course? And is that why you joined IM?
Yeah, partly because I'm also like, sorry, I like designing a lot.
You like designing a lot. Yeah. So I mean, through IM, you learn things like UI and UX, right?
Yeah, so I also did this campus job in ICT, which was like around UI UX. So I think that partly inspired me to join IM, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, so it is an interesting course, and it is relatively new, right? It came out last year. It was revamped from animation and immersive game design.
Animation something, right?
No, it's two different courses that they combined together and revamped it into the IM course. Yeah. So I mean, because you technically have no seniors, you are the forefront. You are the first generation of this IM students. Are you excited and are you excited for the things to come, like the 3D modeling, the UI and UX learning,
Yeah, I'm actually
as well as future internships?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited for it, honestly. Like, you know, I did D&T in like Sec 4, right? So it had a lot of like computer-aided designing and stuff. So I kind of liked it. So yeah, it's gonna be exciting.
Yeah. So you maybe talk about some of the things the teacher told you. Maybe like as a new student, what can you expect? Things from like your internship. Like, do you have any places that you're planning to intern at through IM? So this could be like any game companies or like
I'm not really sure where I want to go yet. Like, I haven't planned out much about my future, honestly. I know it's a bad idea, but
that's right. Wait, no, go with the flow, right? Go with the
yeah,
flow.
I mean, you either go with the flow or you plan everything out and then stress out about it not going right if it doesn't go right. So yeah, I'm just going with the flow right now. Yeah.
That's okay. As you know, in your first year, you have to try new things and learn new things. What is your favorite? What would you say is your favorite module so far?
I would say it's something like, you know, 3D fundamentals, cause I don't know, I find it pretty cool. I've only been doing 2D stuff a lot since Sec 4 in D&T, so I think it'd be pretty cool to learn something about 3D, you know.
Yeah, 3D animation and 3D modeling as well. That will help you in the future. And you know, in IM, right, you can prepare yourself to be like a UI and UX expert, creating immersive media, interactive media as well. And there is there is this rising industry which needs this kind of stuff as well.
Yeah.
So maybe you can tell us what how do I say it? Not influenced. What inspired you to come to do this kind of IM stuff, you know?
Honestly, because like I've been an artist ever since like, I don't know, since I was small, so I like to draw a lot and stuff. So I thought like, since IT is also a very like, you know, growing industry, so I thought like I can combine my talent with IT and like join this course called immersive media in the School of ICT and like, you know, be a part of both the worlds.
It's an interesting thing. Maybe you can tell us about your first year then. Now you are in your second semester, right?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. So in the first year in common ICT, maybe you tell us more of what students can expect, especially from the design principles module.
Okay, so I just finished my first semester, also like one term in Sem 2. It's been quite fun, honestly. Very stressful, but fun is also there. And like it was kind of hard doing everything through HBL, but like yeah, it went fine. The lecturers were all there to help, and like yeah, you could contact them easily. Design principles was also actually pretty fun. Like it was a very good module. Our lecturer like gave us very like fun projects to go through it. It was like redesigning a whole brand. So yeah, it was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, so in your first year, you'll receive rigorous training in design and programming through modules such as design principles, applied design, and interactive development. In addition, you'll also learn about how to create an enjoyable game with gamification concepts and rules.
Okay, so I think it's an interesting thing. Just to remind you guys about some of the programs that are going on right now. We have right now we are having some of the courses that are happening, such as the fundamentals of interactive media by FABC SIG. You will learn some of the things that you will learn in the IM course, as well as we will also be having a facility tour that's coming up. And I think that it's you can stay with us. We'll also have a trivia quiz later on at 5 o'clock. And yeah, you guys can come have a good time, win some attractive prizes, just like the previous 2 days. Soon we'll also be talking about the facility tour and maybe some of the facilities that we like here at ICT. Okay, so I think in the meantime, I think that's honestly all we have for IM. Before we move on to the next segment, let's see if we can show you guys an interview by one of our CICTP students, Jianing. And yeah, we will be able to play the video right now. Hey guys, welcome back.
Yes.
So I think before we don't have a lot of time left to display the IM stuff. So I think before we wrap it up, for the IM sharing, we'll be showing you one final video from our intern City. She's a year 3 student and she'll be talking to you about an interning experience about IMGD. We'll be showing you the video right now. Hi guys, welcome back. So right now we'll be giving you guys a facility tour. We'll be starting now. We'll be able to show you guys the stream. Right now, before we continue talking about the facilities that we have here at Ngee Ann Poly, here at ICT.
I hope you enjoyed the clip.
Okay, hope you enjoyed the clip.
Let's roll it.
Hi, my name is Tanya.
Hi, my name is Gwen.
Hi, my name is Estra.
Hi, my name is Rini.
Welcome to ICT!
So unfortunately, you guys can't come to campus physically. So I hope this virtual tour that we prepared for you gives you some insight into what you can expect as a student of the School of Infocom Technology in Ngee Ann Polytechnic. So without further ado, come along. Hey there, here we are at the 5th floor of ICT, and this was known as the Bite, so come on in. So the aim of this floor is to provide students with a next-gen learning experience, positive and joyful environment to give students that buzz of learning. Over to you, Tanya.
Hey, Win, so I'll take it from here. This is the Grass Patch, an open learning space to encourage collaboration and innovation between students. Our technology-enhanced classrooms are equipped with state-of-the-art equipment to maximize student learning experiences. Conventional whiteboards are replaced by interactive canvases, and our classrooms can be instantaneously turned into a collaborative space because of the pod chairs that are available for us.
There are also projectors that students can connect to remotely to share their work. This facilitates an engaging learning environment. Other than that, we also have our Microsoft Surface Hub for bigger displays.
As you can see behind me, this is a partition that you can actually use to take these two classrooms together, merge them, expand the classroom size. Apart from that, we also have these pod chairs that can be rolled around. Students can benefit from the flexible arrangement, collaborate and discuss with their teammates. And apart from that, the pod chairs themselves, they have an area where you can put your bag, and also, for those who need it, a cup holder. Now, these are the sort of next-gen facilities that students get to use here in ICT.
Continuing on the bike, we have an open learning space with walls that you can write on. Our students use these boards when they are working on the agile methodology to be able to track the progress of their projects. This place is also equipped for students to be able to collaborate and work together when they are developing their projects.
This is our Cybersecurity Operations Center, or CSOC for short. This is meant to simulate real cybersecurity operations centers used in the industry to monitor unusual activity, detect cyber attacks. With this, our cybersecurity and digital forensics students can get more exposure to environments such as these.
Next, we have the White Hat Zone. Follow me. So welcome to the White Hat Zone. So one thing about this room is that it's on its own separate Wi-Fi network. The reason is we actually have a server room over here which acts as an attacker or hacker, which then hacks his computer, which then infects his computer over here with viruses. We then use these viruses to train our students in defending against viruses by training them in cyber defense. The White Hat Zone also provides realistic and comprehensive cybersecurity training, pen testing, and secure software development.
This is the e-garage where our students work with industry partners to provide next-generation innovation solutions to real-world problems through capstone projects in year 3.
The e-garage is a study area for students with adjustable tables and chairs. On a room on the side, it allows students to brainstorm their final year project. On the other room, there's also a 3D printer and a laser cutter as well.
Let's move on to the dock. Follow me. Welcome to the dock. We are currently on the 4th floor of ICT block where the dock is located.
The DOT is NP's simulated production environment for learning and teaching of creative media design courses to foster a culture of creativity through real-world industry projects and to better prepare our graduates for the industry.
The aim of the DOT is to create a holistic learning environment and encourage our students to better collaborative work processes and communication with industry partners and students.
This is the Dailies Room. It is meant to simulate a theatre environment with seats, curtains, a projector, and a stage. It is great for students studying cinematography to showcase and critique one another's work.
We're now at the dungeon, so this is where year 2 students form in small teams to work on industry-driven projects using industry-strength software such as Unity and Autodesk.
Industry partners co-mentor their student production teams and monitor the progress of the production in the dungeon.
The art studio is professionally designed for students to channel their artistic flares.
It also plays host to the faculty, public, alumni, and students for weekly live drawing sessions and networking sessions.
And that's a wrap. Thank you for being with us on this virtual tour, and we hope to see you in ICT next year. Bye!
Welcome back, guys.
Welcome back. So now we'll be talking about our facilities that we have here in Ngee Ann Poly, here at ICT, right? So hope you enjoyed that video and it gave you a better insight about the facilities that we have here in Ngee Ann. You know,
I always see you at the grass patch, Chris.
Yeah, you always see me at the grass patch.
What are you doing there?
Well, the grass patch is sort of a staple area that we have here in Ngee Ann Poly, and it allows us to, it allows students to just rest and relax, do work, be it group work or individual. Some students actually just sleep there as well.
It's like a communal studying space.
Yeah, it's communal studying space.
And we just go there to have our group meetings or even just to chill. And I think it's a really good place to actually get some work done. It's quite quiet. There are projectors there that we can use.
Yeah.
And it's just a really good open space where it's a multi-purpose space that we can all use as well as ICT students, of course.
Yeah, some classes are actually even conducted at the grass patch itself. Teachers bring out the big screens and they project their work there. Students sometimes sit in beanbags and watch some of the lectures that are available there. Yeah. So it's a really amazing place, and that's kind of why I'm always there. That's where you always see me. Besides that whole kind of level there, that's actually called the Bite that we have here at ICT. It was around like a $2.2 million investment by the school into the students. 2.2 million that allows the students to have a more efficient learning experience and better facilities to do it better. Besides the grass patch on that level, there's this one other room. It's called the UX observation room. You'll use that room in UX classes.
Yeah.
To see
when people are assessing a prototype, you can watch from that room and you can see what they're doing with a prototype. And it's actually a one-way glass kind of room where you can see them but they can't see you. And of course, if the room is lit up, your room will have to be dark, so that they won't be able to see you through the glass as well.
Yeah.
And from there, people that create UX prototypes, they are able to assess how their product is being used and where they can improve on their designs. And not just for UX as well, it's also for general software development when you're creating an application or a product to see how your customers will respond to these applications and how you can improve on them as well. And talking about this UX observation room, maybe we should bring them to the smart classrooms.
Yeah, the smart classrooms. So all the classrooms fitted at that level are equipped with smart devices such as the projectors, which are interactive as well. You can use them to draw on the board and stuff, which is all visual.
That's right, and it's all equipped with the Solstice system where you can connect with it through a web interface on your mobile device or on your laptop as well.
So wirelessly?
That means you can connect it wirelessly without needing to mess with all those HDMI cables. I'm sure you all have had experiences where your lecturer or teacher had to fumble to reach and connect their laptops to present the class. With this interface, that problem is completely solved. Lesson can begin when the teacher is there right away.
Yeah. So it's a very efficient learning classroom as well. Personally, studying there, it's very nice as well. It's all air conditioned. The design and the layout of the place, it's all very well done. It makes a very conducive learning environment as well.
You know what I love most about that grass patch area?
What do you love most about it?
There's two things. One is the amount of natural light that actually gets to come through into that area. I think it really allows for teams to feel energized. Sometimes after class when I walk past the grass patch, even though it's artificial grass, right? The amount of natural light that comes in allows me to really feel refreshed and energized as well. Yeah. And the next thing I actually really like is that when we do modules that involve agile product development, when there is different phases of we have to arrange our product backlog, put what has been done in the certain sprints, right? We are allowed to use the whiteboards there for our development and track our progress with a more visual landscape of what we have ahead of us and what we have completed. It's more of a task management system of sorts, and it's all available for everyone to use in the grass patch area in the Bite.
Yeah. The thing about that is that you actually get to see all these year 3 projects and their agile scrum boards and burnout charts available on the walls of next to the grass patch. So this is the place where you can actually see what the year 3s are working on. It also expands to the other side, the other block, which is still part of the Bite, where there's a larger view of all these year 3 scrum boards and stuff. Not only is there these scrum boards, you can see the Yoshi projects, there's also some of the other smart classrooms such as the white hat zone. So this is one of the cooler classrooms that we have here at ICT. It's for the
cybersecurity students, yeah.
For the cybersecurity students. And it is also next to the Cybersecurity Operations Center.
CSOC for short.
CSOC for short.
Yeah.
Yeah, and these two classrooms are used by CSF students to learn ethical hacking and how to defend against ethical hacking as well. There's also a server room in the middle.
Want to know an interesting fact about that server room?
Yeah, tell me about it.
I heard from my cybersecurity friends that server room is actually
haunted.
No, it's actually disconnected from actually the rest of the school's network. So they're able to launch malicious attacks on that server room and vice versa from that server to their computer in order to test their like weaknesses, vulnerabilities, and it's actually like really innovative for the school to come up with such environments for our cybersecurity and digital forensic students, really imitating a real world scenario of what would happen if an attacker were to try to penetrate your system.
So all these like we say, all these services are also industry grade. So when you go into the working world, the same system, and you'll be really familiar with it.
That's right.
And you can learn right from the back. Right off the bat, I mean. Besides that, at the back of that block, there's also something called the e-garage. So this is an area that you'll always frequently see some of your year 3 students there, working in their final year project.
Yeah.
This area is equipped with components, electrical components, Raspberry Pis, breadboards. There's a ton of like
laser cutters, 3D printers as well. It really allows doesn't limit students to what they can create. And once you're in the school of ICT, if you have a brilliant idea, do approach your lecturer or mentors, and I'm sure they will find a way for you to help you bring that idea to life as well.
Yeah, so the school really it allows students to excel in these and use these for their projects and stuff as well.
Yeah.
And yeah,
we've spoken a lot about level 5, but if there's level 5, there must be other levels in ICT as well, right?
Yes, ICT has a whole of 7 levels where students where they are filled with classrooms.
That's right.
Where students can go there and learn different things. So most of the levels are dedicated to a certain course or a certain thing. So for example, level 5 is the block 31 on level 5.
The cybersecurity, right?
Oh, sorry, level
4.
Level 4.
Yeah, that's where we have.
It's dedicated to the
animation and IMGD and IM students.
Now it is dedicated to IM students, and this floor is filled with. It has all the MacBooks, which allows students to work on digital design. iMacs that allows students to work on digital design. There are rooms where there's a room where
the dailies room.
The dailies room,
it mimics a theater-like environment with like studio grade projectors, speakers, and also curtains to really block out light, so that when your lecturers are assessing your work, or even your classmates are assessing your work, right, they're able to really feel the experience just as they would in a theater environment. And it's just small little facilities like this that really, it makes me think like, wow, what great facilities Ngee Ann provides to really help specialized facilities to help their students to excel in not just Ngee Ann but also in the workplace environment in the future as well.
Yeah, so all these work experiences you can put it in your portfolio and stuff, and that will greatly benefit your chances of getting into your dream internship or your dream job in the future as well. And yeah, it's just a way that students can, actually talking about this, that whole level dedicated to, digital design and stuff. We actually have a video from Phoebe SIG. They had an event just now where you get to learn the fundamentals of design, and we'll be able to show you guys that video to get a better understanding of what they learned as well. We'll be showing to the video right now. You can.
Hi, my name is Renfred. I'm the current president of Amphibi Studios. I'm a second year student taking the course of Immersive Media and Game Design. So for Amphibi Studios, usually the main event we have is a game night, where basically everybody will come together in Discord due to COVID-19, and we will play games together through Discord call. Other activities will be things like workshops. So because we are game design, immersive media focused SIG, we usually workshop will be something like on Unity or maybe immersive media like Photoshop. So for me, personally, I chose Amphibi Studios because it's the only SIG in ICT that offers things related to games. Usually the members can come to inquire about previous members' experiences. For example, from your seniors, like if you have problems with your assignments and you're not sure what to do, you can come and ask for some advice. If you like hobby in a game or immersive media like digital arts, you can join the SIG to learn more about these specific topics. For me, the most memorable will be when I took the Unity workshop along with one of the SIG in the engineering school. So the seniors held a workshop and taught us about a simple way to make a game in Unity. For example, movement. It was pretty memorable to me because we had breaks and our senior offered snacks for us too. As there are many other ESCO members, Amphibi Studios ESCO treat each other as equals. So although we have individual roles, if we have issues, we can always seek help from the other members so that you will not feel any stress and have problems with coping both studies and ESCO roles. I would say that if you are interested in games or have a hobby, or maybe you just want to come to have some fun and relax so you can de-stress from the hectic life, maybe you can join Amphibi Studios where you can learn more about games if you are interested.
Hey guys, welcome back. Riz, what is happening at 5 p.m?
What is happening at 5 p.m.? We'll be having a trivia quiz on Kahoot on this very live stream. You'll be able to win some attractive prizes.
Wait, how many?
Oh, the top five. The top 5 people will be able to win some attractive prizes through the Kahoot quiz, and we'll be able to mail you these prizes.
Yeah.
And trust me, you're gonna want them.
So don't forget, at the end of the quiz, right? The top 5 winners, do remember to screenshot your winning page showing your points and also your name.
Yes.
So the names will be randomly generated. So do screenshot your full name there so we're able to find you and actually contact you. Sorry, you have to contact us. Screenshot that and actually contact us at NP.ICT Society. Yeah, but more information about that will be given to you later on, closer to 5 p.m. So for now, we still on the facility tour segment, right?
Yeah. Besides that, right now, I just remind you guys there is still the fundamentals of interactive media by the Amphibi SIG, the Amphibi Studio SIG, and you can still join it. Not a lot of time left, but you still have time to join it, and you can. No. Okay. Well, you'll be able to. You can catch them. You can catch them if you come and join Ngee Ann Poly. So, talking about facilities here in Ngee Ann Poly, what about the facilities outside of ICT and around the ICT?
There's one place you'll most definitely find me at. Do you know where's that?
Where?
It's basically the student lounge at Block 22. So in Ngee Ann Poly, our student lounge actually consists of many tables and chairs and also many sofas that our students can use. And for me personally, I love to use the sofas to get a quick power nap in between my lessons. So sometimes if I'm on a diet, I don't really have much to do during lunchtime. I just hit there to get a quick 45-minute power nap before my lesson so I can be really energized and just be able to tune into the class. And also, remember we used to do our projects there, Riz?
We did used to do our projects there together back when we were in the same class in year 1. Back then, before the COVID restrictions, there are classrooms and there are small rooms above the student lounge where you can book. I believe if you come to Ngee Ann and by that time, if the
hopefully the COVID pandemic has settled down more and the project rooms that will be available for us, hopefully
to book,
so we can hit there to do our projects. And the things that what I really love about the project rooms, specifically at 22, is that there are televisions in all of the classrooms, and we're not talking about small 10-inch TVs. We're talking about real big 40-inch TVs.
big.
And it's really the TVs there, I don't know how they can get so many of them, honestly. But there are huge TVs there that are really good to use when you're trying to present your slides, trying to play a video. And honestly, I really miss those times when we could hit there.
I really miss those times. Sometimes when you're doing some big ICT project, you run a big screen to be able to see all the information that you need to better finish up your assignments. And I really miss that time. You could really book it. Another thing you could book here at the school, you also could book rooms. Not only at Block 22, you could also book rooms at the library to study at. Small cubicles where you can study with you and your friends. You can also book some slots at Studio 27, which we were talking about just now. Studio 27 is sort of an entertainment center where students from all around the school can come here and play some games. Just unwinding.
Relax. Yeah.
Enjoy your time with friends.
What kind of like technology stuff do we have there?
Oh, well, the place is stock full of game consoles, Nintendo Switch, Nintendo Wii, PCs, top line PCs, top line specs that the school provides to us for free. Xbox, PlayStations. There's also a jam center there, filled with instruments from electric guitars, basses, drums, and that students can use to their own liking and just jam out with their friends. I believe some competitions, gaming competitions are held at Studio 27 at the LAN rooms. Yeah. Do you know of any of the competitions that are happening there? I heard you are an avid gamer.
I am an avid gamer, and I actually have been there with you a couple of times to play some games as well, like such as the common FPS titles such as Counter-Strike.
Yeah, Counter-Strike.
I remember you had an Overwatch phase, right?
I am still in my Overwatch phase.
He's doing his Overwatch phase, guys.
I'll be a professional by the end of this year.
But yeah, I found it really surprising that when I first entered Ngee Ann 2019, right, that they had Nintendo Switches there already.
Yeah.
Personally, at that point in time, Nintendo Switch was still rather new, at least for me, and I think that was my first ever interaction with a Nintendo Switch in myself. And I think that actually inspired some of our friends to actually get their own Nintendo Switch so they can play like Mario Kart at home with their families as well. And
I mean, the thing about it, right, that surprised me when I joined as well was that, it was tertiary education. I expected it to just be, working hard all the time and just studying 24/7. But as far as, the school actually also encourages you to go out and play with all these facilities for you to use, go down, relax, and, get it. The thing about, studying hard is that you have to have some relaxed time as well. Let your brain recharge and, just...
good work-life balance.
Yeah, good work... Yeah. Thing about it is that you need to have a good work-life balance here in Ngee Ann and actually in your entire life. Good time management as well. And I think that's something I really like about Ngee Ann Poly.
Some of the important things that they try to cultivate into their students as well. It's not always just about work. And neither is it always about play. It's really trying to achieve that good balance in life,
Especially things like entrepreneurship and freedom of development. School provides all these services like the sandbox that helps fund some students' dreams in making some things. And the school has tons of examples of alumni who have succeeded through the time in Ngee Ann Poly. So, for example, the founders of Carousel were actually from Ngee Ann Poly.
Really?
Yeah, they were. Yeah, but they were in the other courses, and you can see the school is able to cultivate these people to do better in the future as well. Yeah. So I think besides that, I think there's one last main facility group that we are missing out. I think that would be the food that's available here at Ngee Ann.
Yes, the food. I love the food here in Ngee Ann.
Now, there are 3 main canteens here in Ngee Ann Poly. One of them, the closest, and I feel the best in Ngee Ann.
Food Club.
First, my personal,
favorite?
My personal favorite, Food Club, which is right next to the ICT and Block.
Do you like it because it's so near to us, or is it because of the food?
Okay, both. I really love the food there. And another thing is that it is not even a minute's walk away from ICT. It's just across the little street.
Like a 50 meters walk?
It's barely anything. And at the place there's a huge variety of food going from bak kut teh to mala, pan mian, there's even halal options all around the place. Vegetarian options as well.
My favorite thing about Food Club has to be the fact that the ceilings there are just so high. And sometimes it's so when you're in a food court, it's so crowded, it's so compact, you can't find your way around. But I think the high ceilings really just takes away that feeling of slight claustrophobia there. And it just allows you to
it's a good environment.
Have an open mind.
It's a good environment. Especially when you and friends are just eating and talking. I think my favorite store there would be the Froyo store.
Oh,
yeah, the Froyo store
store
is the GOAT. Okay. It's the greatest of all time, And I have like a slight addiction to frozen yogurt. But you get to choose all these all your own toppings, all your own like I don't say sauces. Is it called sauce? It's not a sauce.
I guess
Dressings? Dressings.
White chocolate syrups. Yes, syrup
okay.
sauces. Yes.
Yeah, for your needs that you want.
It really is like an external yogurt store in a school, and I really found it quite surprising because I expected like in a school yogurt stores to just be like plain yogurt. They might not be allowed to give like sweet toppings or like chocolates, but you find all your regular like white chocolate syrups, pearls, even like some of the bubble pearls, and there's also chocolates. Yeah, so a wide variety of things you can eat at Food Club. Not just froyo. There are the stores like the Bak Kut Teh store, newly opened actually. There are the mala store. I'm sure all of you, most of you love mala. Those of you that like spice lovers like me, the mala stores is actually where I head to, one of the most actually.
Mala is sort of staple here in Ngee Ann Poly. All of the canteens here in Ngee Ann have a mala store, and almost all of the canteens here in Ngee Ann have a mala store, and it's a staple where students go there and eat together and share a big bowl of mala. If you are feeling a bit more adventurous, you can also venture out to the two other canteens here in Ngee Ann. We have Munch and Makan Place. Makan Place is the other bigger food center.
If I'm not wrong, it's the biggest food court in all the polytechnics in Singapore.
It is?
I'm pretty sure it is. I think I heard that from
So it is
incredible source.
it is just up the hill from ICT, and from there there's a big variety of food, and there's even a Subway there.
Oh yes, the Subway,
which is cheaper than regular outside Subway.
Yeah.
And another thing about all the canteens that we have here in Ngee Ann Poly is that they're all cashless. Right? They all have cashless options. You can use PayNow, PayLah, Pay Anyone, that kind of jazz, and you can use them all around Ngee Ann Poly, the canteens. And especially now during the pandemic.
Yeah, we don't really want to be touching cash too much, right? We want to be using our phones. We don't really want to have too much contact,
Yeah, too much contact.
Yeah.
So you are free to use cashless payments in school.
Every single store. That's so amazing.
I believe at Makan Place, if you do use PayLah, there is a certain amount of cash back above a certain price. And if you wanna if you're money conscious, you can go there and get some cheap food for you to eat.
We mentioned Subway and Makan Place, but are you forgetting the Old Chunky that's outside Munch?
Oh, the Old Chunky! Oh my gosh! Yes, we have one Old Chunky outside Munch. I always go there, get a bunch of fish balls before I come for class in the morning.
Yeah, especially when we are entering from the bus stop opposite of school, the side gate. It leads us right. The first thing we see is the wafting smell that comes up from Old Chunky. How can you resist that, Riz? You can't, right?
Can you resist it? And we also have one last more staple food here in Ngee Ann Poly. It's a more famous store, our Kaki Fuyong store. It is at Makan Place, and with their famous chicken fuyong. It's cheap, it's good. Oh, it's so good.
Did you read the article about it on the Straits Times?
On the Straits Times, there were testaments that it's just amazing food at such a good price as well.
I remember in 2018 when I came by for my EAE interview, I actually got a chance to try it out, and it really lives up to its expectations. And the best part about the Japanese store there is that they give you free soup.
Free soup? Oh, that's amazing. I think that's pretty much all the main facilities here at Ngee Ann Poly. If you would like to explore them of your own, there are still tons more that you can go to. Amazing hangout spots all around the school. I think that's all we have today for the facilities here at Ngee Ann Poly. I think we'll be showing you guys a video from one of our SIGs, Orion. And with that, we'll move on to the next segment. I'll be able to show you the video right now.
Hey guys, welcome back.
So, before we start, I'd like to introduce some of the courses that are coming up.
Classes? You mean e-taster classes that will be
e-taster
coming up?
classes.
So, firstly, we have one that will be from one of our senior lecturers here in the School of Infocom Technology, and that will be the Discover Your Hidden Talent in Hacking. So, that course will be starting at 5 p.m. So, that's actually right. Sorry, not 5 p.m. The course will be starting at 4:30 p.m., which is actually has started already. To get a slot in the course, do scan the QR code or head to the link in our chat or description and click on that register here button in the slot for Discover Your Hidden Talent in Hacking.
Not only that, there's also one more e-taster class, which is the Creating Your First Discord Bot by the Overflow SIG. To join, just again, scan the QR code or click the link in the chat or the description. You guys can head over to the OH program section and click Join Now on the tab. It's basically an introduction about how Discord works, Discord bots work, as well as sort of demonstrating some of the programming concepts available, and walk you through a fun activity on how to code and make a simple Discord bot. I do believe you need to get a Discord account to be in this program, but trust me, it's worth it. You'll learn some great skills that you can definitely use in the future.
However, and if you unfortunately do not have a Discord account or you're unable to make it for the full duration or the time slot, right? All these workshops will be uploaded to our YouTube channel that you're watching right now, MP ICT Society. So do check out our YouTube channel, and there you can look at all the various e-taster classes that we have for you here, for you to have a taste of the life of a student here in ICT.
I mean, happening right now. They just started right now. Yeah.
Yep.
So in the meantime, discover your hidden talent in hacking. I think when I first joined ICT, that was like, hacking and cybersecurity was all the craze. That was like the coolest thing at the time. At first I was actually considering going through the cybersecurity course because I just thought it was the coolest thing in the world, and I really wanted to pursue sort of a career in that.
Same here. When you see the name cybersecurity and digital forensics, it's just such a cool name, and imagine being in that course. And personally for me as well, right now I'm in the diploma in financial informatics. When I was doing my JAE applications, I actually ranked the diploma in cybersecurity and digital forensics higher than what I ranked my eventual course, which is the Common ICT program. My eventual program that I got into. And actually, I do not regret a single thing with getting into this program, because getting into this program really meant that I had one semester to... It's like, I knew I wanted to be in the ICT industry, but I didn't know which domain I wanted to specialize in. And I think this one semester really made me realize that I guess it was more of that how cybersecurity was not made for me. I wasn't really quite interested in it. And also, I'm not really interested to be a software developer, a software engineer. And therefore, I chose the diploma in financial informatics as my eventual choice to go to after this first semester here. And during my first semester, I met some really great friends, like you, Riz.
What's up?
Maybe you want to tell your story about maybe your differences between your JAE and also your eventual choice in the Common ICT program. You had some interesting movements, right?
Yeah, I had a lot of interesting movements. In my JAE, right, as they tell you, you want to put whatever your passion is first, and then sort of what you can get into and what you still enjoy as your second choice. I technically didn't get my first choice, but Common ICT program was my second choice. At first I wanted to choose veterinary bioscience here at Ngee Ann Poly. However, I didn't make it in. But I think it was a good choice. I do have some medical conditions that I don't that will make me not do well in the course, and could be like fields of blood or whatever. But in terms of coming to Common ICT, I had all the, at the time we had all these modules to experience before we made our choice. So cybersecurity fundamentals, we had programming, we had enterprise information systems at the time. Now I believe it's changed to data science fundamentals.
And there's also design principles, if I'm not wrong.
Yes. Then in the end, even though I did have an interest in cybersecurity, I actually ended up choosing financial informatics first, because at the time I thought financial informatics will be something that I'll be able to excel in, and something that I'll be able to develop hone my skills in. However, after my first semester, I realized it really isn't suited for me.
Also, you got into financial informatics.
Yeah, I got into financial informatics first, but after the first semester, I realized it wasn't for me. Even though the content itself was relatively interesting and relatively understandable, I realized that it wasn't a thing for me. I didn't really have any passion in it, and that I just wasn't enjoying my time there than I would have in IT, information technology, and especially since information technology has this opportunity to move to whatever modules and electives that you want to. Financial informatics is a lot more business based, and that's the thing that you have to understand about coming into poly, is to definitely do what you want to do, passion wise.
Yeah.
Doing things passion wise is very important.
I think for sure the biggest thing about poly is all these elective modules. And by the way, whatever we just said is by no means trying to say that one course is better than the other. It's just
it's
what
definitely
we
preference.
prefer.
It's
Yeah,
definitely
for sure. So going into the IT course for risk, it didn't mean that he doesn't have opportunities to take modules that I get to take. He gets to take modules like infocom, sales and marketing, right? And these are like predominantly IT and kind of leaning onto the FI side of modules as well. So it sometimes just boils down to preferences, and in this case for risk, he just wanted to have the freedom of choice of the type of modules that he could take as well. Whereas for me, I really felt that I found my place in the FI diploma, and it was where I really wanted to, because if I didn't get into the Command ICT program, right, I would have ended up over there in BA. So I'm really happy that I got into this program and I managed to find this like balance of the finance industry and also tech, and the term fintech is being thrown around nowadays, and our FI course unfortunately is being revamped into the data science course, which it's really been catching up with like the times nowadays, right?
So like we say, it's very important to make the right choice at the start, and to help you make the right choice, we will be having a courses and career talks later at 5:30. You guys can go for that and talk to some of the teachers to see whether talk to them about the courses and the modules and how lessons are conducted, and see what courses are right for you here at ICT.
Yeah, and if you want to have a more interactive one-to-one conversation, do head to the MP website where there are actually student ambassadors that will give you one-to-one talks, and you can actually understand more about student life from these ambassadors as well on Telegram.
Yeah. We actually do have a question here from
Nihility D.
Nihility D. Yes. Can I bring food to class to eat?
Well, you are actually not allowed to, and this question is actually more of depending on your teacher and also location. Location is a very key thing. There are some classrooms like the one that we are in right now that I don't think allows food to be brought inside. However, most definitely you are able to bring like bottled drinks, able to bring your bottled water inside as well. However, cup drinks, I have some lecturers that really do not want to have cup drinks in their class because they are afraid of the spillage
It is
issue.
a hassle.
Yeah.
It's a risk.
Because if you spill it, it's really a hassle, especially in a classroom like this where there's carpeted flooring. It is a pain to clean it up.
Yeah, so technically you are not allowed, but okay, you know what? Basically, we don't recommend you do.
Yeah.
The school itself does give you ample time to eat food during sort of a breaks in between your modules and stuff. And here at Poly, depending on your timetable, of course, your courses can be spread out, and teachers themselves will always allow you to be released around 5 to 10 minutes earlier to either go for your second class or to go for food in between classes.
So we do advise you to check with your lecturers and also the location that you're at as well.
Yeah, but have some common sense. Don't bring
Please don't bring a mala hot pot after class. That will be really, especially and I've been giving some briefings, especially since I'm part of my CCA committee. I have to give some briefings as well. We really don't want to see like people like munching on things. It really feels like when you're in the perspective of your lecturer, it really feels like the
disrespect.
Disrespect and like wow, my students don't really care. Which I'm sure you guys do. So be sure to show your teachers some respect and show them that you care as well.
Second MRT, no durian, no drinks, no food, right? But besides that, I mean, the classes themselves, if you are really hungry, all the teachers here at Ngee Ann Poly are very understanding. You could just tell them, I'm gonna go grab a bite real quick, and then you go down to eat the food.
Since now we're currently in the segment of Discover Your Hidden Talent in Hacking, and we did take a cybersecurity module together, did we?
Yeah, we did take the cybersecurity fundamentals module back in year 1.
There were some really interesting things that happened during our time in that module, for our group specifically. As you can tell from his very adverse reaction right now.
Story time. Me and Rayang here, we were together in our first
two-man team.
back in 2019.
Oh man, time flies.
That's 2 years ago. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, that's 2 years ago.
Yeah. We tell a story, and I think that how it works is that basically we had a presentation about malware and how malware is how malware can be spread among different computers through networks and stuff. And we are having an example with one of the malwares that we found online. And it is a really dangerous one because years ago, there was a ransomware actually.
Yeah.
And people
it will
lost a lot of money.
It will encrypt your files and you will not be able to access it. And
to cut it short, during our presentation, so to cut it short, normally during cybersecurity and testing out this malware, you want to run a virtual machine to prevent your device from getting
that's right.
damaged.
So it's an isolated environment if everything is encrypted, it's just on the virtual machine itself.
Alright.
So during the presentation, as I was setting up with his laptop right here, right beside him, is that I accidentally went to open. We're supposed to drag it into the virtual machine, right, and open it up inside. Unfortunately, I went to open it in his laptop itself, in the Windows 10 environment on his laptop itself, and it was like broadcasted to the entire class. And
So
I'm so glad that his laptop is fine because I do not have the money to compensate.
So the thing about it, right, is that if you are in the CSF course, so the only reason why it didn't start running on my computer is because of the defensive measures that people put in, and these defensive measures that you can actually learn and develop if you actually come into the CSF course here in Ngee Ann Poly, and you can learn how to make a defense against these malware attacks, which actually just saved my computer during his markup.
That's right, and I am so excited to see what you guys can create when you enter the School of Infocom Technology here as well.
I think right now, for you guys, we'll be showing to you guys a society video by the ICT Society.
Yeah. Are you in ICT Society too, right?
We're both in ICT Society, and we hope you do enjoy the video that we'll be showing right now. Guys, welcome back.
Yes,
I
welcome
hope you had a
back.
good time. So now, just to remind you guys, now there is a Discover Your Hidden Talent in Hacking. It's available for you if you go to the link in the description or the stream, or scan the QR code right here, and you guys can go there and register to learn about maybe your hacking and some things that you're learning here, especially in the CSF course. I think there's another event currently going on.
So
Discover your so create your own Discord bot by the Overflow SIG. Yeah.
So yeah, where is it? Okay, so yeah, you're able to create through this small course, I would say, you'll be able to learn how to create your own first Discord bot, which is a e-taster class by Overflow Special Interest Group. Yes, so to join, you can just scan the QR code, or you can click the link in the channel description and head to the OH program website and select join now. So it will be an introduction to how Discord bots would work, as well as demonstrating some programming concepts as we walk you through a fun activity of how to code a simple game on Discord bot.
Yeah, I highly recommend it. It's very fun. It looks very fun.
It is very
I bet you it is very fun. Right now, just now we were talking about hacking, yes, and how cool it is, right? So you can talk maybe some of the facilities that help students here at the CSF course.
Okay, so some facilities that we have for students who have interest in hacking. So we have there's two places in the Bytes, which is level 5 of ICT block, which is called the White Hat Zone, and also the place that we call CSOC, Computer System Computer Cyber Security Operations Center. Sorry, yes. So for these two places is for classes. One would act as the attacker and one would be the defender. So the white hat zone will be the class defending, and the Cyber Security Operations Center will be the class that will be attacking. So this is places where students will go through a simulation of how real world problems would be, and also what happens when there's an attack. So when there are no two classes that are having classes at the same time at these two places, there's also a small room in between this room, which is called the server room. So the server room will act as the virus, and the classes at the White Hat Zone will be the one defending the server room. Yes.
Yeah, it's a really cool place, and it's all part of the Byte, which is, like we said just now, it's this big area that forces students to learn more effectively. Yeah. So I think you said just now that you were interested in hacking before. What made you shy away from that instead and go towards FI?
Okay, so just giving a small introduction of hacking. I have no idea if you guys did that just now. So yeah, hacking is an attempt to exploit a computer system or a private network inside a computer. So simply put, it is the unauthorized access or control over computer network security system for some illicit purposes. So back then when I knew it was a thing, I was actually quite interested in it. But after that, I found out that it was more of an interest instead of wanting it to be an examinable course, because I do not have the trust in myself that I will do well and succeed in this course. Me being low esteem, so I do not believe that I can succeed in this course. So I actually will go to my second interest, which is financial mathematics. I'm not saying that cybersecurity is a bad course or whatever, but maybe it's just not for me.
Yeah, the thing about it is that if you want to do well in school, of course, you'll need to practice, and have some sort of, consistency in your work. We learn through, we have a sort of experimental learning pedagogy. So, you have to work hard and keep practicing until you fully understand software and hardware, things like networking as well. But yeah, it's a really interesting thing. And if you do have an interest in the CSF course or anything that has to do with cybersecurity, you can actually also go to the courses and career talks that we'll be having later on. But if you do, you can actually, but if you are dead set on going for cybersecurity, you can actually come to the cybersecurity and digital forensics course here that we have in Ngee Ann Poly.
Yes. So if you guys are unsure whether you like cybersecurity or not, you guys can also try out the CICTP program, where your first semester will be a lot of different modules about different courses, which technically you'll be taking the same courses as everybody. So there wouldn't be a much difference. You won't be on the losing edge as well. So from there is a module called Cybersecurity Fundamentals. So you will have a taste of how cybersecurity is really like, and you will know if it's for you or not.
Yeah, the fundamentals class isn't just theory or anything. There's tons of practicals that you can do as well, where you get to play around with real life software, real life like malware. I mean, real life hacking malware and software. You also learn basic things like you know, like social engineering. Yeah, social engineering. And how hackers are able to phish people into downloading malware and software, or release some of their own specific information. And it's an interesting course. It takes a lot of logical thinking, and it's really important. It's sort of a really important part of the industry and ICT that I feel that anyone working in the ICT industry should know. And I really highly recommend you go for it.
Yes.
Again, you could register for the courses and career quiz talk if you are not too sure about it, but you have some intrigue in cybersecurity. So I think we can move, shy away from cybersecurity. We've been talking about it for quite a while now. We can move on to talking about the whole your time in school. Right. So do you have any questions? No, right?
No, currently we don't have any questions.
We do have. We can talk about some things that happen in school, or maybe some of the misconceptions that some people may have when they do enter the school. So, for example, a lot of a lot of students think that coming to poly is going to be really easy, and it's just sit down and you get good grades and you come out of the poly. This isn't very true. No, I'm not trying to say that anything else is easy or anything, but being in poly needs a lot of consistency. I'd say it is definitely less less hectic than junior college or whatever, because of the time frame. You have a long amount of time to finish your work and assignments, and not just cramming it into a few weeks of final exams. In poly, there's a lot of in ICT. There's a lot of project-based work, and you're given a few months to work on it. But that also means it's it is held to a higher standard, held to industry standards as well. And in a sense, because of the amount of assignments that you're given, it can be more stressful. But just if anything in life, if you have the right time management and you have the ability to sort of manage your work, I say you do fine. I say you do fine. However, don't come into poly thinking, oh, it's gonna be easy.
Right.
It definitely isn't. The thing about poly is that if you slip up once or twice, that's okay. Honestly, if you slip up once or twice, that's kind of fine. But if you slip up quite a bit,
it's very difficult.
It's very difficult to climb back up.
Yeah.
So that's the whole thing about consistency. If you the way that poly is graded, is that an A is a 4.0, but a B is immediately a B itself is 3. A B plus is 3.5, but a B is 3. So you might think B is a decent grade, but in essence, in reality, getting a B can be extremely detrimental to your final grades that you get. So, like we said, consistency, and you have to work hard. We also have another question now from someone anonymous. Can I use my hacking skills for my own personal use? Okay. So no.
Yes, that's a no.
Simple question. A simple answer is no. No, because first of all, against the law. Against the law to do it for own unethical uses, right? With the skills you learn, right, you need to practice ethical hacking. You can become something called a white hat hacker, and you can only use this. You should only use these skills to think like a hacker and to prevent attacks, rather than using them for personal use. Even if it's for something juvenile, hacking into someone's thing, I don't recommend it. It's kind of weird. But I mean, you will still learn some life skills like like we said just now, social engineering, which you can still use to advantage. But hacking other people's, let's say, accounts or software, I don't recommend it. You can get into a lot of trouble with the law or people or the school. But it's just don't do it for anything bad. We also have another question from Ahmad Iza. Hi, where would you say is the best place to study in Ngee Ann?
So for Ngee Ann, there's this place. I think it's actually quite near to our ICT block, which is at block 22. At the I think on top of the sports hall, there is several levels of places where you can study at or rest at. However, due to the pandemic now, I think there's only one level that is open. So nonetheless, you can study there, you can rest there. There are a lot of tables, there are a lot of rooms that you can book. The rooms that you have to book, the tables that you can just use it anytime you want. Yeah. What about you?
I think my personal favorite place would be Block 22. It's a great place. I thought about it just now, and you guys can go back and look at that. It's just a really quiet place, really conducive environment where you can work hard. Just to remind you guys, in 4 minutes, we'll be having our trivia quiz on Kahoot, where you are able to where you can win some attractive prizes. I'll be happening very soon in around 5 minutes. So you guys can get ready. We're having the Kahoot quiz right here.
Yes.
Right here on the stream. I will be telling you guys a bit more about it once it starts. Yeah. I think in the meantime, if you have one more question, about hi, what do you say? Yeah, it's best place to study in Ngee Ann. Well, it depends on what kind of. Yeah, there's a library now, but I believe you have to
book for it.
You have to book it. You have to book certain slots in certain rooms to go for it, and I think it's a bit more of a hassle now. So I do spend more time either at home. Actually, I just go home and study, or I go work at Block 22. There are many other different places, but because of COVID or whatever, we don't recommend you travel all around the school. I recommend you stay around ICT. Things like the grass patch.
I think e-garage as well.
E-garage as well. It's a great learning area. You can go there.
There's air condition also.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
In 2 minutes, we'll be starting the trivia quiz. Just a reminder that after the trivia quiz, you guys can go for one last chance to enter the courses and career talks. You guys can register for it. Right now, you can also still, I think you can still enter the Create Your First Discord bot by the Overflow SIG. And you can learn some cool stuff from there. Yeah. Anything else to add about some of the facilities and study areas in Ngee Ann? Like what are they like? Are they like quiet, conducive? Like are there a lot of people there who are always like studying and stuff?
It actually depends on the timing itself. So for example, if you are visiting the grass patch, for example, during lunch or whatever, during lunch or like after school times, there may be more people and maybe like more noise around. However, if you have like long breaks around your classes, for example, 3-hour break or something, 4-hour break, technically those time will be more quieter as other students will be having their classes. So if you guys need a quiet place to study in between classes, grass patch is actually a very nice place to be there to study. Yes.
Okay. We should be having our Kahoot quiz soon.
Yes.
Right now. Yes. We'll be preparing it right now, and we'll be able to show you the code to the Kahoot quiz. And you guys can have a chance to win some attractive prizes. I think we'll run through with you now the winning process. The top 5 winners will be able to win something. Top 5 winners. And when you win, you guys have to take a screenshot of the winning page with your name and send it over to our Instagram page, mp.ict society.
Yes, and from there we will liaise with you of how to mail our prizes to you.
Yes. So we will start at 5:10 sharp. However, can we show the code? We'll be showing you guys the code. Yeah. You guys can join. Yes.
The code will be 4217730. We hope to see you there.
Obviously, there you guys can join. You can get your friends to join as well, and have a good try at winning some prizes.
Some attractive
prizes. The code itself, we will be able to show it to you. Yeah, send it to you. You guys can join the Kahoot quiz at 421-7730. Ooh, okay, we have a first contestant. You guys can join and get some attractive prizes. Hold on. I have 2 people in the chat there. You can. We'll be starting at 5:10, so you guys can chill a bit and wait to join the Kahoot. You guys at 4:10. 5:10. To start the quiz.
Yes.
You guys here. We have 6 people inside. Hi guys,
Yes, welcome back.
We'll be starting the Kahoot quiz in 3 more minutes. We now have 11 people inside.
Okay, yes. So do remember, if you guys get top 5, do remember to screenshot your name, your ID, and also your points. Yeah, and also do remember to DM us on Instagram at mp.ictsociety. From there, we'll be liaising on how to mail you your attractive prizes.
Yes, we'll be mailing it to you through the
Mail, yes. Through the mail, yes.
Yeah, we'll be starting soon. In 3 more minutes. Yes, Rayan. We can't wait either.
Wow. Okay, so
So Dr. Lama. Overkill. Just a reminder that the top 5 winners will be able to win a prize, and please send the screenshot of the winning page to mp.ictsociety. We'll put the live video on getting your address and your sending to you your prizes. Starting in 2 minutes. Oh, and okay, small talk.
Yes.
Let's talk about how's the weather.
oh, okay. So right now it's raining.
Oh yeah, it's been raining a lot.
Yeah, it's been raining a lot, like during the New Year stuff.
And if you come here to Ngee Ann, right, it rains so much, and trust me, it's so cooling.
But there's sheltered. The road to Ngee Ann is
Yeah,
sheltered.
here in Ngee Ann, all the roads from any entrance in the school is sheltered.
Yes.
Well, okay, wait. Yes, it's sheltered.
It's sheltered.
Especially to ICT. I know for a fact that all the routes to ICT
are sheltered.
It's inside sheltered, and there's definitely a way to move around. There are places for everyone. Yeah, places for everyone. I think if some of you guys may not know, to get to ICT, you go down the big main road. You pass by the admin building, and you should see this big building there next to the sports hall, and there's a sign which says ICT.
Yes.
Yeah, that's how you find ICT. If you guys want to come and visit, I don't mind, and you guys can.
But I don't think, like, due to the pandemic, we aren't open for we aren't open to public.
Yes. We'll be starting soon. I only have 13 people. Okay, we'll be starting.
Oh, we have
Now
started.
it started. Whoa.
Yay. Okay, so
First one. How many different diplomas does the School of ICT have?
So, what are the diplomas that we have?
What are the diplomas here? Okay, let's see. What are the courses that we have?
Yes.
We have IT, with information technology.
Then we have
FI,
cybersecurity and digital forensics.
cybersecurity and digital forensics. We have data science.
Yeah, data science.
That's the new one. That's
the new
one.
revamped course.
Yeah. New revamped course. We also have immersive media.
Yes.
So that's quite a lot. We also have the common ICT program.
Yeah, we also have the common ICT program.
But that's the program. Is that a diploma? I don't know.
I'm not sure.
But yeah, you can see it could be 3, 4, 5.
Or none of the above.
None of the above. I don't know. Maybe that's
So,
it.
yes, for CICTP, it's mostly for those who do not have like a clear direction of where they want to go to. They haven't made up their mind yet. So
And how they make a more informed decision of where they want to go. So the answer is 4. The common ICT isn't considered a diploma. It's considered a program.
yeah.
But that's what it is. That's what it is. Now next. Ooh. Good job, y'all. Good job, y'all. Good stuff. Alright.
Nice. Okay,
Moving
so
on.
second question: which of these modules are offered in the School of ICT?
So now the School of ICT has a lot of different modules to take. tons of modules to take. And the school provides so many, and you could be, you know, looking at the options here, there could be more than one. What is it? What's FOP? Fundamentals of Programming?
Yeah, fundamentals of programming. So
What's that about? I've never heard of it.
there are also stuff like programming 1, where you learn about Python.
Yeah, you learn Python. Programming 2, you learn about C#.
Mm.
And mobile application developments, you learn about Android.
Yeah, so you'll be using Android Studio, learning stuff about that the programming language stuff.
20 seconds left. You guys have 20 seconds left to answer the question. A few of y'all can win some attractive prizes. Fundamentals of Programming. Stuff. Yeah, love to.
Yep, okay, so
The answer is everything except for fundamental programming. We have fundamental programming 1, programming 2, and mobile application development. So you can take the mobile application development being a elective, right? Yeah. Good job. Good job for all of y'all.
Yeah.
Whoever chose fundamentals for programming, Dr. Lama though,
nice.
top scoring. Oh my gosh. With
Wow.
1,005. So next question, which course has been revamped for the academic year 2021 and 2022?
So I believe that immersive media was revamped last year, I think.
Immersive media was revamped last year.
Yeah, last year for
What about the rest?
the rest.
Data science.
Data science?
I'm not so sure, but I think it was revamped from FI.
Yeah, I
Informatics.
think so.
Financial informatics.
So cybersecurity and digital forensics.
That is a pretty cool course, but has it been revamped? That's the thing.
I think it was revamped from information security and digital forensics.
Yeah.
Back in our year.
Back in our year, it was revamped.
It was
But-
revamped.
Wow, no. And finally, information technology. That's is that? I don't think it's been revamped, right? Anyway.
I think that was a staple. I
Hmm.
can't remember, but yes.
I mean, it could be. Oh. Just saying. You guys have.
Oh, okay. So
the
yeah.
answer is
Answer is data science.
Yes, data science.
Data science is the course that is revamped from FI for this year.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good job, y'all. Power. Oh my, that's so really good. Okay. Dr. Lama is still first.
Nice.
Whoa. That's impossible. Now, the next question. What's an example of a special interest group in the School of ICT? We have water flow, MouseSec? MouseSec?
DevOps.
We have DevOps. Oh, it's cool. And which one could it be? Waterfall. What do you think? Okay, what do you think waterfall is?
So I believe that we have been learning about agile methodology and
Really?
yeah, it was. I'm not sure if this is what they were doing, but I think.
I'm pretty sure.
waterfall
I'm pretty sure they just go around looking for waterfalls.
Really?
Like I have a special interest in waterfalls.
Is it sort of the,
Like, no,
the
like, I like-
environmental ones?
No, like I like just waterfalling. Like that's an interest of mine. I like.
So
You
you
know?
can just open the tab at home and be like, shh.
15 seconds left. You guys have to choose audio visual, DevOps, or NALSEC.
Oh, waterflow SIG.
Audio video. Yo, that's like two things at once. But at once.
It's so cool.
Is it? I don't know. I said waterfalls though. At the screen, answer is NALSEC SIG. So NALSEC SIG is an SIG in the School of ICT that specializes in cybersecurity. And you guys will be able to send for all these different classes and master classes and learn more about cybersecurity. Leaderboard now. Yo, Dr. Lama. Yo, Dr. Lama's insane. Bro, it's crazy
Wow.
time.
Proud of you, man.
Oh my gosh, it's crazy time.
Yes. Okay, so
Final question.
it's a true or false question. Do you need prior knowledge in programming to join the School of ICT?
School of ICT. Answer could be true or false, huh?
Do you have experience when you first joined ICT?
When I first joined ICT, let me think. I mean, I knew how to use a computer, I was really good at googling things.
Wow.
Yeah. But I don't think that's what programming's about, right?
No.
Programming goes way deeper. Programming,
Yeah, it's true.
it's cool. Yeah.
You learn about Python.
What
and
about you?
the
Well,
logics.
did you have prior knowledge in programming prior to joining a school of ICT?
So back in my secondary school, there was this, I don't know, this lesson on, I think, Arduino programming. Yes, so that
15
was
seconds left.
that was where we learned about the programming language
So just
and
basic programming.
yeah, it's very basic.
15 seconds left.
You know, there's also things like
True or
Scratch.
false? Scratch. Oh, that's a baby's programming
Yeah.
language. We don't do that here. Here we are professionals.
It's the building
Answer
block
now.
where
The
you just
answer
track
is
the things.
false. You don't need prior knowledge to joining programming in the school of ICT. You will learn everything from scratch.
Oh, the
Yo,
podium.
podium.
Nice. Okay, so
Oh my gosh. It's crazy time. It's crazy
I
time.
think it's Dr. Lama.
It's crazy time. It's actually crazy time. Oh my gosh. Y'all who chose true. All best.
Oh, Majestic Bison.
Majestic Bison with 2 out of 5.
Stella Wallaby.
Stella Wallaby with 5 out of 5. And
Dr.
who's first?
Lama.
Doctor.
Nice.
Oh my gosh, he's insane. He's on a roll.
Okay, so anyways, for those who win
It's crazy time.
the top 5, do remember to screenshot the screen showing your name, your ID, your points, and do remember to DM us on Instagram at mp.ictsociety. We will be liaising with you on how to mail your gifts to you. Yes.
Yes. Trust me, they're attractive and you're gonna want all of them. I'd like to thank you guys very much for participating in today's trivia quiz. And congratulations to those who've won.
Just to remind you guys, there is a courses and career talks coming up in 10 more minutes.
Yes, there'll be a
So-
courses and career talks happening in 10 more minutes. And you guys can go there and talk to some of the lecturers.
It's your last chance to talk to them about the courses or any questions that you have in mind generally about ICT.
Yeah. So I highly recommend it. It's a great way to find out what you really want to do in the future. And yeah, to be honest, that's about it for today. There is still a courses and career talk that you can enter. But today is the last day of the open house. So you guys, this is your last chance to go for it.
So do remember to go there and take a and maybe
Take a
talk
look
to
at it.
our lecturers and take a look at the courses or the careers that you can have. Yeah.
So I think that's all for now. I think that's all for the trivia quiz. Before we continue, we'll be showing you guys a video from our PVSIG, our photo and video SIG. It's a short video of it, and we'll be ready to play it right now. Oh shit.
Welcome back, guys.
Hey, what's
So-
poppin'? All right.
Yeah, we have Ray Young back with us. Yeah.
Yeah, this is
Right, guys.
our boy Ray Young. He's back with us for our final segment of the day.
Yes.
So we're just having a chill conversation about some of our school life, maybe some of our school experiences that we have in our 2 years. Oh, it's been 2 years already. Wait, so has it been 2? Yeah, it has been 2 years.
About 3 more months.
Three more
You're
months.
getting old now.
Oh,
Yeah.
time in IT, and time passes so fast.
I can't wait for NS, man.
Why?
You can't find us?
Yeah, I can't wait for NS.
Yeah, you know, here's the thing about being in poly. So if you're a guy, you have 3 years to get ready for NS. You have 3 years to get, fit, buff.
Are you saying I'm not ready for NS?
No.
Right. Can we just talk about something more relevant to what we are talking about now? Why you guys are here? So, what other I know all of you are in society, right?
Yes.
So, what other CCAs are you guys involved in? Let's talk about that.
I can start first.
Sure.
So back in my year one, I was very ambitious. I was, looking at all these free CCAs, all these CCAs to go into. And first of all, I'll say it was a mistake having so many responsibilities to have. But in my first year, I was in society. I joined fencing. I became a peer helper. And peer helpers is sort of an organization that helps students with their own internal issues or whatever.
We reach out to students when they need someone to talk to them to as well.
Yeah. As well as student ambassador, Ngee Ann ambassadors, which was this other organization, other CCA that is basically they handled outreach facilities of the school. So if you were from a secondary school and you had the chance to come to Ngee Ann Poly, or Ngee Ann Poly went to your school to advertise, those people are actually the Ngee Ann ambassadors. And they're a bunch of cool people. But yeah, however, because the thing about coming to poly is that your scores and your GPA, your education comes first. And that's sort of the thing that we want to have, right? Before we continue, let's just remind you guys to go for the courses and career talks. Trust me, it's important, and you will definitely want to go for it, right?
Yeah, because there you really get to have a one-to-one interaction with our lecturers here at ICT. In fact, I very rarely get to speak to our lecturers one-to-one. So, in fact, you guys will be luckier than me to be able to talk to our lecturers one-to-one.
Yes.
And from all of the different domains, from data analytics, cybersecurity, software engineering, and also being a solution architect. Yeah. So we have all our lecturers that are experienced in all these different domains in Infocom Tech. So do sign up for these courses and careers talk. So I'll click on the QR code right here. I'll click on the link in the chat or the pinned comment, and you can just click on the register now button, and you have your slot ready for you.
I believe there are limited spaces, so this is your chance to go there and grab a slot.
That's
Before the end of the day.
This is our very last session of
This is
our
your last
entire
chance,
open
guys.
house. It's been 3 days, guys.
It's the last chance.
It's been so
Just
fast.
go for it.
So guys, do click on register now button. QR code is there. Link is in the chat.
They can do you no wrong. Besides that, there'll be one last event by one of our SIGs coming up.
It's happening now.
It's happening right now. It's right now.
Yeah, it's on Zoom, and actually you guys can join it at any point in time. So right now, just same thing. Click on the QR code, but instead of clicking register now, there's unlimited slots for this. So do not be worried that there's not enough slots for you. Click on the join now button under the how to make a Discord bot button. It's from our own Overflow CCA.
Overflow SIG.
Overflow SIG, yeah. So do click on that right now.
It will be an instruction on how Discord bot works, as well as demonstrating some programming concepts as they walk you through a fun activity of how to code a simple game on Discord bot.
Wow, I'm sure we all use Discord bots. Have you used this Discord bot called Groovy?
I'm an avid user of Discord bots. Friend vote.
Yeah, there's so
All
many
the music
Discord bots
players,
out there.
I got them.
Yeah, so if you want to make your own type of Discord bot that's actually used widely all around the world, do hit there, and that could be where your career as a Discord bot developer begins.
Speaking of Overflow and some of our SIGs, we do have a video lined up for you by our Overflow SIG, and we'll be able to show it to you right now. Please enjoy the video.
Welcome back, guys.
Hello. Okay.
How was the break, guys?
Oh, good. Anyway, we can go back to what we were talking about just now. We're talking about CCAs, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So in my second semester, I mean, I'm not gonna say that like I tanked my results or anything. However, I was feeling the pressure, and I definitely felt that as a failsafe, I wanted to focus on my studies first. So I had to drop some of my CCAs. So right now, I'm focusing mainly on fencing, for fun and fitness, as well as ICT Society. All my friends are here, and it's a great experience, especially working with your friends here at ICT. What about y'all? Yeah, are y'all too in any CCAs?
Well, like you, when I was first in year one, I was rather ambitious. I joined. Let me try to remember. I tried to join floorball, taekwondo, society, of course. I tried to join MP ambassadors. I started the archery phase. I forgot. I swear there were more, but these are the 5 that I tried to join, and of these 5, 4 of them are like not in my life anymore, and I'm only in society. I'm a dedicated member of ICT Society.
Dedicated. He's now the exco of project events.
Events, yeah, the events committee, and yeah, that's about it for me. Let's hear more from Esther.
Okay, so there's a question on how to cope with both studies and CCA. So, do you guys have any tips?
It's definitely about time management, right?
And discipline.
As well, I mean, it's also timing and stuff. Different events pop up, competitions come up for, let's say, if you're in a sports CCA.
Like for risk in fencing, right?
Yeah, and fencing.
Yeah, and I guess since I'm when you're a CCA leader, so it takes a lot more time as you are involved in the planning of CCAs, especially in society where we're more of an events-based CCA, right? So you're really only needed when there are things like a bonding event coming up or a training event coming up, or in fact things like open house, big flagship events of society. So that's maybe like once every few weeks or once every month. There isn't really like a weekly training sessions. I'm sure like you guys have weekly trainings, right?
Definitely.
So there isn't really this kind of weekly training sessions as well. So that definitely frees up more time for you. But when you're an exco member, you are involved in all the planning. It's more of a constant thing. You're constantly planning for the next event, how to make it better, how to learn from past experiences as well. So any tips would be to ensure that you don't overload yourself. Like I mentioned earlier, I had 5 at the start. I dropped 4 others that I really wasn't that interested in, and I focused on just one CCA. I tried to excel there, and I also focus on my own academics as well. And these 2 are mainly, I'll call it, classify it under work. Don't forget that you're trying to have some play in your life. You enjoy, your favorite video games, go out for a run. Let's go out with family and friends.
Go fans. But yeah, definitely go for your interest. In terms of CCAs in Ngee Ann Poly, there are tons of choices for you. There's hundreds of CCAs that you can choose from. That span from the clubs and societies, orchestras, music talent, sports. You also have SIGs that you can enter into school. There's just tons of things that you can enter. However, if you can't find anything that piques your interest that much, you can actually create your own CCA. Yeah. So do you know the process of creating your own CCA?
If I'm not wrong, you have to meet some minimum requirements, such as having 50 members minimally, and some other requirements set by the Student Development Office, SDO for short. So they are the ones that are in charge of all the CCAs and clubs. So they are the ones that you have to write a proposal. And of course, your CCA has to meet some minimum requirements and has to be deemed fit by the school. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, okay, let's say you were to create a CCA. What would you create it around?
I always love to play darts. And I realized that in our polytechnic, we do not have a darts club.
Yeah.
But, darts is also seen as a rather dangerous. It could be dangerous, as some of the darts are actually quite sharp. It has to go through quite a rigorous set of safety measures to ensure that it could manage to carry on safely and stuff. So, but I didn't really, fancy the idea too much because not many of my friends were interested in darts.
I mean, that's the thing though. If you want to start up a CCA, you could try to advertise it, and maybe some other people have the same interest as you. And people coming into the poly.
You never know.
Yeah, you never know. So just try your best. Here, especially if like you're in your first year or whatever, just try your best. Do what you want to do. Go out and be adventurous. Especially actually, in any time in your life, especially when you're young right now. Yeah. I think personally, if I were to make a CCA, sorry, start a CCA. I make a sort of what's the best way to say this? Fashion club. Fashion club, you know? That'd be so cool. So everyone comes in and shows fashion, and you can take pictures, and I mean, that's cool.
Alright, Riz, that's enough about
Okay, fine.
Esther, what would you create if you had a choice to create a club in Ngee Ann?
To be honest, I'm not someone with a lot of ideas. I go with the flow. Yes.
Okay, but I mean, it could be something of your interest. It could be anything. It could be club.
Okay, so at first when I was year 1, I really wanted to join the inline skating club, which I'm interested in it, but I was worried that I couldn't cope with my studies and stuff. And back then I was in CICTP, and grades were very important if you want to get into the course that you want.
Yeah.
Yes. So I didn't fancy the idea too much of joining it back then, and after that I've forgotten about it. So yeah, now it's a bit too late.
It's okay.
So,
I guess you have found your place in society, right?
There you are.
okay, so yes, anyways, if you guys have any interest, go for it. Don't regret it until the very end.
Yeah, so when you guys enroll as actually a Ngee Ann student, right, there's actually one whole week of events that are lined up for you, such as your CSOP program, and also more importantly, the CCA Fiesta.
Yes.
So during the CCA Fiesta, you get to experience a little bit of the over 100 CCAs that we have here at Ngee Ann. So be it entertainment CCAs like the orchestras and the bands, or all the way to like the sports CCAs that represent the school in the yearly Polite events, and even the varsity events with the universities as well. So be sure to explore your interest when you join us here in Ngee Ann Poly.
Do come join us in Ngee Ann Poly.
Yeah, hopefully you get to join us here in
Ngee
Ngee Ann Poly.
Oh.
And next week is for the O-levelers out there, your JEE. And I do hope that your results meet your expectations, and I do hope that you consider your choice to join us here at Ngee Ann Poly.
You get to see us around. Yes.
If you're still unsure about some of the courses you want to go for the JEE, as of now, we've said it quite a few times already, there is a courses and career talk.
Yeah, so like I said earlier, QR code is right here. What are you guys waiting for? Either scan this QR code with your mobile device, or you can click the link in our chat description, and maybe our chat team can help us to send the link one more time just for you guys. And click on there, go to courses and career talk, and select register now. It's a very simple process, less than 5 minutes. You'll be connected to one of our lecturers, and it won't just be ICT, it will be across the entire school, from business all the way to infocom technology.
Yeah, it is getting late, right? It's around 5:30 right now. But even some questions like, what times do the polys end and stuff, right? That people always ask. Let's say I asked when I was considering going to poly, because you always hear that poly, you could choose what you want to do. You could choose what stuff. You could choose your models and stuff.
Yep.
And that's true to a certain extent. But I think in your first few semesters, that's not actually true. A lot of your classes are already structured for you.
Yes.
Yep, we have some core modules that we have to take to fulfill before we can graduate from this diploma. And it's not like a structured every day you have to wake up 7 to reach school by 8. No, it's not like that. It's more of it changes daily. Yeah. So some days I might have 2 hours of break between my next class. So some days I could reach school at 2 p.m. Some days I must reach school at 9 a.m. So
I think my
come to school.
now during a mix of HBL and physical, I come to school around like 4 times a week. However, some days are really relaxed. For example, one of the days, I think on my Tuesdays, I get to wake up at 1:30 p.m. Come to school at 2 for my class. So trust me, sometimes you have really lax days, and some days, let's say my Thursday, I have 4 days of classes from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Right? So some courses, for example, IT, right? Your last semester is filled entirely with electives. So you could choose what you want to do.
Or the capstone project.
Capstone projects.
Yeah. What about you, Asher? How many days do you come to school?
Currently, due to the half, technically I think similar to you, I have 2 days of 2 days of coming to school and 3 days on HBL.
That's right.
Which for my Monday it's mostly on IS lessons. So that's the only day I wake up at 8 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah. So,
but it's okay. There's no traveling needed, so it's just at home.
Yeah, that's the best part of HBL, isn't it? Like you can just wake up 5 minutes before class, freshen yourself a little bit, get a little snack before class, and just hit your class.
Online,
yeah.
Especially for those who live in Woodlands, there is shuttle bus. So don't worry about the transport not being like convenient for you guys. There's a shuttle bus at Woodlands Civic Center, so you guys can take that. However, there's the timing. You have to be careful.
The school itself, Ngee Ann Poly, is very accessible. We are right in the middle of two MRT stations, King Albert Park, Beauty World, and King Albert Park. Yeah, there are also tons of buses that come to the Ngee Ann bus stop. 184, 75 go towards the west, Bukit Panjang, that area. You have some buses like 74, they go all the way to Hougang, Ang Mo Kio.
And all the way to the other side to Buona Vista as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's really well connected throughout Singapore, and it's not just MRTs, there are buses, and also like she mentioned earlier, the shuttle buses that we actually provided by Ngee Ann actually. Yeah.
I mean, outside of school, like really close around school, there's also tons of stuff you could do. Let's say, let's say you're tired of school food, right? Because I mean, even as amazing as it is, people get tired of school food. There are tons of food courts and hawker centers near Ngee Ann
Yeah,
that you
in
can go
fact,
to.
me and Riz actually head out quite often to get our what do you say?
Ramen fix.
Yeah.
You want to get a steak, just walk across the street. There's also a McDonald's that you can go to, which is really close right at Beauty World MRT.
Guys, we always go to this prata place
called Al Azhar. It's very good, it's very cheap, and it's a gigantic.
Very fast.
It's very fast, and it's a gigantic selection of food. There's like 16, 17 pages of like menu that you can sift through.
And their food are like very, very big portions.
I don't know, but it sifts through like Western, Thai,
Yeah.
Chinese, Indian food. It's everything, but it's amazing, and it's halal.
Large portions.
Yeah. Alright guys, we're not sponsored by them.
We're not
sponsored by them, yeah guys.
I'm just saying it's a plus if you come to Ngee Ann.
Yeah, so we're actually surrounded by all these wonderful food options, and also malls like the Bukit Timah, Plaza Bukit Timah Shopping Mall, and also King Albert Park Mall right across the school. Yeah.
I mean, if you want to get like some quick fixes or like in school as well, we even have a 7-Eleven. It's a bit far away from ICT. It's just it's at the other side of the school. But if you are really craving some sort of like small short candies or something like that, if you go to 7-Eleven.
Yep. If you want your instant noodle fix, you want to get some soda, some tea that you can get from the food courts here, head over to LSCT where the 7-Eleven is located at. LSCT, in case for you guys that do not know what it is, it actually stands for Life Sciences and Chemical Technologies. And yeah, it's one of the academic schools in Ngee Ann.
And so it's a really nice place. You could also, I mean, if you also have like a Starbucks fix, there's one at SIM which you can also access. It's right next to the 7-Eleven. The Starbucks there is really nice as well. Yeah.
Alright, so that's one final reminder, right? So there's the courses and career talks actually happening right now. QR code is right here, link is in the chat. Do go and sign up. This is our very, very, very last courses and career talks that we're having here at 2021 Open House. So any queries you guys have about any poly course, not just at ICT, do head over there where you can have a one-to-one talk with our lecturers.
Last chance, y'all.
Yeah.
Last chance.
Find out more and find out things like about career prospects, scholarships that are available, financial aid, bursaries that are available. Any queries can be answered there by our lecturers.
Yeah. Speaking of scholarships, Ren, I heard you're a scholarship holder. So you can tell us. Can you tell us maybe some of the? Sorry. I'm a scholarship holder. Sorry. And let's say you are so let's say you are a student, right? What some questions that you would ask me about some advices on getting a scholarship?
How is the interview process for a scholarship like?
So the interview process, right, is especially for school scholarships. They're very like how do I say this? They're very like casual actually. They're okay. You'll be talking with your lecturers. You'll be talking with the heads of the school, and I think the best advice you can have there is just confidence. Confidence brings charisma, and charisma brings you'll be able to get that. Of course, besides that, you also need good grades. As with any other scholarship, I believe there is a limit to your grades.
Yeah.
I think it's 3.7.
I guess there isn't really a set number for your O-level score or your like GPA, but when we here at Ngee Ann, especially for the MP scholarship, we're really looking for all-rounded students that perform not just well academically, but are also like holistically. So they participate in their CCAs, maybe have some good service learning records as well. So these are like key factors that will help you boost your portfolio and things that you can talk about during your interview to increase your chances to secure yourself a scholarship.
Yes.
And this is just for MP scholarship. Riz, I heard your scholarship isn't exactly from Ngee Ann. Where's it from?
So mine is an external scholarship. So these scholarships are offered by external companies, and luckily here at ICT, our lecturers are very on the ball about it. You know, the ones who know about these kind of scholarships will definitely send it to the students, send it to students with potential and believe they can excel with the scholarship. For me, luckily, at the time of when I was in year one, we were offered. I was offered the DSTS scholarship, and I believe me and a ton of some of my friends just went for it. At the time, I wasn't really super confident in it, but I went there for the fun of it, and I talked confidently. You know what you're doing, and if
It went well?
It went well.
Yeah.
And a few months later, I got the call that I got the scholarship, and it's great.
Congrats, Riz.
I think at most, you can get at most the only responsibilities I have you would have with a scholarship would be you have to go for the internships with them.
Yeah.
There might be bonds. The ones with bonds usually I think pay more.
Yeah, but you have to, when you sign up for a scholarship, these are just some of the things that you have to take note of, like the bond period, like you can range
bond
from
period.
months to years, and also for in his case, he has to work at the DSTA for his internship. So if it's not exactly a company you want to intern at, do take note of that and do take that into consideration when you're applying for the scholarship, because scholarship might be covering you now, but you have to think ahead in the future. If you don't think you'll enjoy serving the company, you might have to reconsider whether you want to take that scholarship. But the good thing about the MP scholarship, right, bringing it back to the MP scholarship, is that there is no bond at all. There is no internship offer. So it's just you get the scholarship.
You get your school fees
Yeah, you
paid.
get school fees paid, and you get a laptop award for year one students, and you also get a book prize. A book prize every year, where it's about a few $100 for you to buy your textbooks, and you can use that money to buy textbooks, buy laptop for your school fees, and since there's no internship offer with it, right, you're allowed to self-source your own internships.
Yeah. I mean, so I hope you do get the scholarship if you apply for it one day. Trust me, getting one is a great help, especially to you and your parents, who most of them will pay for your school fees and stuff. And I think it will be great if you get one. I definitely suggest if you have the chance, apply for it. Yeah.
We actually have a question coming in from the chat.
Hello, chat. From Mavis Lee. How do you manage time for your interest in academics?
What are
you
your
want to start? Oh, you ask me or you start? Oh, yeah, no, we'll ask Ashton.
sure.
Give me talk about. So you talk about maybe some of your interests.
Okay, so personally, my interests are more of I recently picked up guitar, so yes, I have. So before that, I had no idea how to play a guitar, but I had some other instruments that I was playing. For example, like piano, lute, etc. So, but currently, I'm trying to juggle my time between studies and learning how to play the guitar. So you have to be disciplined enough, and you still have to manage your time wisely. Plan out time for your interests and also your academics, and make sure that you finish your academics on time, or at least like consistently manage your academics, and also leaving some time for your own interests as well. What about you?
Yeah. What about you? What are some? You are a gamer, like a gamer, an avid gamer.
Yes, I do love to play my games, but it's important to know to yourself when it's time to stop and do your work. So like we mentioned many times today, it's important to find that work-life balance. Of course, work is important. Find some time to wind down and relax. Meet your friends, go out for dinner, play some games as well. Meet up with friends online on Discord, right? So it's very important to try to achieve this work-life balance. And for you, you have, I'm sure you play games too, right? And you're an answer, right?
I have a ton of things going on, and I think the ideal goal is just to not procrastinate at all. Try your best not to procrastinate. I mean, I play video games all the time. Sometimes I even play with Rayang, even though he may be way out of my skill group. I also fence, and I have tons of school responsibilities that I have. With CCAs and leadership positions, education. I have other responsibilities outside of school. I have a dog that I'm going to take care of all the time, stuff like that. And of course I have to maintain things like my scholarship, right? That I need to have a certain grade to maintain, right? So it is quite a hassle, but you definitely need to know how to manage your time and manage your work. Know what you can and cannot do. Definitely here in poly, there's a lot of things to do with working with your friends, right? Definitely, you will always, if you make the right friends, you will definitely always have help from any of them, as well as your lecturers. If you ever need help, or if you ever need some assistance, your lecturers and your friends should be able to assist you and should always be there to help you. Of course, that's if you do it as well. No matter how much people help you, you have to help back. But yeah, so that's the thing about poly, is that there's a lot of group work, there's a lot of teamwork involved, and it's very good to have connections.
True.
Alright, so as we're proceeding into our last 10 minutes for today, and actually not just for today, for the entire 2021 open house, we'd like to thank you so much for joining us. But we want to remind you guys one very, 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 very last time that there is currently our final courses and careers talk that's going on.
Courses and career talk. 10 more minutes. In this 10 minutes, it could change your life. It could change your life. If you ask about something.
It could help you to make a better decision when your JE comes around next week. So do take this opportunity. These are the only 3 days that our lectures will be so free to talk to the public. So do take this chance to scan the QR code or click the link in the chat box and description. Head to Courses and Careers Talks and select register now. And that is the register now button for day 3. So do click on that, sign up, and select the academic school that you want to talk to more.
It's your last chance. There's limited spaces. But I know that if you really want, you can go there and get it. Yeah, so I think we have just a few more minutes left. We can talk about some of your some final advice.
Final
for those who are
advice.
watching.
Well, if I could have done anything before coming to poly,
what would you have done different? What would you have done?
I've done 3 things. Okay. One would be brush up on my presentation skills. So I would have probably tried to be more active in maybe my secondary schools, like presentations and stuff. Because when I first came into poly, I was really nervous when I gave presentations, and I kind of had to struggle with that. But then I think now I have rather have better skills now when it comes to presenting.
The
Hopefully,
confidence too.
yeah. So at least now I'm able to dress well, come to school and present.
Yes.
And next it would be to brush up on my report writing and slides making and stuff like that. Like very key skills, especially in my diploma in FI, where there's a lot of reports, a lot of presentations that we have to write. So it's important to have good grammatical prowess, and also it's important to install Grammarly. Yes, not sponsored, but yeah, Grammarly is a great help for me. And also slides making, it's important to use the appropriate templates for the situation and to make a slide look more beautiful. And lastly, it will be to actually pay more attention to my English teacher when he's going through how to write a good email with me, because I struggle so much when I'm trying to think, should I put best regards or should I put yours truthfully? Yeah. So it's really important to listen to all these small tips, because in the working world and even in poly where we have to talk to our lecturers, we try to we don't just email, hi, I need help for assignment, we have to say the specifics and greet them, dear Mr. Hu, dear Mr. Chua, and we have to end off with a best regards and our own signatures as well. So it's very important that you master these 3 skills. Any other tips from you guys?
I think my tip would be when I was Sec 4, I would have gone for the Courses and Career Talk, which is available now. You can sign up for it. Last 5 minutes to sign up for it. But besides that, I think one thing I would have done before entering the school, so when I first entered the school, right, was to be way more open to everyone else. Definitely I want to I should have been more open to a lot more people and more friendly. I mean, not to say that I wasn't, in a sense.
Yeah.
Definitely I stuck
You
with
were quite open, Riz.
Yeah, I was quite open, but I think I definitely stuck with a certain clique of friends, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And that's how it is in Bali. So I stuck with a clique of friends. Luckily for me, they were amazing. They all work hard, and they're all very friendly and always help me. But now that I'm thinking about it, I definitely think that I could have done better.
Yeah.
There's a whole class that I could have talked to.
But I guess that's where it begins. We all have that first few friends that we make, right?
Sure.
And we form our own cliques there. And then we move on to start to talk to other people, expand our network as well. It's very important to get lifelong friends in poly, because these are the people that you'll be seeing in the industry in the future, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's true. Any tips from you?
Yeah, so for me, I would have been like, okay, so I was struggling with programming back in semester 1. So if I knew this, I would have maybe like learned like maybe see some introductory course on programming and get to know how it works and stuff. Get familiar with the context at least. Yes, although it's not a must for you to have a foundation in programming.
You do not.
Yes, you do
Yeah.
not have, but for me, I would have appreciated if I have the time and I knew that I have to go for this. Yes.
And that is why, guys, it's important that you head to the courses and careers talk
Yes.
to find out more from our lecturers, where they'll tell you more about what are the different languages required in the different modules here at the School of ICT, such as Python for programming 1, C# for programming 2, and so on. And you can find out more about the different modules and the specifics of these modules, because we have, like I said earlier, we have lecturers from all different domains available at the courses and career talks, just to help you answer any of your small little queries that you just want to find out before you enter the school. Well,
Yeah. So, I mean, that's good advice. I think I definitely would have done that too. We can talk about that question. All right.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, so we have 5 more minutes before we have to wrap up the
5 more
day
minutes.
here. So all of you that have tuned in for all 3 days here, we want to thank you very much for tuning in to
Much
our
love.
wonderful interview, wonderful podcast we have here. Yeah, so Nick, I really want to wish you all the best for your O-level result, for our O-levelers next week. I want to wish you all the best for next Monday.
All the best.
I'm sure all of you will do great. And yeah, I'm sure all of you felt nervous on the day itself, right?
Yeah, I felt really nervous.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah. Especially during my JE, I really couldn't make any choices.
Yeah.
I waited until like the last 10 minutes to put in all my choices.
Guys, please don't do that.
Don't do that.
Do
That
not
was
do
terrible
that.
choice.
Start thinking way ahead. Because for me, that was an interesting experience as well. Because when I got into my secondary school, I got in through DSA.
Yeah.
So when I got my results, it's just, oh, I can go home now. It doesn't really matter to me, like, oh no, which school can I go to,
Right.
But then in secondary school, I'm like, oh no, I don't have experience in doing this. I got my results, like, where do I go next?
Yeah, definitely. In poly, right? So if you're putting a J in for poly choices, I think this is just personal recommendation. This is what I was told by my teachers back in secondary school, was that you want to put your first choice as sort of what you want to do as a passion.
Passion, yeah.
the passion. And then your second choice is more of something you can do, or it's something
A very realistic goal.
a realistic goal,
Yeah.
but you're still comfortable with doing.
Of course.
Right. Yeah, and then the rest are followed by either other passions or the same system. And I think I think I like to heed my my previous teachers' advices as well. I think this, because the thing about poly, right, is that there isn't actually just a cutoff range. It's more of like the amount of people who come in, right? And then
yes,
yeah,
of course. So every year, each course will have its like set number of people. But you also must be aware that when they say 50 people, right, this is inclusive of students that are coming in from IT, students that are coming in from EAE, and also DAE. So you must take note that in JE, maybe not all 50 slots will be available, but that's the estimate number of slots that will be available for you.
Yes.
So it's not really a by mark thing. So let's say maybe like for a course last year was 9, but you only got 10, right? You still try to apply for it if it is your passion, because you never know if maybe demand will drop this year, because it's really based on interest and it's not set at that score by the Polytechnic or the junior colleges. Yeah, do still go for your passion, guys. That's very important.
I think with that, I think that's about it for today, right? There isn't really anything else.
Is there anything else you guys want to talk about?
Anything else you'd like to share?
Well, I want to find out more about the facilities here in Ngee Ann. I mean, not Ngee Ann, or the facilities that we offer here in the School of ICT. So why not let's play a video for you to really find out more about the different facilities we offer here at ICT. And before that, maybe we can just wrap up for today.
Finally.
So thank you so much for joining us these past 3 days here at the MP Open House School of ICT 2021. We do hope that we'll see you here in April, and our CSOP. We will be part of the organizing team of it, and we do hope to see you there in April for the School of ICT CSOP 2021. And with that, we hope that you stay safe, and thank you so much for joining us, and enjoy our last facility tour, guys. Bye bye.
Thank you for coming.
Hi, my name is Tanya.
Hi, my name is Gwen.
Hi, my name is Estra.
Hi, my name is Riddy.
Welcome to ICT!
So unfortunately, you guys can't come to campus physically. So I hope this virtual tour that we prepared for you gives you some insight into what you can expect as a student of the School of Infocom Technology in Ngee Ann Polytechnic. So without further ado, come along. Hey there, here we are at the 5th floor of ICT, and this was known as the Bite, so come on in. So the aim of this floor is to provide students with a next-gen learning experience, a positive and joyful environment to give students that buzz of learning. Over to you, Tanya.
Hey Win, so I'll take it from here. This is the grass patch, an open learning space to encourage collaboration and innovation between students. Our technology-enhanced classrooms are equipped with state-of-the-art equipment to maximize student learning experiences. Conventional whiteboards are replaced by interactive canvases, and our classrooms can be instantaneously turned into a collaborative space because of the pod chairs that are available for us.
There are also projectors that students can connect to remotely to share their work. This facilitates an engaging learning environment. Other than that, we also have our Microsoft Surface Hub for bigger displays.
As you can see behind me, this is a partition that you can actually use to take these two classrooms together, merge them, expand the classroom size. Apart from that, we also have these pod chairs that can be rolled around. Students can benefit from the flexible arrangement, collaborate and discuss with their teammates. And apart from that, the pod chairs themselves, they have an area where you can put your bag, and also, for those who need it, a cupboard. Now, these are the sort of next-gen facilities that students get to use here in ICT.
Continuing on the bike, we have an open learning space with walls that you can write on. Our students use these boards when they are working on the agile methodology to be able to track the progress of their projects. This place is also equipped for students to be able to collaborate and work together when they are developing their projects.
This is our Cybersecurity Operations Center, or CSOC for short. This is meant to simulate real cybersecurity operations centers used in the industry to monitor unusual activity, detect cyber attacks. With this, our cybersecurity and digital forensics students can get more exposure to environments such as these.
Next, we have the White Hat Zone. Follow me. So welcome to the White Hat Zone. So one thing about this room is that it's on its own separate Wi-Fi network. The reason is we actually have a server room over here which acts as an attacker or hacker, which then hacks his computer, which then infects his computer over here with viruses. And then use these viruses to train our students in defending against viruses by training them in cyber defense. The White Hat Zone also provides realistic and comprehensive cybersecurity training, pen testing, and secure software development.
This is the e-garage where our students work with industry partners to provide next-generation innovation solutions to real-world problems through capstone projects in year 3.
The e-garage is a study area for students with adjustable tables and chairs on a room on the side. It allows students to brainstorm their final year project. On the other room, there's also a 3D printer and a laser cutter as well.
Let's move on to the dot. Follow me. Welcome to the dot. We are currently on the 4th floor of ICT block where the dot is located.
The DOT is NP's simulated production environment for learning and teaching of creative media design courses to foster a culture of creativity through real-world industry projects and to better prepare our graduates for the industry.
The aim of the DOT is to create a holistic learning environment and encourage our students to better collaborative work processes and communication with industry partners and students.
This is the daily room. It is meant to simulate a theatre environment with seats, curtains, a projector, and a stage. It is great for students studying cinematography to showcase and critique one another's work.
We're now at the dungeon, so this is where year 2 students form in small teams to work on industry-driven projects using industry-strength software such as Unity and Autodesk.
Industry partners co-mentor their student production teams and monitor the progress of the production in the dungeon.
The art studio is professionally designed for students to channel their artistic flares. It also plays host to the faculty, public, alumni, and students for weekly live drawing sessions and networking sessions.
And that's a wrap. Thank you for being with us in this virtual tour, and we hope to see you in ICT next year. Bye!